Game of Thrones, Reign of the Dragon King Chapter 61, The Salt Conquest. The Great Hall of Pike felt different with Yara on that ancient throne. The seastone chair loomed behind her like a kraken frozen mid-strike, its black surface drinking in what little light filtered through the narrow windows. I watched from my deliberately understated position as the Ironborn filtered in. Captains, raiders, and weathered old sea dogs, their faces carved by salt spray and hardened by lives spent on merciless waves. They were hard men, strong soldiers, but sadly they were Ironborn. Their eyes held a peculiar mix of resentment as they looked at me, but there was also fear. Where Ironborn didn't fear men, even the greatest men feared a dragon. With Viserys' shadow occasionally darkening the windows as she circled overhead, it couldn't be a wonder why they kept themselves in check. Yara's voice cut through the muttering crowd like a blade through silk when all the men were present, along with the few women who deserved to enter these great halls. My father's way led us to ruin twice, brothers and sisters, she said, her tone brooking no argument. The old way ends today. Jaws clenched, and I caught more than a few hands tightening on weapon hilts. Old bastards never liked change, and it was no different here on these islands, either. We are Ironborn, she continued, leaning forward on the ancient seat. We take what we want. His Grace here has allowed us to keep that luxury. But we must be smarter about what we choose to take. Her eyes swept the crowd, challenging anyone to interrupt. Nobody dared. The Seven Kingdoms are no longer our prey. Their dragons and armies would crush us if we even dreamed about it. Rather, we look east. What luxury! Robert Baratheon allowed the same, and we hate him for it. Did you forget, girl? One of the elder Ironborns said. During Robert's reign, we Ironborn were meant to abide by the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, which included refraining from raiding and pillaging within Westeros. Your father's rebellion 20 years ago was fueled by our frustration with these restrictions and our desire to reclaim the old ways of reaving along Westerosi coasts. What's so luxurious about this? Another older captain with a face like cracked leather spat on the floor. He's right, we must abandon our ancestral waters. Become foreign raiders. His voice was full of contempt. And all because this silver-haired boy commands it. Yes, precisely. And the luxury here is that we don't die. You don't die. I begged for your lives, and you spit in my halls. Yara glared at the man, who clenched his jaws, failing to find words to defend himself. Thousands died because of my father's rebellion, and less than 100 died during this time. And even that is because you guys didn't listen to me fast enough, didn't drop the weapons fast enough. Are you really suggesting we clash swords with a dragon, you stupid bastards? She growled, and both of the old men flinched back. A short silence later, someone cleared his throat. But the East, the word echoed, the young captain's confusion evident. We've tried our luck there before, but, the free cities overflow with wealth. Yara breathed out her anger and smiled, and there was a predatory glint to it. Their merchants grow fat and lazy, their ships poorly defended compared to Westeros. They do hire mercenaries, but what are mercenaries before the Ironborn? Why scratch at the bones of fishermen when we could feast on SOC gold? Well, don't give me that look. I see your point. I have personally led multiple ships to Essos, more than most of you here, so I know it's not as easy as I say. But His Grace wants this. It's not that he's just allowing us half-heartedly, but he wants us to do this. He'll help us, he'll lead us, and he'll take over the SOC lands. Trust me when I say that his empire will be greater than Aegon's. Yara finished her speech. I didn't move from my seat but let my eyes meet hers. I smiled, liking how she handled this. She's a fine woman, I'm attracted. Her dominance was applause-worthy. I let my gaze gloss over some of the older men, hardening it, and they looked away. They should know what it means to insult my woman. Should I teach them a lesson? His Grace, Yara emphasized the title, calling me up from my glare as if realizing what I was thinking. He offers us a chance not just to survive, but to thrive. Do you lots get it? The drowned god cares not where we reave, only that we do so with strength and cunning. She's right, an Ironborn said. I see the logic too. More and more began to agree with her. Great, she said and stood, her presence somehow filling the massive chair's shadow. I am your queen, chosen by the sea itself. The Iron Islands will adapt, or they will drown. In this situation, the choice is simple. Do you all agree? Another captain stepped forward. You're queen because of him. He jabbed a finger in my direction. His dragon burned our brothers. No, I'm queen because I understand what you don't, Yara snapped. His Grace is the true king of the Seven Kingdoms, the first dragon rider in hundreds of years. The blood of old Valyria flows in his veins, the same blood that once ruled the greatest empire this world has known. Her voice softened, becoming almost seductive. We are ironborn, we're strong, and the free cities would tremble more than ever at the sight of our sails when they know a dragon flies over us. The assembly stirred, greed warring with tradition in their eyes. But I was bothered. How can they be so stubborn? They keep clashing opinions with her. I rose slowly, drawing every eye. Your queen speaks wisdom, I said, mildening my tone. Consider carefully how you receive it. For unlike her, I don't see you as my people and wouldn't hesitate to burn you to the ground if you misbehave. The threat hung clear as crystal. Viserys' screech punctuated my words through the windows. Yara seized the moment to stop me from further scaring her men. You heard him. Prepare your ships, she commanded. We sail east with the next tide. Those who wish wealth and glory, follow me. Those who don't. Her smile turned sharp. Well, I'm sure the drowned god welcomes all his children eventually. The captains began to disperse a short silence later, their faces a mix of resignation and calculating acceptance. No more outright anger showed. They'd learned that lesson well enough when Balin fell, and now everything was plastered on cement. Soon, as Yara reminds them of her might, they'd be glad that Balin was dead. As the last footsteps faded, leaving the hall empty, I approached the seastone chair. It was a great speech, Yara, I said to my Iron Queen, who remained seated, her knuckles white where they gripped the ancient arms. Quote. Why aren't you responding? I asked, and she just looked up, a frown on her face. I chuckled. Without warning, I grabbed her chin and claimed her mouth in a demanding kiss. She made a small sound of protest that quickly turned to a moan. Even now, that spark of defiance flickered in her eyes before drowning in desire. Her fingers clutched at my shoulders as she melted against me, every inch the fierce queen turned willing conquest. I thrust hard into Yara, allowing the world around us to blur into a haze of raw desire and primal need. My every movement was met with a responsive buck from her hips, turning me on further, encouraging me to delve deeper, to claim her more forcefully with each passing moment. My fingers were laced through hers as I fucked her from behind like beasts, pressing her hands into the soft furs that lined the bed. I pulled her by the arms a moment later, using them as leverage to slam into her with greater intensity, each stroke eliciting a gasp or a moan from her lips. Ong, yes Tilda, harder, harder, my hips are going to break. Her hips were going to break, she said, but she begged for more anyway. Her inner walls suddenly clenched tight around me, the sensation sending jolts of pleasure coursing through my body. I could feel the pressure building within me, an unstoppable force threatening to rip through me at any moment. Get me, Yara's cries of pleasure grew louder, more desperate, as she neared her own peak. Get me pregnant, fuck me into a mess. I drove into her harder, faster as I also reached it. With a final, powerful thrust, I buried myself deep within her. My body shuddered as wave after wave of ecstasy washed over me, the feeling of my seed spilling into her triggering her own climax. Her body convulsed beneath me, her moans of pleasure music to my ears. I let go of her hands, allowing her to collapse onto the bed as I withdrew from her, my own body spent and sated. I fell back against the furs, my chest still heaving from our latest round of passion. Shit, I actually came inside her. The air was full of the thick scent of sex and sweat, mingled with the ever-present salt tang that permeated every corner of Pike. I closed my eyes briefly, realizing there was nothing to do here. A long minute later, I opened my eyes and found Yara stretching like a satisfied cat, her naked form glowing in the dim light filtering through the narrow window. She rolled onto her side, propping herself up on one elbow to look at me. Her tired eyes met mine, a lazy smile playing on her lips. You're insatiable, you know that, she said, her voice soft and husky with lingering pleasure. What happens to me if I actually get pregnant? I chuckled, reaching out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. What can I say? You bring out the beast in me, I said, ignoring her second comment. Her smile widened, a hint of mischief flickering in her gaze. Well, I certainly can't complain about the results. I leaned in, capturing her lips in a lethargic kiss as my hand trailed down her body, tracing the curve of her hip. Gods, I loved toned women. It was rare that even after intense lovemaking, I found myself wanting this much more. But I knew we had matters to attend to, responsibilities that couldn't be ignored, no matter how much I might wish to lose myself in her once again. I had to stay in control, so I let her go. A moment passed as we stared into each other, and something was calculating in her gaze now, different from the raw hunger of moments before. I knew that look. She wanted something. This, she began, her voice still husky. Now that I'm queen, well, high lady to be exact, but whatever. There's something we need to discuss. I laughed softly. You look serious. I am. It's about Theon, she said. My amusement died. Of course, it was about her useless brother. I'd been waiting for this conversation since we took Pike. I want him released from Winterfell, she continued, her fingers tracing idle patterns on my chest. He's suffered enough, hasn't he? Being held prisoner in the place he once called home. I caught her wandering hand, squeezing perhaps a bit harder than necessary. I can't control the North, you know. Forget about Theon and forget the men you took there, for they're under Robb Stark's rule. I can't influence it, but you said, Theon will live, I interrupted her, releasing her hand. As a prisoner, perhaps a slave, but he will. In Winterfell, as he has been from a young age. He won't die. I'll send Robb a letter telling him about that. He's definitely mad at Theon, but not enough to kill him if I request it. Although it's troublesome that Theon burnt 2 innocent children, we can say that your father manipulated him. That the Ironborn who came with him did it. Still, her voice held a note of protest, but I could see the resignation in her eyes. Listen, he made his own decision. I understand your love for him as a sibling, but he's his own person. Plus, him being here will trouble your claim. The opposing men might manipulate him to stand against you. So let him live where he always has. She fell silent, her lips pressed into a thin line. I knew she wanted to argue more, but she was smart enough to recognize when I wouldn't budge. I mean, if I truly wanted, I could free Theon, but why should I? I leaned over, capturing her mouth in a deep kiss while my hands once again roamed her body, finding all the spots I'd discovered drove her wild. Rather than that, I murmured against her lips, I've heard that your uncle Euron Greyjoy is roaming the world. He has made quite a name for himself. Be careful of him, and if he comes, kill him immediately. If you can't, notify me about him as soon as you can. I couldn't risk Euron Greyjoy, he was an anomaly. Yara sighed, and her body melted against mine, her earlier tension dissolving under my touch. Understood, she breathed between kisses. My king, said my slave queen who'd do anything that I wanted, anything that would bring me benefit. Chapter 62, Flying Back Home. The Ironborn forces honestly weren't as big as I'd been thinking. Sure, their fleet looked impressive for a bunch of pirates, but it wouldn't really matter in the war that's about to go down in Westeros. A few thousand men spread across 100 ships, yeah, that's not much compared to the armies we'll see clashing soon. Which is exactly why I'm letting them head off to raid the free cities instead, I thought, standing on a rocky ledge while workers bustled around the docks below. The smell of salt and tar hung in the air as they got the longships ready for their journey east. They'd be wasted if I sent them against Stannis in Blackwater Bay. Maybe in another scenario, I'd have used them there, but come on, they'd just end up burning in wildfire, along with all of Stannis' people. It would be smarter to send them east where they might actually do something worthwhile, such as plundering money for me. Taking the throne was one thing, but paying back the insane debt the crown owned. That was a whole other war entirely. Viserion shifted under me, her golden scales catching the dull morning light. She'd been getting restless, she always did if we stayed put too long. Boring, human slow, she grumbled. Patience, I muttered, patting her neck. We'll get moving soon enough. Below, the last crates and barrels were being hauled onto the ships. I saw Yara on the deck of her flagship, yelling orders at her crew. The pirate queen had ditched her usual leathers for something more heavy, though she still moved with that predatory grace I'd grown to like. I guided Viserion down the high sky, passing slowly over the gathering fleet. The Ironborn all paused, looking up as my dragon's shadow slid across their faces. Once again, I shouted, my voice carrying over the water, you're setting sail to prove yourselves. This time, I won't be going with you, for my presence is more valuable here. Use my absence to show me what the Ironborn can really do. Prove you deserve that tough reputation you keep boasting about. I heard them muttering among themselves. Some of them shot me nasty looks, these proud raiders hated being tested like this. But what could they do, really? Pick a fight with a guy who has a dragon? Our eyes met from a distance, mine and Yara's. She gave me the smallest nod. And I knew we understood each other. She had to keep them in check, Steer them toward good targets, and make sure they didn't get any bright ideas about returning to raid Westeros. I'd initially worried about Yara. These people loved and respected her but might try to pick on her after recent events. They might try to kill her. Fortunately, something very interesting appeared during our latest time in the bedroom. Your first true mate, Yara, has adapted to your presence after you've ejaculated into her so many times. She's come to accept you as her conqueror, her mate. In many fairy tales, people use a dragon's human partner as his weakness to threaten him. To break him down by killing her. A dragon shouldn't ever be disrespected in such a manner, for worlds have met their end because of lesser things. To protect your mate, you can now lend one of your draconic traits to her. The choice is up to you. Do not be worried, she'll lose access to the trait if you want to. I hadn't decided yet, letting myself sleep over the decision. But now that I saw her moving her fleet for me, I was sure what to choose. Congratulations, you've chosen, yes. You can now lend one of your traits to Yara Greyjoy. Available traits. Dragon Wings. Click to lend. Good choice. Your mate Yara Greyjoy can now access Dragon Wings. You can still use it, too, even if it's at the same time as she does. Once again, if you want, you can also stop lending it to her. Would you like to lend your experience on how to use these wings to her too, or have her find it by herself? There was no meaning in holding back the experience since the whole point in doing this was so that she remained safe. I watched as Yara's eyes twitched and her knees gave in. She fell, clutching her head tightly, while a few men rushed to her to see if she was all right. A minute passed as Yara waved them off, breathing heavily as she looked up at me. She looked at me and realized it wasn't a coincidence. I was the one who did this to her. This was a great boon, and I barely held back my excitement at having such power. The problem with strong people always was that he often had weaker people around him. With this ability, it wouldn't be the case. Although I was unsure if this would work for the non-virgins too, she stared at me, her eyes full of wonder, before we exchanged one last nod. She realized why I'd lent her such power. The first ships drifted off the docks, oars dipping into the cold water. Sails unfurled, black cloth stamped with the golden kraken of House Greyjoy catching the morning breeze. Viserys flexed her wings, ready to fly. I had my own business to care for, things in King's Landing wouldn't sort themselves out. It was almost time for Stannis. Attack. The wind slapped at my face as Viserys soared through clouds that looked like cotton stretched across an endless blue sky. We'd been flying for hours, leaving the Iron Islands far behind. The afternoon sun lit up her golden scales, shimmering in crazy shades. Down below, Westeros sprawled out like a live map. Forests, hills, and rivers were all woven together, though the riverlands looked pretty beat up from all the fights. Scorched fields and burned-out husks of villages dotted the landscape, telling silent stories of Lannister raids and northern counterattacks. The destruction seemed almost artistic from up here, like someone had taken a torch to an elaborate painting. Not that the common folk down there would appreciate that comparison. The sight reminded me why I needed to move fast. Every day of war meant more villages turned to ash, more resources wasted on petty lords playing their Game of Thrones. At least I had a dragon, that tends to speed up negotiations. Smell, humans, Viserys growled, turning her big head slightly. Many, below. She was right. Robb Stark's army was camped all across the area, tents dotting the land like ant hills, as I remembered. As we dropped lower, I saw soldiers pointing up at us, but the wind yanked their shouts away before they reached me. Viserys landed with a heavy thud in a clearing near the main camp, letting out a roar to greet them. Many soldiers fell back, while most hung back like they weren't sure if they should bow or run, but at least they didn't look too freaked out. News must have spread that I'd been helping the North, as I'd agreed. "Make way," someone shouted. I turned to see Robb Stark heading over with many northern lords at his back. There was no Catelyn, so she was probably locked up by now. They had no choice but to do something after that Jaime fiasco. "Your Grace," Robb said, his tone warm but still formal. The young wolf looked more like a king than the last time we met. That nurse who'd cursed his fate in the original was beside him this time. "We didn't expect you so soon. I take it that things went all right in the Iron Islands." "Better than I expected," I said, hopping off Viserys. "The Ironborn got themselves a new ruler. Balon Greyjoy is dead." That brought on a round of gasps from the lords. Lord Umber's bushy eyebrows practically jumped off his face. "Dead? How?" "His own daughter did it," but people didn't need to know that. The Ironborn didn't know that either, otherwise they'd have called Yara a traitor. I did it, I answered casually, liking how shocked they looked. Yara Greyjoy rules now, having submitted under my authority. 7 hells, someone muttered, and another spat. Being the practical rule he was, Robb asked, and their fleet? They're sailing east to raid the free cities. They're done bothering the north, I replied, locking eyes with him. A slight smirk played at my lips as I added, your shores are safe now, and they'll be bringing their particular brand of chaos to different targets that aren't us. Anyway, that's why I'm here. Yara made me swear that her brother wouldn't be executed, so I'm asking you to let him live. He's in your dungeons, the last where I left him. Robb's face went stiff at my words, torn between feeling betrayed and remembering the friend he grew up with. Well, I could tell he didn't really want Theon dead, pride or not. The young wolf had that same look I'd seen on countless faces before, the struggle between duty and emotion, between what people thought they should do and what they actually wanted to do. It was always entertaining to watch. Lord Karstark stepped forward, face going red with anger. That Turncloak should die, he killed innocent children. Lord Glover chipped in. The North remembers. Then Bolton, that sneaky bastard, spoke up. A live hostage is worth more than a dead traitor. The boys already suffered a lot down there. If you allow me, I'd inform my bastard to handle him. Several lords nodded, and I saw Robb relax just a bit. He finally found an excuse. I found that pleasing, as well. Ramsay Bolton was a freak, but he'd break down Theon well, even if not as devastating as the original timeline since the Ironborn were an ally now. But this way, the Iron Queen's brother will never stand against her. Fine, Robb said at last. Because of our alliance and for the sake of who he used to be, Theon will live. But he stays locked up until the war ends. That's all I need, I said with a grin, offering my hand. Robb shook it firmly. What about my sister? He asked, slightly unsure. Is Sansa safe? I got report from the Maester already, but I want to know from you. His eyes searched mine, desperate for reassurance about his beloved sister's fate, starving to know how our relationship had grown in that time. He'd be disappointed. Family meant everything to the Starks, it was both their greatest strength and their biggest weakness. A fact I'd learned to appreciate. She's good since she's in her home, I said, watching his face carefully. Winterfell is cold, but she's happy there between Bran and Rickon. Last I saw, she was teaching the younger one how to embroider, though he seemed more interested in throwing the needles at the practice dummies when she wasn't looking. I let out a small chuckle, remembering the scene. Your sister's strong, Robb. Made of the same steel as the rest of you Starks. He let out a breath like a huge weight was gone, his shoulders visibly relaxing. He still looked a little unsatisfied, probably because I didn't drop any personal idea about Sansa, but he accepted it. Thank you, really, for all you've done for the North. We won't forget it. Some more thank yous and praises got tossed around, the usual diplomatic niceties that came with being royalty. I played along, but I noticed Viserion shifting beneath me, her muscles tensing with growing impatience. My beautiful dragon never cared much about human ceremonies, and soon, it was time to go. I adjusted my position and climbed properly onto her back, feeling the familiar warmth of her scales against my legs. With a final, deliberate nod at Robb, I gripped her spines tight. Until next time, King in the North. The words carried just the right mix of respect and authority. After all, we were equals now, at least on paper. But for how long, Robb should wonder. Viserion spread her magnificent wings, golden membranes catching the cool northern light. With a single, powerful thrust that kicked up dust and made the nearby horses whiny in fear, we lifted off into the crisp air. I watched the Stark army grow smaller below us, along with whatever fate awaited Theon in his cell. Some problems were better left behind on the ground. It was time to return to King's Landing. Chapter 63, Toward the Throne, Back Home, open hollow corner bracket in Esso's close hollow corner bracket. After attending that scary meeting where the 13 were betrayed and killed by Pyotr and Zaro Exho and Daxus, Dany stood outside the House of the Undying. She eyed the ancient stones that seemed to throb with a weird, unsettling energy. The twisted spire reached up like some gnarled finger, beckoning her in. Her heart hammered in her chest as she stepped through the entrance, knowing her children were hidden away somewhere inside. The corridors bent and shifted all around her, tossing out any idea of logic. It was mind-boggling. 1 second she was moving forward, the next she found herself going sideways or even upward through impossible hallways. Piotpri's magic had twisted the place into a maze of illusions. Strange visions hit her senses hard. She saw the Iron Throne buried under a layer of snow, standing alone in a wrecked throne room. The Red Keep lay in ruins, its grand walls turned to rubble. Then, she spotted Drogo, her son and stars, holding their son Rhaego. The sight made her heart clench as she walked to them. They pulled at her. Her heart told her to sit down with them. But, she reminded herself they were just images meant to chain her here. Her dragon's cries led her deeper into the warlock's lair. She found them chained and helpless, their wings pinned tight. Piotr stepped from the shadows, his blue lips twisted in a mean grin, bragging about how their presence fueled his magic. He figured he had won, thought he could keep her and the dragons trapped forever, but he hadn't counted on a mother's bond with her children. One word from her, Dracarys, and her dragons spewed fire, roasting the warlock right where he stood. His screams echoed through those warped halls as Daenerys shattered the chains holding her babies. She'd won, and her 2 children. We're back to her embrace. Later on the same day, Daenerys faced the other end of this whole plot. A betrayal. Xaro Exhoan Daxus, the man who had sworn his love and given her a place in Qarth, had actually been plotting against her with one of her own handmaidens. They had stolen her babies together. His fancy vault, which he'd bragged was stuffed full of treasure, turned out to be just as empty as his words. She locked them both inside it, letting them taste the fate they'd planned for her. With whatever wealth they scraped up in Qarth, Daenerys led her Khalasar out of the city. The wind stung her face as they traveled, carrying the smell of salt from the endless seas. Even though her people started getting restless, she stayed focused on the road ahead. Each day, her dragons grew stronger, their wings stretching wider, their cries echoing further across the water. Whenever she watched them fly, she thought of Drogo, not with that raw stab of sorrow anymore, but with the softer understanding that his strength lived on through her. Daenerys, life hadn't been easy lately, but she didn't stop winning. The sun beat down hard as Dany made her way through Astaper's streets, her silver hair shining under the brutal light. What a sight amid this horror, she said. The city's red brick walls seemed to lock in all the heat, turning the air thick and hard to breathe. Sweat slid down her neck, but she kept her head high, aware of every gaze that followed her. Jorah walked beside her, his hand always near his sword. The place reeked of fear and misery, with slaves' cries mixing with their masters' shouts. Everywhere she looked, there were some new horror. Poor kids in chains, old men staggering under heavy loads, women with empty stares. The Unsullied are in the barracks up ahead, Jorah said quietly. I know, Esser. We visited it yesterday. I'm not a child to forget the path this fast, she said, and see Jorah rubbed the back of his head. The Unsullied. She was interested in them. 8,000 men ready to be bought. Dany's stomach twisted at what these men must have gone through. She'd heard the stories, boys ripped from their mothers, turned into killers through torture and starvation until obedience was all they knew. Krasny's Mo Naklas waited at the training grounds, dragging his ornate outfit across the dusty ground. Beside him stood his translator, a young girl with huge golden eyes standing quietly at his side. The Westerosi whore returns, Krasny sneered at Valyrian, his voice dripping with contempt. The translator froze at his insults, but Daenerys caught every filthy word. She knew that language better than him. Maybe she's finally figured out she can't play at war with just her tits out. Dany kept her face blank as the translator cleared her throat and turned his insults into polite common tongue. A nice girl, that one. She decided to take that girl with her before leaving. Speaking of leaving, it'd have to wait. Her plans needed a bit more time to unfold. Her babies had to grow a bit more. Ellipsis. 2 days later, Dany walked along the seawall, the salty breeze barely cutting through the heat. Having Jorah nearby felt reassuring as they chatted while walking, though she knew better than to rely too much on one person's loyalty. A child's voice called out behind them, Your Grace. Your Grace. Daenerys turned to see a small girl running toward her, clutching a fancy wooden ball. The girl's smile seemed harmless enough, but something about it raised Daenerys's hair. She didn't think too much about it, deciding to shake it off. The child rolled the ball toward her, and Dany crouched to grab it. She watched the girl motion her to twist the ball. It seems like a gift. Dany wondered as she twisted the ball. Before she could see what was inside, however, a blur caught her eye. A stranger clad in dark clothes, his white hair barely visible, knocked the ball from the child's hands, his sword flashing in the sunlight. Ah, Dany fell to the floor because of the suddenness of the situation, and the wooden sphere split open on impact. A scorpion-tailed creature jumped out, its stinger glinting, on 7 hells. It leapt toward her, and Dany's eyes slammed shut in fear. When she reopened them, she found an old warrior's blade cutting the manticore clean in two. Stop. He didn't stop there, rushing after the girl, the assassin, who jumped into the water. But no water splashed. The warrior rushed to find her missing, and his head snapped to the side. Dany's eyes followed. High above, the girl stood, staring down. When Dany's eyes met hers, she screeched, revealing blue teeth. The warlocks, Dany muttered as the girl vanished into the crowd before anyone could react. Khaleesi, Jorah yelled, whipping out his sword and putting himself between her and the stranger. Stand back. The warrior looked at them and slowly removed the hood, revealing his old face. Jorah froze before slowly stepping in front of her, his eyes wide. Dany started, do you know him? Yes, he said, I know him. One of the greatest fighters the Seven Kingdoms have ever seen, Ser Barristan Selmy. The old man took a knee, resting his sword at her feet. His lined face lifted, revealing eyes filled with wisdom and regret. Daenerys studied him carefully, noting the proud set of his shoulders despite his age and how he held himself like a man who had spent his life serving kings. Your Grace, he said, his voice carrying the weight of a lifetime. I'm the retired Lord Commander to Robert Baratheon's Kingsguard. And before that, I served your father and promised to protect your family. So I offer you my sword to serve the rightful heir of the Seven Kingdoms. His weathered hands trembled slightly as they rested on the pommel of his blade, but his gaze remained steady and unwavering as he met her eyes, waiting for her judgment. Like that, Dany earned an immensely powerful ally. Back in Westeros, close hollow corner bracket for some reason, I wondered what my sister was up to lately when Viserion's claws slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. The impact rattled my legs, and it made me realize how drained I was from this long flight. We'd landed in a small clearing maybe an hour's ride from King's Landing. Night clung to everything like a thick blanket, stars peeking through little gaps in the clouds. Night was good because it meant many people, if any, saw Viserion. The capital's lights glowed faintly in the distance, kind of an orange smear against the dark sky. I slid off Viserion's back, boots crunching on grass that had a thin layer of frost. The chill bit at my cheeks, but I barely noticed. After flying through clouds, regular old cold felt like nothing. I snapped a finger and formed a gate to House of Dragons, a dark crack in the world. Girl, time to disappear, I said, nodding toward the space next to us. No need for you to be spotted near the city. Viserion turned her big head, gold scales still catching the faint moonlight. Why, hide, she growled, that usual defiant tone mixed with a dash of curiosity. Because we have to be smart, I replied, reaching up to pat her snout. Stannis is going to attack soon, maybe a month at best. I've already sent word to Dorne and the Reach long ago, telling them to get their armies moving. I gave a small grin, remembering the letters. They'll take a while to get this far north, but once they do, boring, Viserion grumbled, her warm breath washing over me. She leaned in so close her snout almost bumped my nose. Fight, now. I couldn't help but laugh at her impatience. Her attempt at being scary was kind of cute, like a cat hissing at its owner. You'll get your fight soon enough. And once we've got the throne, you'll fly wherever you please, hunt whatever you want. So just listen to me and go inside. She made a huffing sound, a curl of smoke drifting from her nostrils, but I could see her thinking it over. With a final, slightly grumpy growl that was more whine than threat, Viserion stepped through, her big form vanishing into the darkness before the portal snapped shut. The night was quiet after Viserion left. I found a small cave far from the place I landed on and made camp, deciding to take a rest. A quick check of my inventory produced dried meat, bread, and a skin of wine, simple fare, but enough to keep my strength up. I sat near the entrance, watching the stars wheel overhead while picking at my meal. The wine wasn't great, just something I'd grabbed from Pike's cellars, but it helped wash down the tough meat. My thoughts drifted to the capital, wondering what changes I'd find. News traveled slowly in this world, but not slow enough. I'd been gone for weeks dealing with the Ironborn, so much might have happened. Sleep came easily enough on my bedroll, though I kept one hand near my weapon out of habit. The sounds of night creatures and rustling leaves made for decent company. Dawn broke gray and cool. I packed up quickly, checking my appearance in a small mirror from my inventory. The silver white of my Targaryen hair was hidden under a dark wig, and common clothes replaced my usual attire. Just another traveler on the road. The walk to King's Landing took several hours. My boots kicked up dust from the King's Road as the sun climbed higher, burning off the morning mist. Other travelers passed now and then, merchants with loaded carts, farmers bringing goods to market, the occasional patrol of gold cloaks. No one gave me a second glance. Just how I wanted it. The capital's walls rose before me, as imposing as ever. The guards at the gate barely looked up from their game of dice as I passed through with a group of merchants. No questions asked, no suspicions raised. I allowed myself a small smile. All that worrying about returning had been for nothing. The city felt the same as when I'd left it. Crowded, stinking, alive with its usual chaos. That sense of relief lasted until I reached my mansion in the better part of town. 2 Kingsguards stood at attention outside the door, their white cloaks pristine in the midday sun. I stopped dead in my tracks, mind racing through possibilities. One of them turned, catching sight of me. "Sellsword, what great timing," he called out, and I recognized that voice to be Meryn Trant. "We've been waiting for you." My hand itched to reach for a weapon, but I kept it still. What the fuck happened? This could go very wrong, very quickly. Chapter 64, A Queen's Gambit. The ropes bit into my wrists as the Kingsguard shoved me forward. I kept my head down, the scratchy wool of the wig itching my scalp. It annoyed me, but I ensured it. The crowd pressed close on all sides, fishmongers stinking of yesterday's catch, washerwomen clutching baskets, merchants pausing their haggling to gawk. Their whispers slithered around me like snakes. "Who's that? Dunno, looks like an average cutthroat. Must be some big criminal if he's being captured by King's guards personally. They don't know who I am." I tuned them out, scanning the sea of faces instead. I didn't know if there was anybody inside back in the mansion. If there were, they would have come outside when I was getting captured. Where were they? I didn't find them amid the crowd, either. No sign of Nymeria's coiled braids or Tyenne's poisoned sweet smile. Kinvera's crimson robes would have blazed like a signal fire in this drab mob. Had they been taken, slaughtered? My jaw tightened. Kinvera can't possibly die, that wouldn't make sense. The only reason I hadn't slaughtered the 2 guards and flown away was so that I could make sure they were all right. That was why I let these fools drag me to the castle. A sharp gasp cut through the murmurs. My eyes flicked toward the source, and I found Rose standing frozen near a painting seller's stall, one hand clamped over her mouth. The violet silk draped over her arm trembled, and she looked ready to break down into years. I shook my head once, a tiny motion, and smiled. Why's she panicking so much? Stupid girl. She watched my gesture, then spun away, silk fluttering from her grip like a wounded bird. From the looks of it, from the crowd's reaction, news of me being the ghost of Targaryen hadn't spread. The guards going as far as tying my hands was a bad thing, but it didn't necessarily mean that I was exposed. It could be because of something else. If not, then a whole army would have been sent to me, not 2 King's Guard. "Move," grunted Meryn Trant, prodding my ribs with the hilt of his sword. My eyes twitched. The other guard was behind me as we ascended the serpentine steps to the Red Keep. Their armor reeked of lemon oil and arrogance, and I noted to myself to kill them when the time would come. Stone gargoyles were hanging from the vaulted ceilings as we marched past the throne room. It was empty. I half expected Cersei Lannister to stage her little performance there, perched on that absurd chair of swords. But she nor her son was present here. The guards steered me toward the royal apartments instead, past artworks of dead stags and golden lions on the wall. A few minutes later, Meryn hammered his fist against an oak door banded with iron. "Your Grace, we have the mercenary you asked for." A beat of silence passed. My guess that it was Cersei who'd sent them after me was confirmed immediately. I was starting to consider a different possibility behind this whole situation. "Send him in," a reply came a short second later. "Alone." Meryn exchanged glances with the other guard and shrugged. He pushed, and the door creaked open. Cold lavender water flooded my senses as I crossed the threshold. Cersei's private sanctuary, all Myrish lace and gilded mirrors. The guards didn't follow. The door clicked shut behind me. I didn't flinch, observing the chamber. It reeked of Lannister gold, gilded mirrors catching the afternoon sun, Myrish carpets swallowing every footstep, windows taller than castle gates streaming light over damask drapes worth more than a lord's ransom. My boots sank into the carpet's plush weave as I took stock of the room. A carved mahogany table held crystal decanters of wine, their ruby contents catching the light. More artworks depicting lions mauling stags lined the walls. Typical. Her voice slithered across the room before I saw her. Vis of the Second Sons. I turned. She lounged on a velvet divan angled toward the hearth, one knee drawn up. A silk robe the color of freshly spilled blood pooled around her hips, barely clinging to her shoulders. The fabric was sheer enough to silhouette the curve of her waist, and the pale swell of her breasts. She might as well have been naked at that moment. A handmaiden knelt beside the couch, her head bowed as she smoothed oil over Cersei's thigh, jasmine, sharp and cloying. The queen's skin glistened under the glaze, damp blonde hair clinging to her neck. "Your Grace," I greeted her with a smile. She smiled back. "You have been absent from the city, Vis," she said, swirling wine in a golden goblet. Her eyes, poison green, always measuring, went over my common clothes, the cheap wig itching my scalp. "Off playing hero in the north, She suspects me, but that doesn't make sense. Why would she send only 2 guards? If she suspected me, I was confused. I kept my face slack, shaking my head. "North. That's too far. I was simply hunting, Your Grace. Boars near Kingswood. Got lost for a bit, but don't worry, I didn't actually go inside the forest." A laugh, low and mocking. "Boars. How thrilling. King Robert died to a boar." The handmaiden's fingers worked higher up her thigh, kneading the oil into milky skin. Cersei's breath hitched, just barely, as if she was holding back a moan. It made my eyes twitch. "Tell me, sellsword, did your hunt include stealing Stark girls from under my son's nose?" She definitely knew. Couldn't say. I shrugged. "Heard some ghost story about a silver-haired man with wings. Madness, if you ask me." Her nails tapped against the goblet. The handmaiden's thumb brushed the inner seam of Cersei's thigh, and the queen bit back a moan. Enough," she said, voice tight. The girl froze. "Leave us, and, she lowered her voice, tell the guards outside to find somewhere else to loiter." The handmaiden's cheeks flushed as she scrambled to her feet, clutching the oil jar to her chest. She scurried past me without raising her eyes, the door sighing shut behind her. By the way, I ignored the situation and started. "Where is Priestess Nyra, and my other companions?" Cersei took a long drink, wine staining her lips as she smiled. "Your priestess," she said, languid. "The red whore. Why ask about her? Planning a prayer, just polite concern. How dull." She set the goblet down and leaned back, the robe slipping lower. "This whore was testing my patience. They're alive, for now, though that one with the snake tattoos has a mouth that needs correction." "Nymeria." I flexed my fingers, holding my jaws back from tightening. "Generous of you to house my companions, Your Grace. Generosity has nothing to do with it." Cersei rose, silk whispering as it slid against her skin. "You've made quite the impression, Vis. The way they speak of you in the streets, ghost, demon, king." Her laugh was honeyed venom. "But here you are, just a man, tied." She walked even closer, and the jasmine oil clogged my throat. She tilted her head, studying my face. "Take off that ridiculous wig. Hands tied, Your Grace," I said. "Why not help me?" I asked, and she stared. She reached up a moment later and peeled the itchy thing away. My silver hair tumbled free, swaying in the air, framing my face as I looked down at her. Cersei's lips parted. Not out of surprise. She was expecting this. Rather, there was hunger in her eyes. "Better." Her finger traced the line of my jaw. "Now we're being honest. You really think I'm him?" My voice dropped, and the Targaryen cadence slipped through as I tilted my head. Sunlight caught the silver strands of my hair, turning them to liquid mercury. Cersei's tongue darted over wine-stained lips as she searched for her words. "The dragon circling Winterfell. The sand snakes skulking through Flea Bottom. That red witch lighting fires in the Sept's shadow." Her laugh was a blade drawn slowly from its sheath. "You're not the Seven's idea of a cruel joke, sadly. I'd have preferred that, but you're not your brother, are you, Viserys Targaryen?" I chuckled, dropping all the act. Here I thought Varys, little birds would have been the first ones to find me. Not the dumb queen. "Oh, I drowned their songs in honey." She drifted closer, the robe gaping. "Gold for the spider's favorites. Whispers of Tyrell plots for Baelish's whores. Children make such noise when you dangle new toys. All of my attention was on you." Her scent, jasmine and poison, coiled around me as I let her circle, a lioness sizing up wounded prey. How hilarious. "So all this," I gestured to the empty chamber, "the distant clank of guards, is your clever trap." Her finger trailed down my bound wrist. A lioness does love a good hunt. Yet here you stand, I murmured, voice hard, alone with a dragon. She stiffened, blinking. For a heartbeat, fear flickered in those poison pool eyes. Then she spun away with a scoff, silk hissing against her skin. Your hands are tied, little dragon. You don't know where your stupid friends are, perhaps an inch away from execution, and thousands of guards surround you. Would you dare touch a hair on my head? One shout and a dagger materialized in my palm as the ropes fell slack. I moved faster than her breath, one hand snatching her throat, the other catching the falling goblet midair. It vanished into my inventory before it could clatter. And what, you dumb whore? I shoved her face first into the mattress, knee pressing between her shoulder blades. Yo, a strip of linen appeared in my grip, jammed between her teeth before she could scream. MMHMMMGH. I grumbled, you'll die a million times before those fools outside blink, bitch. She thrashed, muffled curses vibrating against the gag. My free hand yanked her hair, exposing the pale curve of her neck, my dagger trailing just one drop of blood. What a stupid little bitch. Chapter 65, A King's Gambit. The afternoon sun spilled through tall windows, filling the queen's chambers with long shadows. My knee pressed harder between her legs as I considered my options, the dagger steady against her throat. It was funny, really. The room was full of luxury, artwork and all, and she carried herself with the pride of a queen until a minute ago. But right now, her death was in my hands. What an idiot, I thought, considering the entire situation once again. The sheer arrogance of it almost made me laugh. Especially when she knew I wasn't a normal human, I could fly, and I'd murdered dozens of guards before. Why did she seclude herself with me? Her stupidity aside, I needed to think about my next course of action carefully. Only Cersei knew about my secret, but my companions were also captured. The Red Keep crawled with guards, true, but they weren't the real threat. It was the politics of this situation that could prove deadly. Kill Cersei now, and I'd have chaos crash into me that I didn't want. If killing the royals was what I wanted, I'd have killed Joffrey a long time ago. But I couldn't let her live either. If she lived, she'd never stop plotting against me. Stannis' attack might play out entirely differently because of her annoying plots. Let's see, Kinvara is probably fine as long as she isn't dead. She's a magician after all, and she was far too old to fall for Cersei's plots. The sand snakes were mortal, though. But I didn't care about them. They weren't useful to me, one thing, and secondly, I didn't have any emotional connection with them. Kinvara's usefulness aside, she was fun company. And she should be fine. So that left Cersei's fate on my plans and not on any worry for my companions. My jaws clenched. I could end this right now, I mused, studying Cersei's reflection in one of her gilded mirrors. One quick slash and the Lannisters lose their queen. But that would be too simple, too clean. Too much of a waste. I needed something messier that would tear their pride apart before I burned it all down. Plus, she'd make a great example of what happened to people, no matter if they were Lannister princesses, or royal queens, who stood against the new Targaryen dynasty. In that case, a muffled whimper drew my attention back to my captive. Cersei's eyes blazed with helpless fury in the mirror, that famous Lannister pride still there even as she realized just how badly she'd miscalculated. The mighty lioness, brought low by her own hubris, the irony wasn't lost on me. Did you think ropes could hold me? I hissed, breath hot against her ear. That ropes matter to dragons. MMHMPH. Stoff. She tried through the gag, and it sounded painfully amusing. My dagger traced the column of her throat, dimpling flesh. Nah, I walked through your son's soldiers. Ate your father's schemes. And you, the blade slid lower, splitting silk. You're just a lion cub playing queen. What can a bitch do to a dragon? Her chest heaved against the torn robe, fury warring with terror. It was a sight to behold, for while she was a dumb whore, she was a gorgeous one. Her intelligence aside, she had the looks suitable for a queen. I leaned close, savoring the hitch in her breath, my pelvis pressing against her ass. Now, I purred, shall we discuss my companions? And you'll pray I leave you breathing when the Red Keep burns. I tightened my grip on Cersei's throat, watching her struggle against my hold. She jerked her body around, making her round breast sway, and grunted against my grip. It was a good feeling. The pleasure of holding down a queen, a real one, not something like the pirate queen. Her defiance only made me chuckle darkly. The fear in her eyes was intoxicating, a deep contrast to the haughty demeanor she wore like armor earlier. I could feel the warmth of her pulse against my fingertips, racing like a doe before the hunt. Ver going to pay for this. She grumbled at me, glaring. I burst out laughing. Oh come on, you think I can't guess what you wanted, you slut. Why you brought me here instead of executing me? I whispered, my voice a low growl that resonated in the hollow of her throat. She started, to lock you UPH in the dungeon. Laughing once again, I slapped her ass, watching her wince. Sure you would have. You Lannisters are all the same, arrogant to the last, unwilling to admit what you want. Slowly, she stopped jerking her body in an attempt to free herself. I could taste the victory in the air, as tangible as the salt on the winds of Dragonstone. Cersei's breaths came in shallow gasps now, her face paling as the realization of her predicament settled upon her. That she couldn't free herself, and she couldn't scream for help. I leaned in closer, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. This is where your story ends, false queen of Andals, I murmured. And mine is just beginning. No, she cried, you won't dare to kill me. That depends on how you act from now on, I chuckled, my voice barely above a whisper. I didn't lie when I said I know exactly why you wanted to meet me alone. Why you didn't alert the entire realm the moment you suspected who I was. She tried to turn her head, but my grip held firm. Her neck was firm, and the warm skin was pleasant to the touch. It's because of him, isn't it? My brother Rhaegar. I felt her tense beneath me. The dragon prince you could never have. Is that not why you're here now, playing these little games? A muffled laugh came through the cloth gag, but it sounded hollow, desperate. The sound grated on my nerves. My hand struck her face, the sharp crack echoing in the chamber. Her eyes rolled back, a groan escaping through the gag. I pulled a rope from my inventory, the material appearing in my hand as if by magic. Annoying, don't laugh. I hate Lannister laughter. You little cats always think you're so clever, I muttered, binding her hands behind her back and putting my dagger away in the inventory. But you're transparent, pathetic, even. She struggled against the bonds, but there was no escape. The mighty lioness of House Lannister reduced to this, all because she couldn't resist the ghost of a man long dead. I flipped Cersei over onto her back, her breasts jiggling as they settled, one of them poking out through those loose robes of her. I grinned down at her, drinking in the horror flooding. Her eyes, lavishing in her gorgeous body. Now then, Your Grace, I purred, once again, I want to discuss where my companions are being kept. But since you're so uncooperative, allow me to soften you up first, yeah. She shook her head frantically, mumbling something unintelligible through the gag. I leaned closer, my hand tightening around the curve of her slim waist. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. Tears leaked from the corners of her eyes as she repeated herself, mascara running in dark rivulets down her cheeks. The sight of the proud Cersei Lannister brought so low filled me with a savage satisfaction. I laughed, the sound echoing off the stone walls of her chambers. Are you ordering me to stop? I think we both know you're in no position to be making demands. MMH. Hey, who would dare come to your rescue now? Your loyal guards, your devoted brother, nobody. That is the answer. I slapped her across her back. Then I tore away her fine silk dress, the expensive fabric shredding beneath my fingers. Cersei whimpered pitifully and attempted to shield herself from my gaze, but my iron grip held her firmly in place. My free hand traced a threatening path across her collarbone, reminding her of her complete powerlessness. She whimpered in response, the sound muffled by the cloth between her teeth, her proud demeanor finally shattered. I slapped her across the ass, watching her squirm in pain. None of that now, I said. You wanted the last dragon, didn't you? Be glad, my brother was a dragon by name, while I am one by blood. You'll soon see. She looked at me in confusion, but she'd soon see anyway. I undid my breeches, freeing my hard length. Cersei's eyes widened at the sight, a fresh wave of tears spilling over. That size must not look human to her. I chuckled darkly, positioning myself at her entrance. There is no need for foreplay with a whore, right? I asked. But I bet you're wet enough already. Let's test out that bet, I said, thrusting forward in one brutal motion. Cersei screamed behind the gag, her walls clamping down on me like a vice. It was an intense feeling, fucking the slut that Robert the usurper married. I groaned at the exquisite tightness, giving her just a moment to adjust to my size. Then, I set a punishing pace, my hips snapping forward with enough force to rattle the bed frame. It felt good, my hip muscles tightening in lust. Cersei sobbed with each thrust, her arms under her back. It must hurt, but I didn't bother to fix it for her. The whole point was to hurt her. Then, I'd blow her mind with pleasure. I relished the sting of pain, the way her body shook beneath mine. Fucking whore, I growled, punctuating each word with a harsh thrust. My hands moved with my words, parting her robes from her chest, groping her breasts tightly. Look at you crying in pain. You wanted this, and now you got it. Being split open by a dragon's cock. Cersei shook her head wildly, her muffled cries taking on a desperate edge. She was trying to say she didn't want this. I just laughed, reaching up to cruelly twist her nipples. Don't bother lying. Your cunt is gripping me like a vice even though you're crying in pain. Slut. Slamming into her like a truck a few more times, watching her body tremble under me, I pulled out abruptly and flipped her onto her knees. She yelped as I slammed back into her, her face mashing against the mattress. I gripped her hips, fingers digging into her soft ass as I rutted into her like an animal. The room filled with the wet slap of flesh against flesh, Cersei's strangled cries, and my own primal grunts. I lost myself in the mindless rutting, the sheer debauchery of fucking the queen of the seven kingdoms like a common tavern wench. Take it, bitch, I grunted, my heavy balls slapping against her with each thrust. Take my cock, you arrogant slut. I cursed her while hate fucking her. Cersei keened, her arms twisting on her back. I pushed her face into the pillow, muffling her wails even further and followed her down, never letting up my brutal pace. I could feel her pussy fluttering around me, her climax approaching. That's it, I encouraged. Milk my cock, show me what a good little whore you are. It was also time to switch the pain. Skill. Dragon Dick, E, activated. Cersei's body flinched, shuddering like a motor starting. With a muffled scream, she came, her pussy clamping down on me like the jaws of a hippo. It felt crazy good as I roared my own release, spurting deep inside her greedy cunt. She collapsed onto the bed, slipping out of my cock, panting in her sweat-slicked mess. I watched my seed dribble from her swollen folds with satisfaction. Cersei whimpered, her eyes rolling back in her head, too exhausted to move. No, she muffled. No more, already, I chuckled, grabbing her by the hair as I brought my still hardened cock near her mouth. We're just starting. Skill. Dragon Dick, E, has leveled up. Skill. Dragon Dick, D, activated. I fucked her so hard that it leveled up. Chapter 66, A Dragon's Hoarding. I leaned against the windowsill, letting the night breeze cool the sweat on my bare chest. The wine burned sweet down my throat as I studied the sprawl of torchlit streets below, watching the flickering lights dance like fallen stars across the city. Each sip of the Dornish red reminded me of warmer days when such luxuries had been commonplace rather than carefully rationed treasures. Well, not that I ever got to drink wine when I was a kid, but yes. Quite the view, I mused to no one in particular, tracing the Red Keep's jagged shadow across the city. Outrageous that Stannis wants his hands on this. A rustle of silk drew my attention next. Turning, I found Cersei lying splayed across the bed like a butchered stag, limbs tethered to the bedposts with shreds of her own gown. Her usually immaculate golden hair was a tangled mess against her naked body as she was sprawled on the crimson sheets. I couldn't help but appreciate its poetry. The proud lioness brought low, bound by the very trappings of her own luxury. The irony wasn't lost on me. How many others had she left similarly helpless in her ruthless climb and stay to power? I liked seeing her so ragged, so defeated. The Lannisters. They were the ones who betrayed my family dynasty, and I relished ruining their queen. Arg, you, Cersei said. Her gag hung askew. She must have worked it loose during our earlier negotiations. Those lioness eyes tracked me with pure venom as consciousness fully reclaimed her. It made me smile. Good morning, sweetheart. I raised my chalice in a mocking salute. Sleep well. Her chest heaved against the restraints. You vile, inbred bastard. I'll see your cock fed to dogs before, ah. I clicked my tongue several times, crossing the room in 3 strides. The dagger materialized from my inventory, and its edge kissed her pulse. Screaming's poor manners after I've been so accommodating. Also, inbred is a crazy insult coming from you. My parents were siblings, and I was born. I had no control over that scenario. But Cersei fucked her brother out of her own choice and gave birth to 3 inbred children. Wasn't she worse in that scenario? She froze, rage trembling through her like wildfire held in a glass vial. Smart girl. I could feel her pulse racing beneath my blade, and each beat was a desperate rhythm against cold steel. Her self-preservation finally seemed to outweigh her fury. A knock shattered the tension. "Your Grace." The handmaiden's voice wavered through oak. "I've brought supper." The timing couldn't have been worse, or perhaps better, depending on how one looked at it. The interruption forced both our hands. I arched a brow, studying her face with predatory focus. Cersei's throat bobbed against cold steel, the blade catching lamplight with each nervous swallow. For a heartbeat, I thought she'd gamble and throw herself on the blade just to see me gutted by her guards. The wild look in those emerald eyes promised she'd considered it, perhaps even welcomed the mutual destruction. Then the fire banked, replaced by that familiar Lannister calculation I'd come to expect from her family. Death wasn't worth it. "Not hungry," she rasped, never breaking our stare. Her fingers twitched at her sides, but she kept them still, allowing me another small victory of control. "But the Lord Hand insisted." The maid's voice cracked with confusion. "Are you deaf, girl?" The knife pressed deeper, drawing a ruby bead that traced a delicate crimson path down pale skin. "Take your slop to the dogs. Go. Your queen is busy taking a good cock." I injected enough venom into the words to send any servant scurrying. Silence stretched like pulled taffy. Then retreating footsteps, growing fainter until they vanished entirely down the corridor. I sheathed the blade with a chuckle. "See, cooperation suits you." My thumb smeared the blood across her collarbone. "Now, where's the Red Priestess and the Sand Girls?" Her lips twisted. "Rotting in the black cells where traitors." My hand jerked, and wine hit her face like a slap, dark rivulets streaming down her features and staining her pristine white collar. She gasped, red droplets clinging to her lashes like morning dew as I appended the ornate silver chalice. The sharp scent of Dornish red filled the air between us. "Let's try that again." "Where are they?" Each word fell like a hammer blow in the tense chamber, and I ensured she understood what'd happen if she kept playing. "Guarded by 50 men in the Tower of the Hand." She spat through the dripping vintage, defiance burning in her eyes despite her trembling shoulders. Her fingers clutched at her sodden dress. "You'll never reach them alive, you treasonous." I caught her jaw, forcing eye contact. 50 men. My laugh echoed off the vaulted ceiling. "I ate 50 men for breakfast. Also, you're aware that your daughter is in Dorne. Why did you capture a Baron Myrtell's daughters?" "Stupid bitch." Quote. My free hand trailed lower, her breath hitching as I palmed the bruise I'd left on her thigh. "You'll order their release at dawn. Quietly, or every lord in the realm will learn how the Lion Queen squeals when mounted proper." I don't think you quite understand the situation, Cersei." I called her by her name for once, which made her spine straighten. "I can kill you, your imp of a brother, and your son right here, right now, and leave this castle unscratched. Did you not get the report about how many soldiers I killed during the riot?" She fell silent. I watched as understanding finally dawned in Cersei's eyes. Her shoulders slumped slightly, the fight draining from her posture. "Fine," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "I'll have them released at dawn. Quietly, as you asked." "Smart girl." I smiled, patting her cheek and watching her grumble. The wine still stained her skin, making her look almost feverish in the dim light. "See how much easier things are when you cooperate. Be an obedient bitch, and your family line won't end overnight." Her jaw clenched, but she gave a tight nod. My smile widened into a grin at that. The mighty lioness was reduced to submission by a cock. It was a beautiful sight. I stepped back, my hands moving to my belt. "Now then, since you've been so reasonable." The leather slid free with a soft hiss. "I think you deserve a reward." Her eyes widened as I approached the bed again, but she didn't protest. She knew better now, and she was starting to be honest with herself. The candles guttered in their holders, casting dancing shadows across the walls as I moved closer. Dawn crept through the open balcony doors, painting stripes across tangled sheets and golden skin. I traced the bruise blooming along Cersei's shoulder, a souvenir from last night's negotiations. Her breath hitched when my thumb dug into the mark, though she kept her eyes fixed on the ceiling above us. The silk sheets smelled of sex and fear and Dornish red, an intoxicating blend that made my mouth curl at the edges. The door creaked open without ceremony. Meryn Trant's boots froze halfway across the threshold. I watched the realization hit him like a crossbow bolt, the queen's bare shoulder peeking above linens, my hand resting there like a king claiming conquered land. His eyes darted between Cersei's blank stare and my grin, and his fingers twitched toward his sword hilt. "Close your mouth, Trant," I drawled, giving Cersei's shoulder a squeeze, moving my hand within the blanket covering us and squeezing her breasts underneath. "You'll catch flies." The knight's jaw snapped shut, face flushing the same ugly puce as a corpse left too long in the sun. It made up for how he was urging me through the streets, this bastard. Cersei's body tensed beneath my palm, her trapped breath trembling like a plucked lute string. For a heartbeat, I thought she might scream. Might try to leap from the bed and scream like she wanted to claw my eyes out. Might beg her loyal dog to strike me down. "You're late, Trant." Instead, she spoke in that cold, clipped tone that made lesser men piss themselves. "Release the Red Priestess, and the Dornish girls, see them beyond the mud gate with coin and mounts." Meryn's gaze flicked to the wine-stained sheets. "Your Grace, do it." The command cracked through the chamber like a whip. "They're innocent." This man proved as much. Her throat bobbed on the lie, fingers digging into the mattress. "Be respectful to them when leading them outside." I laughed. A low, rich sound made Meryn's hand leap back to his sword. Relax, dog. Your mistress isn't in danger." My thumb stroked the hollow of Cersei's throat. "Don't let these bruises fool you. She loves being hit, you see." "Right, sweetheart." Her pulse thrummed against my palm. "Yes, I love being hit by you." Meryn's lips peeled back in a silent snarl. For half a breath, I almost wished he'd charge for whatever reason, a final excuse to paint these walls with Lannister blood. But duty strangled courage, as it always did with these golden-cloaked puppets. "As you wish, Your Grace." The knight spun on his heel, armor clanking as he stormed from the chamber. The door slammed hard enough to rouse half the keep. Cersei flinched. I dropped the act and swung my legs over the bed's edge, letting the sheet cool around my waist. Morning light gilded the scars mapping my back, and if not for the system having long healed me, there would have been scars of Dothraki whips and desert knives. "Dress up," I ordered, stretching a little as I locked eyes with her. "And fetch me something black. Dragons look best against shadow." She stared at me in silence before nodding. Cersei moved like a woman sleepwalking, fingers fumbling at the lacings of a burgundy gown left draped over a chair. I leaned against the bedpost, admiring the play of muscles beneath pale skin as she bent to retrieve my boots. The silk clung to her thighs where I'd split the seams last night. I enjoyed my view for the next few minutes. "Ah, not that," I said when she reached for her jewel chest. "Leave the rubies. Crowns weigh heavy on running whores." Her hands trembled as she fastened a plain wool cloak around her shoulders instead. I shrugged into the black doublet she offered, boring Lannister crimson lining, and buckled my sword across my back. The fine steel whispered as it settled between my shoulder blades, a growing friend eager for blood. "Boots," I reminded her. Cersei stared at the footwear near my feet like they were scorpions. "What, you thought you could just bring them near me and be done? Slut, crouch down and put them on my feet. You imbecile. My son will piss himself when he finds your bed cold, smelling like sex," I said, jerking her close by the braid I'd woven around her throat last night. "Don't waste my time, and we might outpace the rumors." A few minutes later, after we were done getting ready, it was time to leave. "Come here," I ordered. She stepped closer, and I grabbed her waist. She stumbled against my chest, her eyes wide with confusion. Before she could protest, I scooped her into my arms. Her mouth opened in shock. "What are you?" I strode toward the balcony, boots crunching over scattered glass from last night's wine. The dawn air rushed through my hair as I stepped onto the stone railing, the city sprawling beneath us like a merchant's carpet. Wait, what is going on?" Cersei's scream pierced the dawn as I leapt. I'd chosen the side facing the sea so that people didn't notice us. Her nails dug into my shoulders through the black doublet while we plummeted from her tower. The wind whipped her golden hair into my face as she thrashed in panic. I clamped my hand over her mouth, muffling her terrified shriek. The ground rushed up to meet us, the stony shore growing larger with each heartbeat. Then came the familiar burn between my shoulder blades. My wings burst through the fabric of my doublet, unfurling like dark sails against the morning sky. The sudden uplift jerked us skyward, transforming our deadly fall into a graceful glide. Cersei's eyes bulged as she stared at my draconic appendages, her scream dying in her throat. We soared away from the Red Keep's walls, taking a detour through the sky to avoid being seen. The wind carried us higher, and dawn's light painted the city gold beneath our shadow. "Be grateful," I said. "Rhaegar Targaryen could have never shown you this." Cersei trembled in my arms, her face buried against my chest, as we flew away from King's Landing. A grin split my face as I enjoyed the morning breeze. I don't like being exposed, but all of this turned out great. It was one thing for a dragon to kidnap princesses, but a whole other to steal queens instead. This was a lot of fun. But now, I had to decide where to take my base for the short time until Stannis' attack. Chapter 67. A new base of operation. About half an hour later, I stood behind some trees far from the outer walls of the city, with Cersei beside me, her clothes exchanged for a more common outfit. She shot me a furious glare as we waited. "I'll make you suffer for this," she hissed, but she still followed when I grabbed her arm and led her toward the gate she'd mentioned to Trant. The sky stretched over the open land, and we didn't walk long before I spotted them. 4 riders headed away from the city. My lips curled into a grin as I recognized Kinvara, still disguised as Nyra, with her striking red hair, riding Dany White. That made me smile. I was worried that I'd have to pay another visit to get my horse out. The sand snakes rode alongside her, all tense and on guard, their weapons beside them. Even from here, I could see bruises marking their arms and faces. They obviously had it worse in captivity than Kinvara, who looked as pristine as ever. "Your guards weren't exactly gentle with our Dornish friends," I commented to Cersei as we headed toward the group. "Don't talk to me." The sand snakes tensed as we approached, hands drifting to hidden blades. But Kinvara's face lit up with a knowing smile. "You sure took your time," she said in a teasing tone, amusement dancing in her eyes. "I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about us because of that Stark girl." "Forget? Never," I replied, liking how our usual banter hadn't been lost in the short time I wasn't here. And that seemed to bother Cersei. Though I did get a bit sidetracked, I took care of it. I gave Cersei's waist a squeeze for emphasis. The way Kinvara's smirk widened told me she fully understood exactly what kind of taking care I meant. Seeing the mix of annoyance flash across Cersei's features was almost worth it. Kinvara's gaze landed on her, and her smile got bigger. "So I see. And here I assumed you had a thing for redheads. Welcome aboard, Your Grace." Cersei trembled in rage at the mockery, and the sand snakes gasped in shock in recognition. They hadn't expected me to abduct the queen. "The little queen needed some personal attention," I said, matching her teasing tone, my hand slapping against the bitch queen's ass. "How could I say no?" Cersei gasped, trembling in rage and glaring at me, but she could do nothing. She realized that she was nobody before me, a lion without claws. One of the sand snakes, Obara, cleared her throat. "This is all super entertaining, but maybe we should deal with more urgent problems." "I agree with the girl." Kinvara sat a little straighter on my horse. "Where are we heading now? I doubt we're staying here given you had us dropped outside." Her question spread around with the cool morning air, as I parted my lips to tell her my plan. The night breeze brushed against my wings as I flew over Hayford Castle, an area merely a day's distance on horseback. My enhanced eyesight took in every detail of the fortress below. In the moonlight, those red-tiled roofs looked almost silver, and the torches on the walls seemed like scattered stars. From up here, it all seemed so calm, a pretty little jewel surrounded by rolling hills and fertile fields. It was a single castle building in the middle of nowhere, and the King's Road snaked alongside the castle, like a pale ribbon vital for anyone traveling between King's Landing and Duskendale. What a waste, I thought, veering left to study their defensive layout. The guards marched along the battlements in easy-to-predict routes, their torches basically giving away where they were. The high stone walls did look impressive, but they weren't on the same level as some of the mightier castles I've seen. 2 towers anchored the corners facing the road, good spots for archers if anyone was willing to go for a head-on assault. A small brook gurgled somewhere below, feeding the farmland around it. The outer bailey sprawled in front of me, complete with barracks and stables, enough for a decent garrison, except now, it hardly had any. Fair, why would they need a bigger force, anyway? I sneered, recalling how the Lannisters had snatched this place. The last Hayford heir was just a baby girl, so they married her off to some distant Lannister cousin who probably spent her inheritance while she played with dolls. Typical Lannister bastards. They always believed themselves so clever, weaving their webs of marriage and money, never expecting someone might chop all their strings. From one of the tall windows in the Great Hall, candlelight glowed. It was the only room that was lit. It made me wonder who could be in there. I swooped lower, wings barely making a sound, searching for a spot to slip in. The inner bailey offered a few choices, but I needed somewhere quiet. The lit window in the family wing, away from the main hustle, was my target. I glided closer, sticking to the shadows thrown by the castle walls. As I drew near, I glimpsed movement inside, making me blink. A woman stood in front of a mirror, humming under her breath while she arranged her hair. Her dress seemed too nice for a simple servant, though she moved with the simplicity of one. Interesting, who's she? I landed silently on the balcony, folding my wings as I stepped into the candlelit room. Tilda, she was humming to herself, doing her hair in a long braid. I didn't get to observe for long as she caught my reflection in the mirror, blinking, as her dark eyes turned around. Her freckled nose rose up as her eyes widened, and her mouth widened as she went for a scream. I was there in 2 strides, clamping a hand over her mouth before she could let out a sound. Her eyes went wide with fear as she took in my face in the mirror, her body trembling against mine. I kept her pinned against me, feeling how hard her heart pounded. She was no Cersei Lannister, it'd be easy to crush her mind. Candlelight flickered over her panicked eyes in the glass, showing how she was trying to make sense of it all. Without warning, I scooped her into my arms and jumped through the window. Her shriek got muffled behind my palm as we dropped toward the ground. Night air whipped around us, and my wings flared out, catching a rising current that sent us soaring into the starry sky. I pulled my hand away from her mouth, letting her terrified scream echo across the heavens. Ah, WWHO are you? The castle shrank below, the torches looking like tiny fireflies in the dark. Forget those stupid questions. Beautiful view, don't you think? I asked casually, then abruptly tucked my wings and dived. She screamed louder as the ground rushed up at an insane speed. At the last second, I spread my wings again, snapping us into a sharp curve that left her gasping for breath. I repeated the maneuver a few times, climbing high and then plunging back down, each time pulling us out of it just before disaster. Her voice got raspier with every scream, her nails digging into my shoulders. At last, I glided back to her chamber window, stepping onto the balcony and carrying her inside. I set her down gently, and she immediately scrambled away from me, pressing herself against the far wall. Who? Her chest was heaving, her hair a complete mess from the flight. I won't hurt you, I said quietly, keeping my distance as I tucked my wings away. But I can if I want. So, cooperate, all right. She stared at me, dark eyes huge, her body trembling as she pushed herself tighter into that corner. The maid, Miranda was her name, had quite the interesting story to tell once she calmed down enough to speak. Amazing what a few death-defying flights through the night sky could do to loosen someone's tongue. First of all, she was no lady, unlike what the size of her bedroom might suggest, as well as her outfits. She'd been the head servant at Hayford Castle for a short few years now, and was practically running the place since Lady Ermesand was just a babe. No lord or lady to answer to meant Miranda lived better than most highborn ladies. She controlled the servants, managed the household funds, wore the previous mistresses' expensive clothes, and even got to sleep in one of the nicer chambers. Pretty sweet deal for a commoner. But the best part? This backwater castle didn't even have a maester. That meant all messages, all information flowing in and out, went through her hands first. She'd built herself quite the comfortable little nest here, ruling over her domain while sending neat, tidy reports to the Lannisters about how well their interests were being looked after. At least until recently. Everything changed when that boy Tyreek Lannister was betrothed to little Lady Ermesand. The Golden Boy showed up with his own retinue of servants, all loyal to House Lannister rather than the cozy setup Miranda had going. Suddenly her position wasn't so secure anymore. Her access to the master bedroom was snatched, and she was moved to a different, albeit still big, room. Those newcomers started questioning her authority, watching how she spent the castle's coin, wondering why she lived so well for a mere servant. It was a sad story, how pitiful. Well, not really. She was taking advantage of the current house head's age. But I will sympathize with her. She'll be an ally. I could see the fear in her eyes as she huddled in the corner of her bed, back pressed against the wall like she thought she could melt into the stone if she tried hard enough. Her hands twisted in the fabric of her fine dress, probably worth more than most servants made in a year. So, what are you going to do to me, my lord? She asked, her common accent slipping through despite her attempts to sound refined. I shrugged, standing at my full height near the window where moonlight cast my shadow long across her floor. It depends. Depends on how bold you are. I can easily fix your problem, I said simply. Come with me, take me to the rooms of the Lannister servants, and I'll kill them all. I'll tie up the Lannister boy after that. Since you control the information passage, the Lannisters won't know what's going on here as you send them reports as usual. Am I clear? She trembled harder, eyes darting between me and the door. I could practically see the thoughts racing through her head. If she did as I asked and the Lannisters found out, they'd have her head for sure. I scoffed at her hesitation, pulling a dagger from my inventory. The blade materialized in my hand like magic, making her gasp. Listen, girl, I said. You don't look that old, so don't make a stupid choice. And the stupid choice here is clear. You'll die now if you don't help me. Miranda just trembled. She squeezed her eyes shut, shoulders slumping in defeat. After a long moment, she nodded with a heavy sigh. Yes, milord, good choice, I said, letting the dagger vanish again. In exchange, I will grant you the actual ladyship over this house. Give me a month, all right. She looked up at me, confusion written all over her face. The idea that a servant could become a true lady probably seemed impossible to her. And who was I to give her that? I just smiled, already savoring how perfectly this would all play out. Chapter 68, Bowing before the dragon, I led Kinvera and the sand snakes through the castle's back entrance, a hidden doorway Miranda showed me earlier. The night air had a crisp edge, and torchlight flickered on the stone walls, making shadows dance across our faces. Cersei walked stiffly between the sand girls, who never took their eyes off her. I could practically feel the hatred coming off them. She'd ordered their imprisonment and torture, after all, and now she was their prisoner. Obara's hand kept jerking toward her spear while Nymeria fingered a hidden knife. This way, I whispered, nodding down a narrow corridor. Miranda trembled next to me, her eyes flicking between our guests like she was a rabbit caught out in the open. Ah, Miranda, these are my associates. Ladies, this is Miranda. The castle's head maid. She'll help us run things in this castle. I introduced them to each other. Kinvera looked at her, and her small smirk made Miranda shrink in on herself. You have a bright future, girl. A pleasure, the Red Priestess purred, though that hungry look in her eyes didn't budge. We slipped through the castle's dark hallways, our footsteps echoing off the stones. The master's bedroom wasn't far, just up one flight of stairs, then along another corridor. Inside, the master's chamber was dimly lit, the heavy velvet drapes drawn shut, trapping the stale scent of rich perfumes and old wood. A grand four-poster bed stood in the center, its crimson sheets rumpled from disuse. A gilded mirror hung on the far wall, reflecting the flickering candlelight from a single candelabrum near the writing desk, where scattered parchments and an overturned goblet hinted at a hasty departure. On the floor, Tyreek Lannister lay sprawled, wrists and ankles bound tightly with rope. His golden curls clung to his sweaty forehead, and a dark bruise was already swelling where I'd clocked him. The kid looked small, vulnerable, far from the noble heir meant to hold this castle. He looked pretty pathetic for someone who was supposed to rule this place. One could use his age as an excuse, but it was more like his Lannister blood made him a pathetic loser. Never mind, it's too much to hate on a kid. I told myself, shaking my head. This is a Lannister. Tyene Sand said. What should we do with him? She asked, giving the boy a nudge with her boot. He'll live. I turned to Miranda. You, get some guards you trust and have them haul him to the dungeons. She twisted her hands, eyes glued to the floor. Milord, I'm not sure about the guards. What if they talk? What if they tell people? News will spread, and Lannister forces will come. Fair point. I realized that bringing in more folks could cause issues. Most soldiers are busy with war across the realm, but you're right, I said, tapping my fingers on my belt as I pondered. Change of plan. No point in hiding, we'll take full siege. Gather all the guards in the courtyard. And now, it'll be morning soon, so do it then. All right, she nodded, though she still looked uneasy. With that settled, I turned to everyone else. We'll use this castle as our base until Stannis makes his move on King's Landing. The boy here, I motioned to Tyreek, was meant to be the Lannister puppet in charge. We'll keep him alive. He might be worth something as a hostage. Although I doubted that, and since the castle's very close to Kingsroad, it's perfect for our plans. Kinvera sank into a plush chair like she owned the place, while the sand girls looked around. Tyene spoke up, it makes sense, I guess. What about the staff who are still here? They'd watch when I talk to the guards. I've got a plan, I said, noticing how they all started catching on. We'll figure out who stays and who doesn't. The sand snakes looked at each other, and Cersei went even paler. Miranda just stared at the floor, probably trying not to think about what was going to happen when the sun came up. the cold of the night faded as the first rays of dawn bathed the courtyard in gold and crimson. A thin mist still clung to the damp stone walls, curling lazily around the yard's edges before being burned away by the rising sun. The courtyard itself was a wide, open space with packed dirt and patches of frost lingering in the shaded corners. Several wooden training dummies were positioned near the barracks, their surfaces marred and chipped from years of sword practice. The castle's outer wall towered high above, casting long shadows over the gathered men while the scent of cold steel and damp straw lingered in the air. I stood on the steps, watching the castle guards shuffle in. Boots scuffed against the ground, and quiet murmurs filled the space, mingling with the distant cawing of crows perched atop the ramparts. Some men rubbed the sleep from their eyes, their breath visible in the crisp morning air, while others clutched their weapons as if they were expecting an ambush. They looked confused, muttering to each other and clearly wondering why they had been dragged out so early. About 40 men were there, definitely not a huge garrison, but enough to hold a small castle. Their weapons glinted in the morning light, and their red and gold livery screamed, Lannister. The fabric of their cloaks stirred in the light breeze, but there was a stiffness to their movements, the uneasy tension of men who could tell something wasn't right. They'd recently had an upgrade to their gears after Joffrey's name day, an attempt from the Lannisters to make these guards loyal to them. Too bad. Miranda was nearby with a bunch of other servants. Kinvara was next to me, her red robes catching the light like fresh blood. The sand snakes spread themselves around the courtyard while Cersei stayed inside, tied in a room. "Good morning," I called out, letting my voice roll across the yard. The soldiers turned to face me, confusion written all over their faces. They were probably asking themselves who the hell I was. "This must be all very surprising for you all, but you'd soon understand what is going on." I gave Kinvara a nod, and she stepped forward, her presence impossible to ignore. Before you stands Viserys of House Targaryen, third of his name, rightful king of the Andals and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Show your respect. The atmosphere immediately changed from confusion to tense. It felt like the air itself shook with her words, and a bunch of men actually stepped back, while some gripped their weapons tight. One could hear the whispers bouncing around as some reached for their weapons. "Don't bother," I said, lifting my hand. A dark portal opened beside me, and Viserion came out, golden scales blazing under the rising sun. She'd gotten huge, barely fitting in that courtyard as she landed with a heavy thud, letting out a roar that made the air explode. Several soldiers staggered back, a few of them yelling in fear. Viserion's head swung around, eyeing each one like a cat ready to pounce on mice. "What you see is not an illusion, I'm sure you can feel that in your bones. So the choice in front of you is simple," I went on, stepping down the stairs. "Forget about Joffrey, that false king. Pledge loyalty to me right now, and when I claim the Iron Throne, you'll get rewards beyond anything you can imagine." I watched their expressions and added, "If you refuse." I gestured at Viserion, who let out a little puff of smoke. "Well, you know what happens." "Damn, am I dreaming or what?" "Ah, and don't think about running to the Lannisters," I added, pacing back and forth in front of them. "They'll just assume you were part of some scheme and kill you anyway. So use your heads." Most of them were already shaking like leaves, but one guy, a scarred-up sergeant, stepped out of line. "House Lannister has done a lot for us lately, we were loyal to them." He snapped, hand on his sword. "Not some dragon-riding fraud." Calling me a fraud hurts, I let out a dramatic sigh, almost annoyed at how typical this was. "Viserion," I ordered. "Dracarys." Golden flames roared over the sergeant. He managed a single scream before he was nothing but ash, his armor turning into molten gunk. The stink of burnt flesh rose in the air. The rest of the soldiers hit their knees so fast I heard a few painful thumps. Near the castle wall, Miranda looked as white as a ghost, her hands clamped over her mouth to keep her from crying out. She must be feeling so happy for having chosen smart. Kinvara's grin grew as she watched the men swear loyalty one by one, their voices shaky with fear. And with Viserion looming there, it was clear whose power they now belonged to. Chapter 69. Small Council going crazy. The small council chamber was dead silent, except for Joffrey drumming his fingers on the old oak table. Candles flickered, shadows dancing across everyone's tense faces. Joffrey's crown sat crooked, and the sheer rage on his face made it real clear he wasn't in the mood for small talk. "Well," he snapped, "where is my mother?" Esser Marin Trant stepped forward, his white Kingsguard cloak swishing around his shoulders. "Your Grace, I was the last one to see the Queen Regent." She ordered the release of the Red Priestess and those Dornish girls yesterday morning, then. That is not what I asked. But what do you mean release them? Tyrion cut in, leaning forward and forgetting all about his wine. Why in the seven hells would she release people she'd ordered the capture of by her own will? I don't know, my lord. Meryn looked around, clearly uncomfortable. She told me to carry out the order, and then she just vanished. No guards saw her leave. Her chambers were empty, except what? Joffrey demanded, impatience dripping off every word. Meryn swallowed. Except for disturbed sheets, your grace. She has, I don't know if I should say this since she warned me multiple times about this before. Joffrey slammed his goblet down on the table, sending wine sloshing over the maps beneath. Spill it right now. Her grace was sharing the bed with a man. Trant shouted. Vis, the mercenary from Second Sons, he said, lowering his head. The room grew a little awkward, especially as Joffrey cleared his throat. It's not that unusual that she brings men to her chambers, but this one was particularly odd, Trant continued. She'd asked another guard and me to bring him in restraints, and once we sent him to her room, as per her orders, he was next seen on her bed. Joffrey's face reddened while Tyrion covered his with a hand, sighing. The boy king growled, shouting like crazy. You useless, all of you, that doesn't explain how she vanished. How does the Queen Regent vanish from the most guarded castle in all of Westeros? He's so wound up he might snap someone's neck if he hates their answer, Tyrion thought, carefully glancing at his nephew. Someone had to see something, Tyrion said out loud, lifting a hand to calm Joffrey a bit. Servants, guards, there's always someone lurking around the Red Keep. Exactly, Varys murmured, tucking his hands into his sleeves. My little birds are already digging for answers, but this is bizarre. No ransom, no signs of forced entry. The timing with the Red Priestess's release looks way too convenient. Littlefinger's mouth curled into that slippery smirk he always wore. Maybe we're looking at this all wrong. Could be our dear Queen Regent left on her own. Maybe things were getting uncomfortable for her here. You dare say my mother ran away? Joffrey snarled, his face starting to go purple. I'll have your head on a spike. Tyrion stepped in before the threat got too serious. Calm down, my dear nephew. We have to think about every possibility. If she was taken, who had the reason and the means? Stannis is too direct, the Dornish would be stupid, too. After all, your sister is to marry into the Martell family. That leaves the Tyrells. One lord reported about them allying with a Targaryen, right? Varys cleared his throat, and the room fell quiet. Ah, yes, there is another angle, though I don't love bringing it up. He paused, letting that little ominous pause hang in the air. The candle flame seemed to dip like everything was holding its breath. As Lord Tyrion mentioned, House Tyrell has chosen to serve a Targaryen, Viserys III. Although initially we had trouble believing the intel due to how absurd it sounded, isn't it about time we accept it? Varys asked, his tone careful. On the other hand, we have this sellsword, Vis, plus the Red Priestess who got let go. I find it odd her grace worked so hard to hide them. Perhaps she'd noticed something we hadn't and wanted to use it for her benefit. Why do you say so? After the Queen vanished, I discovered she'd been wiping out every mention of this sellsword Vis from our records, guard shifts, visitor logs, merchant receipts. It was likely so that my little birds, and Littlefinger's spies, wouldn't notice him. Why would she do something like that? Varys asked and shrugged to himself. Could that be real? Tyrion wondered, picturing some silver-haired dragonlord marching into King's Landing. It sounded insane. Then again, so did the idea of a dragon existing in the first place, but they did in the past. You're right, Littlefinger said, stroking his neat little beard. Viserys. It's as if he's mocking us. Wanting us to notice. How bold. Silence stretched as the dots connected in each of their heads. The situation grew clear, and Tyrion let out a sigh. Sir Meryn, he spoke up, turning to Trant. Tell us more about this Vis. And what my dear sister before vanishing. Meryn's lips tightened. He's one annoying bastard, my lord. He was, touching her grace and smirking at me, that piece of shit. Yet, rather than getting mad, her grace told me to handle the release of those prisoners, dropping them outside the city, and then she dismissed me. I held my sword and threatened the mercenary, but her grace told me to stay calm. She said everything was all right. Joffrey tapped his knuckles against the table, stiff with anger. My mother's no idiot, but if some Targaryen scum laid hands on her, Your Grace, Tyrion said gently, we're not sure of anything yet. But something happened in those chambers. Even if they had slept together, how did they vanish? Windows, Tyrion narrowed his eyes. The ghost of Targaryen, that thing who can fly. It's not a fabricated story either, I'd seen him fly with my own 2 eyes that day. Varys answered with a faint smile. You have a sharp mind, my lord. I thought the same, and yet you didn't share your thoughts. Tyrion asked, raising an eyebrow. I was about to, he shrugged. Then it fits, Littlefinger said, shrugging like he didn't have a care in the world. The Queen Regent tried to hide Vis and his people, for whatever reason, and this Vis, who's actually Viserys Targaryen, took advantage of her in her bedroom, and abducted her. The silence that hit next made Joffrey's fury almost a solid thing in the room. He gripped the arms of his chair so hard his knuckles went white. Pity, Littlefinger noted. Roose had grown close to that man at first, but he must have grown bored of a horse since I didn't hear anything about them for a while now. Targaryens, the boy king spat, they're dead and gone. Anyone claiming that name is a fraud. If you guys are dumb enough to believe all this, I should stick your heads on spikes right alongside whoever took my mother. Whoever is that bastard pretending to be Rhaegar, Viserys, or whatnot, we'll find him. That was stupid and delusional to deny, after everything that happened. Of course, Your Grace, Tyrion muttered under his breath, rubbing his temples. He's too young, too arrogant. Gods help us all. Indeed, he added more loudly, we have to find Her Grace before word spreads that the Queen Regent got snatched right under our noses. Morale's shaky enough with Stannis' army out there. Joffrey started yelling orders at Trant, calling forth more guards to give them the same directive. Dozens of footsteps carried out of the place as the situation grew tense. Today, they'd not only lost their queen, but they'd also confirmed a new peace in this War of the Five Kings. Not just any peace, but a Targaryen. Varys' expression remained calm and unreadable, but his mind was a whirlwind. Who'd have thought my investment in Viserys and his sister would derive like this? Damn it, but if he really can transform into a dragon, he thought, keeping his face neutral, then everything's about to change. This is not good at all. Varys' thoughts were carefully masked behind years of practiced neutrality. He knew more, much more, than he was sharing. What an outlandish situation. Is all this a result of the dragon eggs Illyrio and I gave as Dany's marriage gift? Varys and Illyrio had planned to use Viserys as a pawn. It was Varys' plan, executed by Illyrio, who poisoned Viserys into marrying his sister off for an army. When Viserys would have come to Westeros with the Dothraki to rampage around, that was when the main part of their plans would begin. The part where they'd introduce a hero in this situation. Yet, all that went to hell, and Viserys somehow grew dragon wings. Must be that blood magic. He does have a red priestess beside him. It makes sense. Varys pondered, connecting the dots. This created a lot of problems. Across the narrow sea, a young dragon was emerging from his shell. Young Griff, as in Aegon Targaryen, the sixth of his name, was busy gathering strength, training for the day he would reclaim his birthright. Varys and Illyrio had spent years carefully cultivating this plan, molding the boy into the perfect king. But now, this draconic Viserys threatened to upset everything. A Targaryen on the throne. Yes, that had always been the goal. But not this Targaryen, not Viserys. He was an unpredictable element who he'd thought dead at the hands of the Dothraki. Yet, he'd somehow acquired a dragon and the backing of major houses. Varys kept these thoughts locked behind his placid expression, but under the table, his hands clenched into fists for the first time in decades. I walked back into Hayford Castle, my mind drifting to King's Landing. The small council had to be losing it by now, scrambling to figure out what happened to their precious Queen Regent. I could practically see Joffrey's face going that ugly shade of purple while he threw one of his usual fits. The guards bowed low as I passed through the gates. Nothing like a bit of fear to nail down loyalty. Viserion's little performance this morning definitely left its mark. None of them even tried to meet my eyes, they kept their gazes glued to the ground. In the castle corridors, my boots echoed off the stone walls. Servants hurried out of my way, pressing themselves against the walls till I'd gone by. The morning sun poured in through narrow windows, laying long shadows on the worn flagstones. Rounding a corner toward the living quarters, I caught voices from an alcove up ahead. I slowed down to listen. Swear on the seven, I'm Queen Cersei Lannister. Look at my hair. That voice was so familiar, straining to sound commanding even though it was filled with desperation. "Help me get out, and I'll make you a high lady. Gold, lands, whatever you want." I stepped in, spotting Cersei waving her bound hands at a terrified serving girl. Both of them froze when they saw me. "What's all this?" I walked over and grabbed Cersei by the throat. The maid stumbled back, face going white. "My dog's that eager to run off." "Relax, I'll take you back to King's Landing, but not just yet." "Take your filthy hands off me, you bastard," Cersei hissed, squirming in my grip. "I'm the queen." The slap cracked through the corridor. Her head whipped to the side, a red mark blooming on her cheek. "Get out," I told the maid, who took off so fast she might have grown wings. She was gone down the hall in a blink. I dragged Cersei into one of the empty rooms, her curses echoing the whole way. Her struggling didn't do a thing. She clawed uselessly at my arm while I hauled her along. I dragged the so-called Queen of the Seven Kingdoms deeper. Cersei's gold hair, once such a big deal, was now just another thing for me to yank around. She was a proud lioness. Brought low, and I was loving every second of it. I hauled her into the master bedroom, the place I'd taken from Tyrique Lannister. Cersei's eyes darted all over like she was hoping to spot a way out. Too bad for her. With one swift move, I hurled her toward the bed. Her back smacked into it, making her groan. She squirmed on the floor, her fancy gown riding up around her. When she looked at me, I could still see some fight in her eyes, but there was fear there, too. Good. She needed to be scared. I walked over, my boots pounding on the wood. Reaching down, I grabbed a fistful of her hair and yanked her upright. "Bastard!" She let out a pained yelp, trying in vain to pry my fingers loose. Like that'd ever work. I loosened my pants, letting them fall to the floor as my cock sprang free. It was already half hard at the thought of what was to come and of showing her her place once again. Cersei's eyes widened as she took in the sight. "Open your mouth," I said, my voice leaving no room for argument. She hesitated momentarily, and I could see the struggle in her eyes. But in the end, what could she do? Her lips parted, quivering slowly, and I slammed my cock into her sloppy wet mouth. The warmth and wetness of it sent a jolt of pleasure through me. "Look at you," I sneered, gripping her hair tighter as I began to thrust. The great Queen Cersei, on her knees, sucking the cock of a Targaryen. "How the mighty have fallen, Not that you ever were mighty." She gagged as I pushed deeper, her hands moving to my thighs in an attempt to push me away. But I was stronger, and I held her in place. Her eyes watered as I continued, and I could feel her teeth grazing my skin. It only added to the pleasure since her teeth could never make me bleed. I used her mouth roughly, not caring about her comfort or her dignity. She was nothing to me but a means to an end, a way to assert my dominance and feel better. And as I felt myself getting closer, I knew that this was just the beginning. I pulled out abruptly, my cock glistening with her saliva. She gasped for air, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. "You," she grumbled, "you piece of shit." I looked down at her, my eyes filled with contempt. "You're such a pathetic thing," I spat, starting to laugh. "A disgrace to your family name. But you're mine now, and I'll do with you as I please. Turn that ass around." The dawn delved into the night before I even knew it. Chapter 70. When the dragon comes, Viserys spent the next few days setting things up while also sharpening his spear and sword skills. Every morning started with drills in Hayford's courtyard, the air filled with the sound of steel hitting straw dummies. Sometimes he sparred with the guards too, but they were more likely to end up on the ground nursing bruises than actually giving him a challenge. His muscles burned as he practiced the lightning dance, that Bravo C spear style that focused more on speed and precision than brute force. Up on the battlements, Viserion watched like a lazy cat, flicking her tail, clearly bored. At night, he studied maps and coded letters, figuring out routes and supply lines. Allies were useful, sure, but only if they moved the way he wanted. The North, the Reach, Dorne, pieces on a board. He was going to make damn sure they landed exactly where he planned to strike. Speaking of allies, the air up there smelled like pine and forge smoke in North. Robb Stark's war camp was alive with movement. His lords were moving like pieces in a game that only he fully understood. Blacksmiths worked day and night, turning plowshares into spearheads. Granaries stuffed themselves with salted meat and barley. Wagons lined the roads heading toward King's Landing, and Stark riders galloped south, carrying sealed messages for the Riverlords. Catelyn Stark wandered through the armory out of boredom, running gloved fingers over freshly fletched arrows. Double the sentries along the White Knife, she told one of the captains, a grizzled man who smelled of horse and steel. If Stannis senses weakness, he might raid our coasts. The Smiths barely paid her any attention until Robb himself gave the same order. She'd lost a lot of authority after that disaster with Jaime Lannister. People still respected her, but they didn't listen like they used to. Meanwhile, Robb's lords were finally getting their chance to march on King's Landing. But some of them weren't thrilled about the idea of fighting for a Targaryen's claim. Robb shut that down real quick. "My lords, you embarrass me," he said, his voice calm but sharp enough to cut. "We're not fighting for Viserys. We're marching on King's Landing for the realm, for ourselves. For what they did to our late lord. He's just making it easier for us." Some of them still looked uneasy, so he added, "Besides, we swore an oath. Or would you rather let the Kingslayer laugh at our honor?" That shut them up. Under his cloak, a letter from Viserys was tucked against his chest. It read, "Stannis will sail within a fortnight, according to my informant. Be ready." Outside Harrenhal, 12,000 Northmen camped across the muddy fields. Umber axemen sharpened their blades by firelight while Glover scouts patrolled the King's Road, looking for Lannister movements. The north was almost ready. The Reach was something else entirely, like a garden growing swords instead of flowers. In the shadow of Highgarden, wheat and barley fields stretched out as far as the eye could see, so much food that they could either feed an entire kingdom or starve one to death. Olenna Tyrell had made sure of that. Triple the tolls on the Roserode, Mace Tyrell ordered his stewards, sweating under his fancy gilded collar. Let the merchants pay for their own protection. Behind him, a bunch of old septons scratched numbers onto parchment, keeping track of the 40,000 soldiers camped from Tumbleton to Longtable. And that number was still growing. At night, Marjorie Tyrell strolled along the castle walls, all soft smiles and bright laughter. Ladies in waiting whispered about her late-night rides with Viserys that fatefully blessed evening, but she didn't care about the rumors. The singers should spread the tale again, she told Olenna. The people need to dream about their golden queen. Olenna snorted. Dreams don't stop arrows, dear. Triple the crossbowmen on the southern walls. I hear Lannister soldiers have been sniffing around. Meanwhile, the Hightower fleet patrolled the Whispering Sound, their sails shining green and gold under the moonlight. And in the shadows, the real war was happening. Maesters burned letters. Kitchen girls memorized serving schedules. A traveling septa with a scarred lip hummed hymns as she sketched Highgarden's granaries onto silk. The Lannisters weren't coming at them with open war, but the battles in the dark. They were already being fought. The Reach was ready. Then, there was Dorne. That was where the issue lied. The Dornish sun poured through the tall windows, throwing diamond-shaped shadows on the marble table. A few pomegranate seeds were scattered on a silver platter, their red juice staining the metal. Arianne gripped her goblet of blood-orange juice so hard her knuckles turned white. This is not wise, father," she said, feeling like the whole thing was nonsense. Beyond the vaulted arches, the water gardens buzzed with children laughing and splashing around, which felt strangely peaceful at a time like this. Arianne could feel sweat trickling down her neck. Prince Doran murmured, lifting a slice of starfruit with his swollen fingers. A baron leaned back in his chair, feet propped on the table near a bowl of candied lemons. "You're the one with all the wisdom and caution, brother, and I'm the one who knows war. And I think your plan is, weak. Not sure it can handle a real dragon's wrath. That Viserys has a real dragon that can actually breathe fire." Doran gently set the starfruit aside, leaving a sticky mark on the big map of Westeros carved into the tabletop. "Fire took our sister from us. I'd rather not talk about flames." "Fire didn't kill Elia," a baron shot back, folding his arms. "We both know the Lannisters did." Arianne stood so fast her chair screeched. "Fire forged the Iron Throne. This plan, it feels off. Are you getting senile with age, father?" "Watch your mouth, girl," Doran said quietly, though his tone was sharp. "The Iron Throne, Elia's children should inherit it. Viserys acts like he owns the world just because he has a dragon. And weren't you complaining about him from the beginning?" A baron's boots hit the floor with a thud. "You say Elia's children, but do you really trust that boy in Lee? Some sellsword's brat who claims to be Rhaegar's son. What proof is there?" A vein pulsed at Doran's temple as he unrolled a parchment sealed with a dragon sigil. "John Connington's letters say, John Connington." A baron spat out a lemon seed. "He's the one who messed up at the Trident, who let Robert crush Rhaegar. Now we're supposed to trust him more than the man who's already an ally." The man who rides a dragon, brother. The same creatures that turned Harrenhal into melted slag. You saw Harrenhal, as did I. Ariane's nails dug into the table. As always, she shared her uncle's opinion. Sometimes she wondered if her uncle had bred her mother, and that was where she'd popped up. Because it didn't make sense how she could be the child of Doran. Viserys, he is offering us our revenge right now, she said. The Lannisters still hold the throne. That debt isn't paid, and he's helping us get it. Why are we switching sides right when he's summoning our army? This is stupid. Doran's thumb brushed the broken seal on the parchment. Because I received a letter from Varys. It clears up some things. Vengeance takes patience. We won't be truly satisfied if Viserys hands the revenge to our plate. We should fight for it, no. Patience. A baron let out a harsh laugh. We've been patient for 17 years, and where did that get us? Meanwhile, this Targaryen is marching on King's Landing with half the realm behind him. The Reachmen and the Northermen. When he takes the city, isn't it best if the Dornishmen are beside him too? Brother, when he takes the city, Doran cuts in, what do you think he'll do? Will he choose Arianne as his queen? He won't. Worse, he'd be like his brother. Rager, that fool, did you forget why the rebellion and all happened? Viserys is far worse than him. A king raised without proper schooling, not like, he paused, eyeing the empty wine carafe. Arianne's voice was icy. Not like what? A savage from Essos. You're scoffing at a dragon just because you think he lacks manners. Doran leaned in his chair, letting out a sigh. I'm scoffing at the man who threatened to let thousands of horsemen rape his sister. His sister, who was also to be his bride in the future. Did you hear about that? He who ran off to Volantis when savage horse riders were out for his blood. He got lucky by somehow getting a dragon. But it doesn't change the truth. Viserys Targaryen is all fire, no discipline, he'll burn out by spring. A baron swiped the starfruit from Doran's plate, juice dripping down his wrist like thin blood. Quote. And what about your precious Aegon, whose identity is still questionable? Even if he's honorable and all, he's not a dragon rider. Doran folded his hands over the parchment. Dragons don't matter. For nearly 200 years, they didn't. Illyrio's letters confirm. Illyrio confirms whatever lines his pockets, a baron muttered, knocking a few candied lemons off the map. They landed on the painted Blackwater rush with a wet plop. I've seen Viserys' dragon roast a man alive, and you've seen it do the same to a bunch of sheep. In a matter of seconds. Isn't that confirmation enough? Arianne moved toward the window, casting her shadow over Sunspear's pale towers. According to recent letters, doesn't Tyene often patch up Viserys' wounds after he's done training? He and I were also close. Everything considered, his relationship with us is great. Why are we so stubborn in ruining it, father? A baron's smile was thin. She's right, brother. Doran breathed heavily as he stood, trembling, hand leaning on the table. I'm not blind to that, but dragons can be chained. Or killed. He pressed a thumb into the starfruit again, smearing pulp across Lee on the map. Trust me on this, you too. A tense silence settled in, broken only by a child's laughter echoing from the gardens. A baron got to his feet, eyes narrowed. This is unwise, brother. You're the wise one between us, but even I can tell this is unwise. If the dragon is angered, then, he let the threat hang, then stormed out, leaving sticky footprints on the stepstones painted on the table. Arianne watched her father wipe juice from the parchment with trembling fingers. She grumbled, I finally accepted a man and have been holding my urges back for him. But you come and scoot him away. Doran didn't look up. You'll be queen if you marry Aegon. He's your cousin, he'll love you unconditionally as family often does. What guarantee do we have that Viserys will make you his queen? He's got better options. She ran her hand along the warm stone of the window. You're a strange person, father. He picked up a date from the scattered fruit, turning it in his hands. Get the east chambers ready. Our guests will be over soon. And, my cousin's dead with Elia, Arianne cut in, voice echoing off the mosaic walls. I'll put on my silks for your charade. But when Viserys' dragon comes, she left the threat unsaid, the smell of oranges drifting around her as she walked out. Doran stayed there, sucking sweet pulp from his fingers, gazing at the juice-stained map where Lee stuck to his thumb like a bad omen. Was he truly making a bad choice? Chapter 71. The Bay of Flame. You're really leaving me behind, my king? The Red Priestess Melisandre asked, standing by the hearth. Her ruby choker seemed to pulse with magic as she spoke. The painted table took up most of the chamber, its surface smoothed by centuries of lords tracing borders and plotting wars. Pale light came in through the drum tower's narrow windows, casting long shadows on the stone walls. Stannis Baratheon stared at the wooden markers on the map, his jaw tight. "That's final. You're staying here on Dragonstone." "But why?" she asked, stepping closer. "False King Joffrey's forces weaken every day. According to your spies, even the Queen Regent hasn't been seen in weeks. That is good and all, but you still need me to help with this. The Lord of Light has shown me visions in the flames. Your victory might depend on me being by your side." "Cersei Lannister missing doesn't change anything," Stannis answered, drumming his fingers on the carved outline of King's Landing as he looked at her. "It does hint at trouble among them, and that's more than enough for me." "The decision is final." Melisandre's lips thinned. "Are you certain? What about the rumors of a Targaryen ghost flying over the city with dragon wings?" "Superstitious nonsense," Stannis snapped. "Dead men don't fly, and dragons are gone from the world. I won't have that kind of talk muddying our purpose. My king, the flames don't lie. As for superstitions, you know what happened to Ren." "Enough." His voice cut through the air like steel on stone. "I need you to stay here, keeping the converts in line. The garrison must stay loyal while I'm gone." She stood taller, her eyes shining red. "So you ignore R'hllor's power? After all you've witnessed?" Stannis was starting to get annoyed now. "I'm ignoring nothing, but this battle will be won by steel and strategy, not magic." "You might regret this," she warned softly. When the darkness, Stannis moved fast. He grabbed her by the throat, and her eyes went wide as his grip tightened. She gasped, tears building as she clawed at his hand. "Don't ever threaten me," he growled, then let go. She stumbled back, one hand on her neck while the other steadied her against the table. Stannis fixed his doublet, his voice returning to its usual calm. "Once King's Landing is taken, your Red Temple will have its place. We'll rid the realm of false gods, and you'll help me save it from the darkness you showed me. But first, I need my throne. You're a woman, the battlefield is no place for you." Melisandre rubbed her throat, the ruby glowing faster now. She gave him a tight nod, her eyes burning with frustration. "Is he," she wondered, "is he truly the warrior of light, my lord?" Unaware of the doubt creeping in her head, Stannis turned on his heel and left, his footsteps echoing until they faded into silence. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, the small council chamber was a mess. Tyrion sat at the head of the table, fingers steepled, while the lords around him argued like fishwives. Joffrey, of course, was loudest. "Cowards, all of you," the boy king shouted, slamming his fist on the table. "Stannis marches on my city, and you're here whining like frightened whores." Grand Maester Pycelle coughed into his sleeve. "Your Grace, we must do something," Joffrey cut in, face reddening. "We should ride out and crush him before he even reaches the walls. If I hadn't known already, this would have been proof enough that he's not Robert Baratheon's son." Tyrion sighed and rubbed his temples. "Nephew, if we had the manpower for that, we wouldn't be having this conversation." Varys shifted, his face unreadable. "Lord Tyrion is correct. Our gold cloaks can barely keep order in the streets, let alone fight Stannis in open battle." He looked at Tyrion, smiling softly with an odd glint in his eyes. Tyrion wondered what that was about. Littlefinger raised an eyebrow, that mocking smile on his lips. "Maybe we should invite Lord Stannis into the city for some hospitality." The bastard jested. "We could pour him some wine and watch him choke on it." Joffrey glared. "Not the time for jokes, Lord Baelish. This place feels so suffocating, damn it." Tyrion sighed. With Tywin and Kevin away, Tyrion was stuck in charge. Its weight felt heavy on his shoulders. "And what about the other threat?" Joffrey asked, cutting through the bickering. "The one with wings who took my mother." Silence. Nobody wanted to talk about the presumed Viserys Targaryen. Varys cleared his throat a moment later. "My little birds hear all sorts of songs about the realm, but he's heard nothing about our winged friend. I apologize, Your Grace, but I don't know where he's hiding." "Hiding? That cowardly lizard." Joffrey shot to his feet. "Keep your eyes open for those Tyrell bastards, those traitors. I'll have their heads. Every single Tyrell will burn for this." "Your Grace," Littlefinger said smoothly, "maybe we should focus on the immediate threat. Stannis will be at our gates in a matter of days." "Both threats are immediate," Varys countered. "My sources say the Northmen are also on the move. Looks like Robb Stark joined forces with the Dragon Prince. Lord Tywin might clash against that army very soon." "That's impossible," Joffrey snarled. The Starks would never join Targaryens. Father said. Your father said a lot of things, Tyrion cut in, ignoring the hateful look Joffrey gave him. Times change. The enemy of my enemy. We should lock down the city, Joffrey snapped. No one leaves. If they try, we hang them. They could be spies for Stannis. Or that flying demon. Tyrion and Varys exchanged looks. The boy was getting more paranoid by the hour, and knowing history, that was a very bad thing. Littlefinger cleared his throat. Such a move might stir panic among the small folk, Your Grace. We need them on our side right now. I don't need them, Joffrey yelled. I'm their king, so they should listen. I ask again, where's my mother? Varys spread his hands in a helpless gesture. We search non-stop, Your Grace. But if our prior guesses are true about Viserys Targaryen taking the Queen Regent, we can't find her as long as we can't find him. Joffrey's lips twitched. Enough, Tyrion cut in before he could speak more. We need actual solutions, not ghost stories, he said, eyes meeting with Varys, who shook his head. Varys sighed. The game is shifting, my lords. And it's not going our way. Tyrion sipped his wine slowly, thinking. If I don't make a move soon, we'll all be done for. My dear nephew is lucky he still has a brain around. A few weeks later, the fateful moment came. The evening sky loomed dark over Blackwater Bay, with clouds gathering like onlookers for the big showdown. Esser Imry Florent stood at the front of his flagship, watching the water split before them as Stannis' fleet sailed forward. The air felt charged, as if the gods themselves were watching. Behind him, about 200 ships followed, sails billowing in the wind blowing across the bay. The water was strangely calm, almost glassy, reflecting the fading sunlight. My lord, one captain called, pointing toward the harbor entrance. Look at that, a single ship bobbed in the water ahead, its deck eerily empty. No crew on the rails, no flags, and no voices calling out. Abandoned, Esser Imry noted, though his voice sounded unsure. They probably ran off when they heard how many of us were coming. 200 ships were a lot, full of people who previously supported Renly Baratheon. It wasn't a surprise that Joffrey's soldiers were scared. However, some of his older sailors traded uneasy looks. Something about that lone ship felt off, the way it was parked right in their path. He could feel it, too. Maybe we should send a small boat over to check, one captain began. Keep going, Esser Imry cut him off. It's probably just a trick to spook us. King Stannis expects us to show more backbone than this. So the fleet pressed on, the strange ship getting bigger in their view. Ellipsis. High above on the city walls, Tyrion Lannister raised his hand, his eyes narrowing at the incoming armada. Next to him, Bronn readied an arrow wrapped in oil-soaked cloth. Now, Bronn asked quietly. Tyrion kept his hand raised, counting the heartbeats. Waiting until more of Stannis' ships moved into the trap. Now, Bronn let the arrow fly. It streaked through the dark sky like a tiny orange comet. It slammed into the deserted ship's hull. For a second, nothing happened. Then the night exploded in green fire. A huge column of wildfire shot into the sky, devouring the empty ship in an instant. The green flames raced across the water's surface, hitting the front of Stannis' fleet before they even knew what was going on. Screams echoed over the bay as the fire jumped from ship to ship. Wood cracked, masts toppled, and men dived into water that suddenly boiled under waves of green fire. Behind the burning ships, giant chains rose from the depths with a heavy clank, gleaming in that eerie light. Stannis' fleet was now trapped between the city walls and a flaming barrier they couldn't break. Panic tore through the ranks as captains realized they were stuck. Some tried to turn around, crashing into ships behind them. Others tried to break the chain, only to splinter their hulls on its iron links. The wildfire spread fast, ignoring the usual rules of nature as it crawled over the water's surface. Ships that seemed safe a moment ago burst into flames. Green fire licked up their sides like hungry serpents. Men screamed, their voices rising above the roar of the blaze. From the walls, Tyrion watched it all. The green glow lit up his mismatched eyes, reflecting the destruction he'd set in motion. Even Bronn looked shaken by its sheer scale. The bay turned into a floating graveyard of burning ships, casting a greenish glow across the water. Smoke rose in thick clouds, staining the sky. Men's screams mixed with the crackling flames and creaking timbers. What started as an orderly naval assault had become a scene from the Seven Hells, with Stannis' men fighting an enemy they couldn't touch. The fire ate everything, turning Blackwater Bay into a green inferno. The Battle of Blackwater had begun. Chapter 72, The the Battle of Blackwater. The acrid stench of burnt hair and melted steel filled Tyrion's nostrils as cheers erupted along the battlements. Gold cloaks pounded spears against stone, their laughter sharp and giddy. Below, the bay writhed like an emerald serpent. Ships crackled in the grip of wildfire, their masts clawing at the smoke-choked sky. Tyrion leaned over the parapet, bile rising in his throat. Too explosive. Too quick. He was the one to prepare the wildfire, but he hadn't realized how insane the effects would be. This was what pure destruction looked like. They're breaking. A guardsman crowed, spittle flying. Look at the bastards run. Tyrion squinted through the haze. Amid the floating pyres, dark shapes bobbed in the water, men. Hundreds of them. No, thousands. They flailed toward shore like rats fleeing a burning granary. His stomach dropped. Somehow, a considerable number of those bastards were alive. Like cockroaches. Archers. Tyrion barked, voice raw. Loose at the shoreline. Now, you fools. The order came too late. Figures already scrambled onto the mudflats south of the Lion Gate, armor glinting wetly in the hellish glow. A banner rose from the chaos, a fiery heart stitched onto night-black cloth. Stannis Baratheon, the Manus. The usurper's men moved with the grim efficiency of cornered wolves. Tyrion's heart dropped as they formed ragged squares, shields overlapping as they advanced toward the city's weaker eastern gates. Tyrion's fingernails bit into the damp stone. The mud gate's defenses were a joke, rotting timbers manned by green boys and graybeards. My lord, a gold-cloaked captain skidded to a halt near Joffrey, who was frozen behind Tyrion. In the meantime, the city's army rushed out the gate to fight. It's bad news. Wah! His nephew cleared his throat. What happened? Tyrion was also curious what the fuck else could be so important as a time like this. The guard answered soon. The flea-bottom mobs, they're tearing down the street of steel barricades. Joffrey froze and stuttered while Tyrion's brows somehow tightened more than they already were. Why? Some fool shouted the gates fell. The man swallowed. They're dragging chests through the alleys. Furniture. Dead horses. Gods know what else. Sevens damn it. His mind raced while the actual king of this city remained frozen. What should he do now? Let Stannis take a gatehouse, and the city would flood with panicked small folk and enemy. Soldiers. He seized the captain's gorget. Take 20 men. Kill anyone blocking the approaches. Anyone. As the man fled with nods, Podrick somehow materialized with a dented breastplate. Your armor, my lord. The dwarf waved him off. Fetch me a crossbow. Be fast about it. A clatter of metal echoed across the yard, and the crowd of gold cloaks parted suddenly, revealing Sandor Clegane. The hound shoved past them, soot and blood streaking his battered armor. His eyes looked wild, and there was a tremor in his hands. Sandor's voice rasped. Someone get me a drink. Where's the bloody wine? Tyrion blinked, stepping forward as some bastard did hand over a bottle of wine to the man. His eyes twitched. Can I get you some iced milk, too? And some raspberries too? The hound took a sip and scoffed. Eat shit, dwarf. Tyrion's fingers flexed, but he held back the anger. You're on the wrong side of the wall. For who? The hound cut him off, gaze skittering around like he was looking for threats. Your precious boy king. Let him find himself another dog. A shrill cry echoed from behind Tyrion as Joffrey stepped forward, face red in anger. You useless dog. I command you to go out there and fight. Defend me. Sandor's head jerked up, and something in his expression snapped. He stared at Joffrey's face amid all this chaos. Defend you. Blackwater is burning. Half my men are dead. Why don't you grab a sword yourself, fucker? Joffrey's shriek rose, cracking on the last syllable. You dare talk, I'll have your head, dog. All, your Kingsguard, Clegane. Tyrion cut over Joffrey and spoke. Stannis' men are trying to take the city. Your king's city. You have to fight them. The hound sighed, too tired to deal with this. Fuck the Kingsguard, he said, ripping off the burnt, half-melted gauntlet on his right hand and flinging it aside. Fuck the city. Fuck the king. His voice shook, and the way it did convinced Tyrion that it was too late. A stunned silence fell over the gold cloaks. Even Tyrion's throat felt dry. Sandor, he tried anyway, more softly. The city needs, let it burn, Sandor growled. Then he stormed past them, shoving aside anyone in his path. Joffrey's shrill voice howled curses and commands, but the hound never looked back. He vanished into the smoke. Tyrion let out a shaky breath. 7 hells. Podrick stood there, breastplate still in his arms, blinking like a startled deer. Tyrion wrenched it free, strapping it on himself. All right, Pod, help me with the buckles. Quick. Pod's hands shook as he fastened the straps, eyes flicking to where Sandor disappeared. Should we go after him? Tyrion grimaced, checking his short sword. No time, we have bigger problems right now. The mud gate. A meaty hand yanked him backward, pulling him amid the crowd of soldiers, and taking him to an alley. Tyrion's boots scraped stone as a shadow resolved into Varys' moon-pale face. The eunuch wore beggar's rags that smelled like sour ale. Tyrion's eyes saw red. Unhand me, you, the riverfront's lost, my lord, Varys said, grip iron strong. No reinforcements will be coming. You understand what that means, right? It's all right. The Blackwater has tunnels even Cersei doesn't know. Beyond the walls, a rhythmic thud shook the air, rams pounding wood. Tyrion wrenched free. That's the mud gate. I designed those reinforcements. You also designed a plan that worked wonderfully, my lord. Varys' smile didn't reach his eyes. And yet here we are. It's a failure in the end. A section of the wall exploded. Not fire. Not steel. Men. Stannis, vanguard poured through a shattered postern gate, their shouts merging with the city's dying screams. Tyrion saw the exact moment his gold cloaks broke, a boy no older than Tommen dropping his spear to puke. Then falling with a crossbow bolt in his neck, Joffrey shouted and turned to his heels. Tyrion's brain throbbed in anger. Now, Varys insisted, wrapping a reeking cloak around Tyrion's shoulders. Before they light the siege towers. The dwarf hesitated. Somewhere far, Podrick stood guard over the crossbow he'd never fired. Somewhere above, Joffrey's panicked yelling mixed with the roar of flames. The first ladder clanged against the battlements. Stannis Baratheon strode through the shattered mud gate. The stench of burning pitch and spilled bowels clung to the air as his boots crunched on charred wood and broken arrowheads, the red heart on his surcoat glistening with flecks of blood not his own. Around him, the remnants of Joffrey's gold cloaks fled like rats into the maze of alleys, their gilded armor discarded in the gutters. Press the advance, Stannis barked, his voice raw from smoke and shouted orders. Sir Richard Horp raised the flaming heart banner higher, its fabric snapping like a whip in the scorched wind. For the first time in his 30-odd years of life, Stannis Baratheon tasted true triumph in his veins, not the hollow satisfaction of duty fulfilled nor the bitter aftertaste of grudging alliances. This was victory, hot and metallic on his tongue. He could feel it in his grasp. The walls were breached. The defenders were broken, and their king nowhere to be seen. Somewhere in this stinking cesspool of a city, that bastard Joffrey cowered while true steel carved a path to the throne that should have been his by rights. Stannis was sure victory would be his very soon. Anytime now. These scared soldiers, praying for their lives, they'd surrender anytime now. The trembling commoners within the city wouldn't even bother to fight. So, Stannis was convinced victory was already his. Until, a strange roar split the sky, deep and resonant, like 1,000 forge bellows pumping at once. He barely registered it until he saw the men falter. You there. He, not realizing the sound was an announcement of death, seized a fleeing spearman by the gorget. Eyes forward. The city is. The second roar shook the very stones beneath their feet. Stannis turned his head upward, squinting through the veil of smoke. For a heartbeat, he thought it another wildfire explosion, some Lannister trickery left to boil in its own poison. Then the clouds parted. A gold dragon's wingspan blotted out the moon. Men screamed. Stannis could not, as the dragon banked sharply, its golden scales reflecting the hellish glow of burning King's Landing. The creature's rider sat astride its neck like some vengeful god, silver hair whipping behind a helm fashioned in the shape of snarling dragon jaws. Archers, Stannis roared, though his voice sounded distant, tinny. Loose, damn you. The first volley fell like pathetic rain. The dragon swooped lower, jaws gaping wide, and Stannis' world became fire, not green wildfire. Not the hungry orange flames devouring the city. This was liquid sunlight made manifest, a river of gold that washed over his vanguard. Men burned where they stood, steel melting to slag in their gauntlets. A knight of House Morrigan vanished mid-swing, his ancestral two-handed greatsword dripping molten metal onto the cobbles. The stench of cooked meat overwhelmed even the smoke. Hold the line, Stannis bellowed, though the line had disintegrated. He saw Sir Godry Faring stumbling blindly, face reduced to red pulp beneath a half-melted helm. The dragon banked again, its shadow swallowing whole companies of men. Melisandre's warnings. The visions in the flames. A golden beast with wings of flame. Damn it. His teeth ground so hard his jaw ached. Rally to the, another shower of flame. The street exploded in a shower of shattered stone. Stannis staggered, his ears ringing, as a hand yanked him backward into the relative shelter of a collapsed stable. Your Grace, we must retreat. A voice shouted, and Stannis wished it was Davos. But it was not. It was Esser Richard Horp, his face streaked with soot and blood. The banner he'd carried lay trampled in the mud, its flaming heart blackened beyond recognition. Retreat. Stannis shoved him aside, still unsure if his eyes were playing tricks. We hold this ground or die upon it. But even as he spoke, the truth unfolded before him. Where moments ago a conquering host had stood, only charred skeletons remained, some still standing in macabre formation, clutching weapons fused to bony fingers. The dragon circled overhead, its shrieks piercing the cacophony of screams. Then came the horns. Not the deep-throated blasts of Stannis' own reserves nor the panicked trills of Lannister stragglers. These were bright and mocking, a chorus of arrogance carried on the wind. Through the haze, banners emerged, endless rows of golden roses on green fields. The Tyrell host advanced with the crisp precision of a tourney parade, untouched by fire or steel. At their head rode a knight in emerald armor, his lance tip pointed casually at the sky. Behind him came thousands, tens of thousands, of fresh soldiers, their armor gleaming as though they'd marched through a sunlit meadow rather than a burning city. As if on cue, the golden dragon landed with an earth-shaking thud between the two forces, wings folding like an executioner sheathing his blade. The rider removed his helm, revealing a face that might have stepped from the pages of some ancient Targaryen artworks. Silver hair, violet eyes, a smile sharp enough to draw blood. Stannis Baratheon, the dragon rider said, "This is your end, usurper." Stannis' sword arm trembled, not from fear but pure, incandescent rage. Every muscle screamed to charge, to bury his blade in that smirking mouth, dragon or no dragon. Yet his legs refused to move. Before him lay the smoldering remains of his life's work. Behind, the relentless tide of Highgarden's finest. The man, Viserys Targaryen, raised a gloved hand. The Tyrell ranks halted as one, the sudden silence more terrifying than any war cry. The Battle of Blackwater had come to a halt, and Stannis the Manus had not won. Chapter 73. Welcome to King's Landing. I stared down at Stannis from atop Viserion, watching his face twist with anger. He clenched his jaws so tight I almost expected his teeth to shatter. "Surrender now," I shouted, letting my voice carry across the battlefield. "Your men are burned or scattered. There's no shame in living to fight another day." Stannis spat on the ground, his eyes burning with defiance. "I am the rightful king. I will not bend to a dragon's bastard. And you say you'll let me live?" He scoffed. A smile tugged at my lips. At least the man had more guts than his brother Renly and was much wiser. "Then let's settle this the old way." I slid off Viserion, my boots crunching on charred bones when I landed. "You and me, steel against steel." Honestly, there was no need for a duel, I could have just had my men shoot him down. But the new king killing the usurper with his own hands would make a stronger statement. Behind me, the Tyrell soldiers stiffened, and I heard a few quick, panicked breaths. They didn't know of my physical prowess, so they thought it foolish to take such a risk when victory was already guaranteed. I waved them back. This was between me and the last Baratheon who mattered. "A duel?" Stannis gave a rough laugh. "You think this is a tourney? No, you know the war customs. Stop trying to talk smart," I said, spinning my spear in my grip. "This is justice. Robert took my father's throne with a hammer. Let's see if you can keep it with a sword." He didn't hesitate. He lunged, sword whistling through the air, but I was ready. I let my spear flick up, knocking his blade aside. The lightning dance guided my moves, letting me flow around his next strike. He was good, I had to admit that. Each blow had enough power to split a man in two. But I was faster, boosted by the system, and trained by the best. His sword kept finding empty space as I spun clear of his swings. "Stand and fight," he snapped, frustration dripping from every word. "As you wish." I stopped dodging and actually met his next slash head-on. Our weapons locked, and I saw his eyes go wide when I shoved him back, one step at a time. The difference in our strength was painfully clear. With a sharp twist, I wrenched his sword aside and drove my spear through his breastplate. The steel ripped through like it was thin cloth, the tip stabbing out his back. Stannis didn't even scream. He just stared at the bloody spear shaft sticking out of his chest, looking strangely confused. Then his knees buckled, and he folded onto the ground. the last thing he likely saw was the muddy earth rushing up to meet him. A hush fell over the battlefield. Then the Tyrell forces let out a thunderous cheer, echoed by whatever was left of the city's defenders. Their voices overwhelmed even Viserys's victorious roar. The Battle of Blackwater had ended. And unlike Stannis, I'd come out on top. I walked into King's Landing through its ruined gates, my boots crushing debris and ashes. Stretching out behind me were countless green and gold banners of House Tyrell, waving in the smoky breeze. It felt like an endless tide of soldiers, tens of thousands strong, marching in perfect ranks. Despite the grime of war, their polished armor still caught the dying light. Overhead, Viserys circled, her roars echoing against the battered city walls. Each time she screeched, any defenders left out in the open flinched and ducked behind rubble. When we neared the massive doors of the Red Keep, the leftover Lannister men started losing their nerve. I heard swords hitting the cobblestones as they either knelt or slunk away into dark corners. All that, hear me roar, stuff didn't mean much now. We shoved open the heavy doors leading into the throne room. Inside, a ragged crowd of people huddled, a few trembling guards gripping spears, courtiers still dressed in torn finery, and random small folk who'd hidden there for safety. Joffrey Baratheon was nowhere to be seen. They stared at us like cornered deer, some were wide-eyed, others had given up and just dropped to their knees. Garland Tyrell came in after me, followed by a handful of other Reach lords, escorting Marjorie. She surveyed the scorched hall with a cool, collected look. Most of the Tyrells were here except Olenna, who'd arrive in a few days. The people parted in front of us, nobody daring to meet my eye, especially with Viserys roaring somewhere outside and shaking the castle windows. I stopped at the base of the Iron Throne, eyeing the twisted metal that had taken so many lives. 1,000 melted swords turned into an uncomfortable seat. I stared at it, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia. My ancestors' enemies' blades were melted into a symbol of absolute power. Everyone from the Seven Kingdoms knew the tale of how Aegon, the Conqueror, Targaryen burned entire armies down. The kings of the Seven Kingdoms stood no chance against his dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, and either bent the knee or had his sword melted into the throne. Every sword symbolized a person's life taken when Aegon conquered the continent. The whole room seemed to hold its breath. As I came back to reclaim the realm my ancestors left for me, one gold cloak, sweat pouring down his face, staggered forward and dropped to his knees. "Mercy, my lord, we only followed orders." "Quiet," I ordered. "Learn to stay quiet when you're not talked to," I said, and he hurried back into the group. My footsteps echoed in that huge chamber as I climbed the steps to the throne. I reached out and ran a hand through the old steel, allowing it to prickle a drop of blood from my skin to let the sensation truly seep in. Once I turned around, every pair of eyes in the hall was either looking straight at me or quickly bowing. A sense of finality hung in the air as I sat down. "Such a fine morning," I said, enjoying dawn's sunlight that rushed through the windows. Then Kinvara swept in, her red robe sliding across the floor. The ruby at her throat flickered with a deep glow. She smiled at me once our eyes locked and slowly climbed the stairs. Nobody stopped her, and she stopped beside the throne, turning to the crowd. Kinvara's smile dropped, and she announced in a voice that cut through all the noise. "Behold Viserys of House Targaryen, third of his name," she continued, "King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. The dragon has defeated the usurpers and reclaimed his rightful place." The Tyrells cheered in response, and the rest of the people quickly followed to show their support. I stood up from the throne, the Tyrell lords standing before me like an emerald fortress. "We'll talk about rewards and celebrations later," I said. "But before any of that, I want my Tyrell friends to help the city's poor. They're hungry and terrified. Make sure every mouth is fed this month. That is my first decree." A wave of relief and hope surged through the crowd, accompanied by murmured voices. I noticed genuine gratitude flickering in a few faces. Although they had lost so much in the battle, at least now they had a glimmer of possible food. Mace Tyrell stepped forward, bowing so low his belly nearly touched his knees. "Your Grace, the Reach's harvest is yours to command. We've got entire wagons of grain and produce waiting outside." "Indeed," Garland chimed in, pride shining in his eyes. "Let the people see that their new king won't let them starve. We'll get everything organized at once." Marjorie gave me a warmer smile than usual as she slowly climbed the stairs, bold of her, and stood by my side. "Feeding them is the surest way to earn their loyalty, Your Grace. Will it be all right if I handle the details personally?" "Yes," I nodded, satisfied with their quick response. If the small folk saw me as the one who brought food and safety, they'd be less inclined to rebel. And the Tyrells were the masters of farmland and distribution. Good, I said, have the wagons come in through the king's gate, set up distribution in every district, and keep the city watch around to maintain order. This is relief, not a free-for-all. Right away, Your Grace, Mace said, sending off servants with a flurry of hand signals. I felt the tension in the throne room ease a bit. Even those who'd looked ready to soil themselves moments earlier stood a little straighter. Amazing what a promise of mere food can do. My second decree as king, I continued in a clearer, firmer tone, is a bounty of 10,000 gold dragon coins on whoever can bring me Joffrey Baratheon alive. The crowd erupted in hushed chatter, eyes going wide. Part of them suddenly appeared hungry in a new way, as if the thought of gathering that gold ignited a spark in their eyes. Meanwhile, others exchanged worried glances, clearly pondering Joffrey's whereabouts. I settled back into the Iron Throne, letting myself enjoy the moment. The Tyrells nodded approvingly, Marjorie studied my expression with calm neutrality, and Kinvera bent her head a little. The ruby around her neck cast an eerie red shimmer on the marble floor. Then, as if a single mind controlled them, everyone in the hall dropped to their knees, pressing their foreheads to the ground in front of their new king. Welcome to King's Landing, Your Grace. The same gold cloak from before shouted. He caught on quick. Chapter 74, Mother. In less than a day, word of Viserys Targaryen's triumph at King's Landing swept through the realm like wildfire. Ravens soared in all directions, sharing stories of a golden dragon that altered the battle's course, torching Stannis Baratheon's fleet before the Tyrell forces could fully engage. Tales of the duel between Viserys and Stannis spread widely, elevating a quick and fierce fight into a legendary confrontation deserving of ballads. Just as Viserys had planned, whispers of the dragon's return spread throughout Westeros, prompting nobles to reassess their loyalties. It was clear to the smarter nobles that the Targaryen rule had returned if any of the stories were true. But while many houses quickly pledged allegiance to the new Dragon King, deciding to send ravens back, others held back, preferring to observe how the situation developed. The news reached the Northern Army's camp right as they were licking their wounds from the latest run-in with Tywin Lannister's forces near Harrenhal. Robb Stark sat in his command tent with fresh bandages around his sword arm where a Lannister blade had nicked him. Around a rough wooden table, a mix of Northern lords and Reach lords sat. Reach lords had brought knights to air Robb in his battle against Tywin Lannister, as per Viserys' plan. That was why 100,000 Reachmen weren't present in King's Landing. Robb's face lit up with a rare smile as he finished reading the letter describing Viserys' triumph. It carried the three-headed dragon seal, still warm from the journey. Well, my lords, he said, looking around at the group, Northmen in thick furs next to the more elegantly armored Reachmen. Let's go pay our friend a visit. On the other side of the world, a ship rocked on the dark waters off Dragonstone, carrying a handful of survivors. Melisandre, the Red Priestess, stood at the stern, her red robes rippling in the salty breeze as she watched the volcanic fortress shrink into the distance. Close by, Esser Davos rested on a makeshift cot, his burns covered in linen that was already marked with blood and fluid. The old smuggler had barely escaped with his life from Blackwater Bay, lucky to have passed out on top of a stone during the initial wildfire explosion. Even now, every breath he drew rattled painfully across the deck. Lady Celise crouched near the cabin entrance, muttering prayers to both the Seven and R'hllor like she was hedging her bets. Her eyes had that vacant look of someone still in shock over her husband's defeat. His death. Melisandre felt almost numb as if she were watching everything from a distance. The ruby at her throat glowed weakly, its power oddly dulled. The visions she'd once been certain of now felt like half-forgotten fever dreams, leaving her questioning everything she believed. They'd heard rumors that Kinvera, the first priestess of R'hllor, stood proudly beside Viserys Targaryen as he took the Iron Throne. The realization gnawed at Melisandre. Had she backed the wrong king all along? Was Stannis never the prince who was promised? Strangely, none of Stannis's followers had turned on her yet. She'd expected it to happen when they heard a Red Priestess supported the man who killed Stannis, but her worry was for naught. Esser Davos, of all people, looked out for her. If anything, the people were too consumed by their grief and guilt to seek revenge. Toward the ship's bow, Princess Shireen sat alone, hugging a leather-bound book to her chest. Tears tracked down her face, cutting across the greyscale scars that marred one cheek. Bad dragons, she whispered in between sobs, one hand tracing the shiny cover, some old gift from her father. Bad dragons. Melisandre's eyes drifted toward the girl. Something about Shireen pulsed with unseen power, like a fierce heat flickering under her skin. Even the scaly greyscale patches seemed to glow with an inner spark only Melisandre noticed. Was it the disease that had done it, or maybe the Baratheon blood mixed with some older magic? Well, Robert Baratheon and his brothers did have some dragon blood. Their grandmother was a Targaryen. Rhaelle Targaryen. I wondered since the day I first saw her, what had happened to a dragon with greyscale disease. Melisandre's eyes narrowed. The girl was barely 17, but Melisandre sensed a potential so raw it made her own skin prickle. Prophecies usually spoke of a prince, but languages were tricky, and sometimes the true meaning got lost in translation. Perhaps Shireen, with her royal blood and hidden strength, could learn magic beyond anything Melisandre had tapped into. Mel had been to Asshai before, but she couldn't hope to use the darker, grander magic she saw there because of the restrictions from her lord. But she could teach them to someone else. Maybe Shireen wasn't Azor Ahai, but she might become something else. A force to reveal false prophets and pretenders who claimed that divine mantle. Truthfully, Mel didn't trust Kinvera's judgment. That old wench. Slowly, Mel stood up and approached Shireen. The ship cut through the waves, leaving behind a place that Melisandre had thought was the closest thing to home in centuries. Dragonstone's black stone walls vanished into the smoky dusk. Joffrey cowered in a dusty storeroom, his once fine clothes now stained and ripped. He'd fled the Red Keep and holed up here on the second floor of some abandoned merchant shop. It felt more like a cell than a safe house. His stomach rumbled loudly. He hadn't eaten in over a day, making his thoughts nastier. That lizard bastard, he growled, pacing on the creaking boards. How dare he, he nearly shouted, then remembered to keep his voice down. His fists balled up as he imagined what he'd do once he got his precious throne back. I'll have his head on a spike, Joffrey hissed to himself. No, first I'll feed that scaly beast to my dogs, piece by piece, then I'll burn him alive just like the Mad King deserved. It gave him a familiar twisted thrill to picture it. However, when Joffrey wondered how he'd take back the throne, everything seemed messy. He chose not to think about it. Suddenly, a clamor broke out in the streets outside, breaking him out of his daze. Hooting, jeering, and the sound of many feet shuffling. Joffrey tried ignoring it, knowing he needed to stay hidden, but curiosity prodded him. He crawled to a crack in the wooden wall, pressing his eye against it. Damn peasants, he said. A rowdy crowd had gathered around someone in the road, no, some woman, completely naked, arms chained, being dragged through the grime. Joffrey stared, a little fascinated despite himself. Even in this humiliating state, she had a strange grace. Her tangled gold hair still caught bits of light coming through the buildings. He'd been offered women before. Heck, even his own uncle sent 2 whores to his bedroom, but while Joffrey wouldn't call them ugly, they didn't quite get his thing reacting. But this woman, Joffrey felt a bulge in his pants. Move it, you Lannister whore. Someone yelled, yanking the chains. What? Joffrey blinked at the insult, and then his heart practically stopped when the woman turned her face in his direction. He knew that profile, the proud angles, now streaked with mud and tears. Mother, he breathed, horror, twisting his gut. Without thinking, Joffrey turned around and ran. He exploded out of the shop's entrance, face hot with rage. You filthy dogs, let her go. I order you, as your king. The street fell silent, everyone staring at him. In that second, Joffrey realized how stupidly he'd just revealed himself. He saw the way the crowd's eyes gleamed, not with pity, but with the greed of gold. 10. Someone shouted. 10,000 gold. The mob surged at him in a rush of hands and growling faces. Joffrey tried to dart back inside, but they yanked him by his arms and legs, snatching at his clothes. Joffrey. Joff. No, stop. His mother cried out, voice thick with misery. He barely caught it before something slammed into the back of his head, and darkness consumed him. Bahahaha, I leaned against the Iron Throne, laughing at the delicious irony of it all. So Joffrey decided to show up while Cersei was doing her walk of shame. I didn't expect that when I decided to bring her back to King's Landing like that. All those Lannisters who strutted around like peacocks were finally getting what was coming to them. Cersei, the proud lioness, stripped bare for the whole city to see. And Joffrey, that little fool, running out to defend her at just the right moment. It was almost too perfect. Right now, the throne room was empty and quiet, moonlight spilling through the high windows and painting long shadows on the floor. I hadn't budged from the Iron Throne since I first took it yesterday, way too much to do, and I kind of liked the feel of it anyway. Every second spent here reminded me that I'd won. Rose knelt between my legs, her flame-colored hair glowing in the dim light. I threaded my fingers through it, savoring its silky softness while her soft lips and skilled mouth did its work. Tell me about our guest. How's our ex-king holding up? She stopped bobbing her head, releasing my cock with a pop, and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Still asleep, Your Grace. The milk of the poppy should knock him out for a few more hours. Excellent. I twisted a lock of her hair around my finger. So, what do you think we should do with him once he's awake? Didn't he torture you and your friend at one point? I still remember feeling my blood boil back then. So we need to make sure he learns a lesson. My grin widened. And after that, a very public execution, of course. Rose, eyes lit up hearing the first part. She must feel so grateful realizing that I remembered. And his mother? Rose asked, an eager spark in her eyes. She'll be there, forced to watch it all. But we have some time till execution. Robb Stark will not be here until a few days later. We can't do it before that. I let go of her hair. So until then, we play. Go get that room ready like I told you. As you wish, Your Grace. She got to her feet, grinning at me as she walked away, hips swaying. She knew how to get a man riled up, being a whore and all. Well, former whore, she was now the mistress of whispers, as I promised her. Although I'd only make it official after the execution. I leaned farther back on the throne, feeling the twisted metal edges press into my back. Other kings might have found it uncomfortable and painful, but the swords merely gave my thick skin a massage. I thought it was a perfect reminder of power. Closing my eyes, I let the satisfaction wash over me. It really did feel good. Nothing like taking a nap on my Iron Throne. Chapter 75, A Perfect Lannister Hell. Joffrey's eyes fluttered open, his mind foggy and his head pounding. He saw familiar crimson drapes in a ceiling he was used to, making him frown. For one blessed moment, his frown melted and he breathed the stale air of his childhood bedchamber. Ah, yes, of course, all of that. It was just a bad dream. He believed for a moment. How else could dragons be a thing? How else could he have lost? But when he tried to move, realization hit him. He couldn't move. Dust motes swirled in shafts of afternoon light cutting through broken shutters. The familiar scent of the room and the faint echoes of the previous day's events brought him crashing back to reality. His breath hitched as he realized it hadn't been a dream at all. Before he could process the full weight of his situation, a low, guttural moan filled the air, followed by the rhythmic creak of the bed frame. The moan came low and throaty, a voice that was familiar, but a sound that was not. His head snapped sideways so fast his neck popped. His mother, Cersei's bare back was arching like a bowstring, sweaty golden hair plastered to flushed skin as Viserys Targaryen drove into her with piston-like thrusts that made the rotting bed frame screech. She was dirty. It was apparent that she wasn't allowed a shower after that naked stroll, and she was being railed in that state. Viserys, that bastard, was enjoying his mother while she still bore the shameful marks from the naked stroll. Where 100,000 men had seen her naked, imagining obscene dreams with her body, it was this bastard who was getting to live them all. Her manicured nails clawed at moldering bedsheets as she wailed, not in pain but ragged euphoria. Joffrey's chair creaked as he strained against silk restraints binding his wrists behind the chair back. What the fuck? His eyes went wide in horror as he took in the scene before him. She was on all fours on the bed, her naked body trembling with each violent thrust from behind. Viserys' strong, powerful frame dominated the space, his movements relentless and brutal. Cersei's face was twisted in a mixture of pain and pleasure, her eyes rolled back as she moaned loudly. The sound sent a wave of nausea through Joffrey, but what caught his attention next made his blood run cold. Somehow he hadn't noticed so far that he was tied to a chair, his wrists and ankles bound with thick rope, leaving him utterly helpless. Stop, you animal, I'll have you. Viserys' laughter boomed through the chamber, his violet eyes glinting as he maintained rhythm. Hear that, Lannister, your cub is awake, and he thinks he commands dragons. A meaty slap echoed as his mother's ass jiggled, and Viserys gripped her hips tighter. I did this with Theon Greyjoy too, and he was wise to stay quiet. Your son truly is too dumb to read a room, how could he handle a continent? I'll hang you, lizard. Free me, Joffrey shouted, but the man didn't pay attention. Viserys grabbed his dear mother's hair tight from behind, leaning forward to whisper, "Help him understand the situation. Or else I might end him right here. Tell him whose cock you crave, Cersei." His mother's tear-streaked face twisted toward Joffrey, her mascara-blackened eyes glassy. I can't. Viserys growled, slowing to cruel, shallow thrusts that made her breath hitch. "Shall we ask the whoreson what he thinks?" Before Joffrey could respond, a soft, mocking laugh echoed from behind him. He strained against his restraints, trying to see who was there. A figure stepped into his line of sight, and his heart sank. Rose, the pretty whore from the brothel, stood there, wearing translucent silk that did nothing to conceal the whip coiled at her hip. It was the same whore who he'd ordered to beat the other whore that day. Her eyes gleamed with a mixture of amusement and malice as she stared at him. Well, Rose purred, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Look at you, Joffrey. So loud, so prideful, and yet, here you are, tied up like a little bird in a cage." Joffrey's face reddened with rage and humiliation. "You dirty slut, what are you doing here? Let me go," he spat, struggling against the ropes. The former brothel girl trailed vermilion-painted nails along his twitching thigh. She chuckled and looked at Viserys. "Look at him, your grace." The Pretender King's tiny needle sword stands at attention. Joffrey's stomach dropped as he felt the traitorous hardness straining against his breeches. "No, you scheming cun." Her hand slammed against his face, stopping him from talking. "Don't yell. His grace will feel bothered," she said in a tone cold enough to make him shiver. "And no, I'm not going to let you go, Joffrey. I am going to have a little fun with you as you watch your mother's pussy and image get destroyed." She raised her hand, and Joffrey's breath caught as he saw the whip coiled in her fist. The whip cracked. Joffrey's scream merged with his mother's shriek as the lash bit into his groin. Rose leaned close, her breath hot against his ear. "Hush now, false little king. Or maybe you want to get your turn with that Lannister whore once the real ruler's finished." Cersei's head snapped toward him, her eyes wide with horror, but Viserys grabbed her by the hair, forcing her back into the bed. "It bothers me that you're paying attention to him, whore," Viserys laughed, his thrusts becoming even more savage. "He needs to watch. He needs to see what happens when you cross me. The feeling is addictive, trust me. I enjoyed it when Theon watched me take his sister, but damn, this is much better. Are you tightening up, Cersei?" Cersei's moans turned into sobs as she pleaded, No, I am not." Stop, just stop, you bastard." Viserys frowned and nodded at Rose, who grinned and attacked Joffrey harsher. Cersei's eyes bulged. No, I'm sorry, your grace, yes, your grace, my Viserys, please stop. You're hurting him." But Viserys just laughed. Joffrey watched as his mother was flipped onto her back with bestial strength, pinning her wrists above her head as Viserys sheathed himself to the hilt. Joffrey's body burned as the dragon's movements became more relentless. "You should have thought of that before you decided to play queen, Cersei, when your son thought he had power. Now, you're nothing but a slut, and your son is just a pathetic little voyeur. Look at him, lioness. Watch as your darling boy learns what a true king's seed feels like. Please." Cersei's plea dissolved into wanton moans as Viserys ground deeper, the lewd squelch of their sex drowning her whimpers. Joff, don't look." But Joffrey couldn't look away. His mother's thighs trembled around the invader's waist, her head thrashing against mildewed pillows as Viserys growled obscenities. All the while, Rose's wandering whip traced the damp spots spreading across Joffrey's lap, her laughter light and musical. "Beg," Viserys snarled, slowing to excruciating near stillness. "Beg for this Targaryen cock, or I'll let your son taste you next. Won't that be great? Look at his little cock twitch, he's definitely interested." Joffrey's tears streamed down his face as he watched, helpless and humiliated. His mind reeled with a mix of rage, fear, and disgust, but there was nothing he could do. He was trapped, forced to endure the horror unfolding before him. As Viserys continued to dominate his mother's seductive, voluptuous body, her cries of pain turned into something else, something raw and primal. She began to cum, her body shaking uncontrollably as Viserys drove into her one last time before pulling out. He flipped her onto her back, mounting her in a brutal, animalistic position. Cersei's wail shattered into hyperventilating gasps. Please don't stop, your grace, I need it, ahng, yes tilde. That's it, I need your cock." Joffrey didn't know if his mother was acting to save him from whips or if he he sobbed dryly as Viserys roared triumphantly. The Dragon King's hips blurred, and the bed's protests drowned beneath Cersei's sobbing pleas for more. Rose pressed against Joffrey's back, her nimble fingers touching his neck as Viserys' taunts washed over them. Your false father died gurgling your mother's name, Viserys panted, sweat dripping onto Cersei's heaving chest. I'll have her screaming mine until the seven hells freeze. The first hot spurts hit Cersei's stomach as she clenched around him, back arching in ecstasy. Joffrey's choked sob caught in his throat as Rose's hand tightened around his shivering throat. Shish, the horse said, her soft grip moving with practiced cruelty. All men are equal at the moment of ruin. She smiled, all but my master. Rose, Viserys' call sliced through the humid air like Valyrian steel. Rose froze with her hand still on Joffrey's throat, the boy's labored breathing loud in the sudden stillness. Come here, I have something even more fun prepared. She turned toward the throne with a serpent smile, golden light from the high windows glinting off the dark glossy whip still pressed against Joffrey's thigh. As my king commands. Her silk robe slid across the stone as she crossed to the bed. Joffrey watched the curve of her hips, that fine ass that he could have had if he'd wanted that day. But like the realm, that ass also drifted away from him, falling into Viserys' grip as he spanked it. It jiggled. Cersei lay trembling beneath them, tear tracks cutting through the grime on her cheeks. The dry blood on her forehead from getting stoned before mixed with cum. Viserys gripped a fistful of golden hair, forcing the former queen's face upward as Rose climbed onto the mattress. The scent of sex and sweat was heavy as Rose froze, and then a grin split her face when she realized what the dragon wanted. She straddled Cersei's face without ceremony, her knees pinning the lioness's arms to the mildewed sheets. Breathe through your nose, little whore queen, Rose said, grinding downward. Joffrey watched his mother gagging on a whore's thighs, his shaft getting hard again. Wouldn't want you missing the show. Viserys' laugh rumbled deep in his chest as he ruffled Rose's hair. I really do like you, he said, so I'll give you a reward, he said, and his tongue claimed Rose's mouth. His hands tore at her flimsy garments, silk shredded like cobwebs beneath his fingers, revealing pale flesh mottled with old bruises and fresh bite marks. Rose arched into the violence, nails scoring red trails down the king's scarred back as their kiss turned bloody. Magnificent, she gasped against his lips when they broke apart. Her hips rolled obscenely against Cersei's suffocating face. To think they called you the beggar king. Look at you now, conqueror of thrones and cunts both. Don't you love this? That got Joffrey's blood boiling. His chair legs screeched against stone as he strained against his bonds. Mother, mother, spittle flew from his lips, his boyish features contorted in rage and something darker. I'll kill you, I'll rip your entrails out and, Viserys didn't glance at the screaming boy. His violet eyes stayed locked on Rose as he rose to his knees, the muscles in his thighs flexing as he positioned himself above her. Open, let's show the boy what he could never have, he said. Rose obeyed like a well-trained hound, kissing the tip of his dragon dick, and then tongue-lolling obscenely. Viserys gripped her hair with one hand while the other guided his cock between painted lips. Her choked moan sent vibrations through him as he sheathed himself to the root, watching tears spring to her eyes. Good girl, he said, hips pistoning. Take your king's fire. Cersei's legs kicked feebly beneath them, the beds. Protests drowned by wet gagging sounds. Rose, hands scrambled for purchase on Viserys' sweat-slick chest, her earlier poise shattered as he fucked her throat with relentless precision. Below them, Cersei's movements grew sluggish, her struggles weakening as Rose's weight pressed down. Joffrey's screams dissolved into broken whimpers. His head lolled against the chair back, eyes glassy as they tracked the rhythmic slap of flesh on flesh. A dark stain spread across his breeches, the acrid stench of urine and weak semen joining the room's miasma of sex and sweat. When Viserys finally spilled down Rose's throat, his roar was like that of a dragon as it shook dust from the canopy above. The whore convulsed beneath him, her climax written in the arch of her spine and the desperate clutch of her fingers. She collapsed forward when he withdrew, crimson saliva trailing from swollen lips as she breathed heavily. Even in that situation, she turned her face toward Joffrey. All hail the king, she rasped, laughter bubbling through the mess on her chin. The last thing Joffrey saw before darkness took him was his mother's limp hand slipping from beneath Rose's thigh, fingers twitching in the torchlight like a dying spider, as Viserys once again slammed into her. Chapter 76, The Targaryen Dynasty continues. Sansa walked behind her brother through the Red Keep's corridors. Even though days had passed since the Lannisters' defeat, the throne room still smelled like ash and burned stone. The scent reminded her of the Blackwater, and it made her stomach twist. Morning light streamed through cracked windows, falling on the floor where wildfire's scorch marks curled like frozen snakes. Servants were on their knees, scrubbing stubborn bloodstains. Their rags left pink smears across the mosaics of three-headed dragons. Robb's boots sounded too loud on the marble as he stepped into the throne room first. Right behind him, the Greechon let out a laugh that died quickly, replaced by the uneasy shuffle of northern boots. Sansa pressed herself close to her mother. Her gray silk gown felt too thin in the lingering smoke. Catelyn leaned over and gave her a gentle kiss on the head. When Robb glanced her way, Sansa forced a small smile that never really reached her eyes. He sighed in return. "Still smells like roasted stags," Roose Bolton muttered, his pale gaze flicking to the Tyrell knights lining the walls. Their green breastplates seemed to shine mockingly next to the Northerners, dented mail and muddy furs. Sansa noticed someone who stood out. Marjorie Tyrell stood a little apart from her brother Garland, like a fresh summer rose in the middle of winter. She caught Sansa's eye and dipped her head in a polite greeting. Sansa dug her nails into her palms. That was the girl, wasn't it? She felt a swirl of emotions she didn't fully understand. Suddenly, trumpets shattered the quiet. "Behold, Viserys Targaryen," called a herald. Sansa's heart pounded as she turned to look at the tall figure stepping out of the shadows. The King of the Seven Kingdoms moved like a drawn sword, smooth and sure. He wore a black cloak with gold dragons along his shoulders, looking more regal than the last time she'd seen him. Close behind him came Kinvara, the red priestess Sansa had only heard whispers about. Her ruby necklace gleamed in the sunlight, and in the background stood Roose. Sansa's brows knit. What's she doing with Viserys? Roose was a whore who'd grown up in Winterfell. But while she'd been a whore from a young age, Sansa saw her as an older sister. That girl was really nice and took care of her at times. Now Roose stood with the king, and a whip scar showed across her knuckles. It made Sansa wonder what had happened in all these months. Above them, the castle shook as Viserion roared. Northerners stiffened at the sound. Even the Tyrell knights flinched. A hint of a smile curled on Sansa's lips. She couldn't help remembering how she used to dream of dragons, and maybe she did want to pat Viserion's head if given the chance. "King Robb, my friend," Viserys said, his voice carrying as he settled on the Iron Throne. "The North fought bravely. Harrenhal's ruins will remember your steel for an age. You have my thanks." Robb gave a sharp nod. He showed respect without lowering himself too much. Sansa thought her brother had grown a lot. He seemed like a real leader now. "Tywin Lannister never made it to help his grandson," Robb said. "Exactly as we agreed. The North remembers its allies, my friend." Behind him, the Greechon grunted in approval while Roose Bolton gave a thin smile. Robb went on, "I'm sorry I couldn't bring you Tywin's head, though." Viserys just gave an easy nod. "It's Tywin Lannister. I'd have been more shocked if you had succeeded." Then Sansa felt his gaze flick to her, almost like a touch. She instantly looked away, letting her eyes drift to some old artwork on the ceiling showing Aegon's conquest. She felt foolish for not meeting his gaze, but it was too late. "It's a shame," Catelyn Stark said quietly. "I would have liked to see that man's head on a spike." "Still," Viserys said, now focusing on Catelyn, "your son did what he promised. Allies need trust, and you Northerners have proven yourselves." "Ugh, why did I look away?" Sansa scolded herself in her head for avoiding his eyes. She'd had the chance to greet him, and she blew it. Robb's hand hovered near his belt, which held no sword at the moment. "I'm glad this alliance stands strong. Unlike Dorne, we in the North plan on keeping our word." Some Tyrell lords snickered, and Garland Tyrell shot him a glare to hush him. Viserys chuckled, the sound warming the cold air. "Wise indeed." He tapped a finger on one of the throne's jagged edges. "As for Dorne, well, we can discuss them in private." Sansa exhaled softly. That was one thing off the table for now. Wait, no, what am I thinking? She knew about Arianne Martell, the princess of Dorne, and how so many lords might try pushing their daughters on Viserys. But if Dorne wasn't sending soldiers, if Dorne had betrayed him, maybe she could breathe easier. But she didn't want to think like that. Right then, Marjorie Tyrell seemed to drift closer, like she wanted to speak. Sansa didn't feel ready for that talk and pretended to fix her sleeve. Her mother started chatting with Marjorie instead. Meanwhile, Kinvara bent down and whispered something to Viserys, and he nodded, rising from the throne in a swirl of crimson. "Before we do that," he said, "we have a more immediate matter of justice to handle." The throne room emptied fast. Northern and Reach lords moved like soldiers off to another battle. Robb offered Sansa his arm, and she took it. She couldn't stop her hands from trembling as they walked out together. Morning light spilled across the wide courtyard of the Red Keep, cutting long shadows from the wooden platform at its center. Two tall stakes, each bearing the Targaryen three-headed dragon, stood on either side of the stage, their crimson banners snapping in the breeze. A massive crowd filled the courtyard. Small folk came for the grim spectacle, while Reach soldiers in shining armor and gold cloaks tried, and failed, to keep everything under control. Above, Viserys' massive golden form glided, each powerful flap instilling fear among the spectators. With every roar, even the bravest knights trembled. "Behold," someone announced, "Viserys Targaryen, your king." When Viserys arrived, people moved aside in a rush. His black cloak, which was edged in red, trailed over the stones as he headed for the platform, which Kinvara and a group of Tyrell knights flanked. "Everyone," Viserys said, looking over the crowd. "Today, we're here for a great cause. A deserved justice. The last time you saw something like this was with Eddard Stark, an innocent man framed for false crimes. Today is something truer than that. Before that, let's welcome the Lannister whore." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as Cersei appeared next, dragged by two guards. "Arg, let me go." A heavy chain leash fastened to an iron collar around her neck clinked with every step. She wore an outfit more fit for a brothel than a once queen, fabric so skimpy it barely covered her. Her once bright green eyes were red and wild, and her tangled golden hair clung to her sweaty face. "Please," she begged, lurching forward, voice cracking, "someone help us. I'll shower you with gold." The crowd answered with jeers and spit. "Whore queen," somebody yelled. "Lion bitch," another shouted. "Now, let's welcome the mistress of Whisper, who's bringing our main culprit," Viserys said. Then Roose stepped up onto the platform, dressed like a court official now instead of a prostitute. She hauled Joffrey behind her with help from two guards. His fancy clothes were in tatters, his wrists locked in heavy manacles. Terror filled his face as he darted his gaze around, seeking a way out. When he spotted Cersei, his composure fell away. "Mother, mother, do something," he cried, his voice shaky. Cersei tried to rush the platform, but the guards yanked the leash. She hit the cobblestones hard, chain rattling. "My baby," she wailed. "Please, not my son." Viserys climbed the steps calmly and deliberately. He drew a fancy sword from his belt, Joffrey's own blade, its golden lion pommel gleaming in the morning light. The courtyard went silent as he said, "Today, I am going to show respect to my northern friends and do this through their culture. Since I'm the one who called this execution, I'll swing the sword myself." At the edge of the crowd, Sansa stood with her mother, her brother Robb, and some grim northern lords. Not far off, Margaery and Garland Tyrell looked on. Garland seemed uneasy at the scene but stayed firm by Viserys. Cersei collapsed to her knees, the chain rattling. "Why, your grace, please. He's just a boy, my firstborn, show mercy. Just lock him up in the dungeon, please." Viserys stared at her, letting the tension build, then spoke in a strong voice, "This is not a boy. This is a false king who tormented and murdered the realm's people. He starved them, abused them. His crimes go on and on. Is he truly Robert Baratheon's son, even?" He didn't wait for her answer and listed Joffrey's brutal deeds, killing off Robert's bastards, tormenting Sansa, and bringing chaos to King's Landing. With each crime, the crowd's anger grew. "Lies," Joffrey screamed, voice cracking. "They're all lies." But the crowd's rage drowned him out. "I have the Baratheon blood. You filthy peasants. I am your king. Kneel before me." By the power of House Targaryen, Viserys cut through his voice, his tone deadly calm, "And with the North, the Reach, and this city watching, I sentence Joffrey Lannister, the incest-born son of Cersei and Jaime Lannister, to die." Joffrey's face lost all its color. His head snapped toward his mother's. Mother, you have to stop this. Tell them I'm the king." Cersei's wail cut through the air. She clawed at her collar. "No, please, I'm begging you. Where's that mighty lion now?" Roose muttered and stepped back, looking satisfied, while Viserys approached Joffrey. The boy tried to spit at him but only dribbled on his chin. His knees quivered as Viserys raised the lion-pommeled sword. Time seemed to slow. The crowd held its breath. "Mommy." His legs trembled, and he pissed himself. The blade sliced down with a solid thud. Joffrey's head rolled across the platform, blood spurting in a harsh arc before his body collapsed. A gasp tore through the spectators, followed by scattered cheers. Flicking blood off the sword, Viserys locked eyes with Cersei. I know this angers you, bitch. But be careful, you'll watch the same thing happen to your other 2 children, he warned, voice cold, if you ever move against me. Cersei's eyes burned, but then they darkened in fear as she sank onto the stones, chain clanking as she sobbed. Above, Viserion let out a roar that rattled the keep's walls. Viserys tossed the bloody sword aside, not caring about the red stains on his cloak. He scanned the crowd, Northmen, Reachmen, and townsfolk, radiating a power no one dared question. The dragons have reclaimed their throne. Let all who defy us meet the same fate. From now on, he announced, the Targaryen dynasty continues. Behind him, Joffrey's body lay cooling while Cersei wept at his feet. Chapter 77, The Queen of Thorns. Marjorie's palms stung from clapping, but she didn't stop. Not until the last drop of Joffrey's blood seeped into the cracks between the cobblestones. A roar louder than all the applause combined shook the city. Her gaze lifted from the dark stain to the sky, where Viserion circled like a gilded vulture. She couldn't help but smile. That dragon, it's mine. Or it would be once the man who rode it became hers. She turned her smile toward Viserys as he acknowledged the roaring crowd, his face impassive beneath the splatter of crimson. When he pivoted to leave, she was already at his side, slipping her arm through his with practiced ease. The gesture drew approving murmurs from the onlookers, their king and their rose, united. Viserys didn't stiffen or pull away, his stride steady as they descended the platform. Your Grace, she said, sweetening her voice just enough to carry over the fading cheers. A decisive stroke. The realm will sleep safer tonight. He hummed noncommittally, eyes forward. Marjorie kept her smile fixed, though her mind raced. Why hasn't he announced the marriage yet? The question gnawed at her each time courtiers bowed to them as a pair, each time his hand brushed hers during feasts. Her father's impatience had become a daily nuisance, but Marjorie knew better than to push. He was the first dragon rider in 2 centuries, and she didn't want to piss off her to-be husband. Her father would achieve nothing but scorn. So she'd chosen to leave this to her grandmother. Olenna Tyrell's ship would dock within days. Let the Queen of Thorns handle the prickly details. As they passed the Stark contingent, Marjorie's grip tightened imperceptibly on Viserys' arm. Sansa stood half-hidden behind Lady Catelyn, her tully blue eyes fixed on the king with a look Marjorie couldn't quite parse. Ah. Longing. Foolish girl. What did she do to blow up such an opportunity? Marjorie had heard about the fantasy-like rescue story of Sansa, and she'd grown worried when later news about Viserys granting the North independence surfaced. That had made her heart beat faster, thinking she'd lost to Sansa. But given how that girl was hiding behind her mother, refusing to meet eyes with Viserys, she realized those worries were nonsense. The North had its independence, but here in the South, Sansa was just another wide-eyed pawn. Marjorie's lips curved higher. Let the wolf pup stare. The same went for the 3 sand snakes. She'd heard that they were in the castle, but they didn't show themselves to the public after Dorne's betrayal. Marjorie was curious what he'd do to them. Viserys' attention had already moved on, his focus sharpening as a Tyrell captain approached to report on the city's grain stores. Take Cersei Lannister back to her chambers. Be sure she doesn't kill herself, Viserys said, dismissing the man before turning to Marjorie. His thumb grazed her wrist, a fleeting touch that warmed her skin through the silk sleeve. Walk with me to the council chambers. I'd prefer company after the bloodbath earlier. Of course, my love, she said, her voice doing nothing to quiet down, as she fell into step. The dragon's shadow passed over them again, and Marjorie didn't bother hiding her upward glance. Soon, she promised herself. When grandmother arrives, they'd make him see. A dragon needs his rose, after all. Robb leaned against the cold stone windowsill, watching torchlight flicker across the maze of alleys below. The scent of charred wood still clung to the city, mingling with the salt breeze from Blackwater Bay. His head was hurting from all these thoughts, just when warm arms circled his waist from behind. You should be celebrating, Talisa murmured into his back, her breath tickling through his linen tunic. The man who ordered your father's death just lost his head. So what are you doing, staring like that? He covered her hands with his own, calloused fingers brushing over smooth skin. And I'd toast to it properly if. Robb turned in her embrace, finding her dark eyes still heavy with sleep. Moonlight caught the silver threads in her nightdress, making her look like some spirit from old Nan's tales. Did you see Sansa at the execution? How she trembled. Talisa's thumbs traced idle circles over his hips. She's gentle. Not made for bloodshed. Gentle doesn't explain why she looks away every time Viserys glances her way. The memory curdled in his gut, Sansa shrinking behind their mother's shoulder in the throne room, Viserys' violet eyes lingering a heartbeat too long before turning coldly away. I meant to propose a match between them. Secure the North's position. But now you play the disappointed matchmaker. Talisa's laugh was soft, edged with knowing. You, who tore up the Frey contract for a foreign nurse. He caught her wandering hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. This is different. She wants him. Even if she looks away, it's obvious she wants him. They're having a quarrel, but I've seen how puppy eyes and blushes don't make a queen. Plus, we don't know for sure unless she says she really does like him. Talisa stepped back, the loss of her warmth making the chamber feel suddenly cavernous. Or would you force her into a cage of politics, like how you were almost pulled into one? The accusation stabbed him. Somewhere in the keep, a door slammed, the sound echoing through the ancient stones, stopping the awkward silence from settling. She's not you, Robb said at last. She was raised for this. Trained to smile while her heart breaks. Except a man who's flaunting another woman in front of her. Talisa crossed to the bedside carafe, pouring 2 cups of honeyed wine. The liquid glowed amber in the weak moonlight. You Starks, so quick to martyr yourselves on duty's altar. He accepted the cup but didn't drink. If the Tyrell girl secures him first, then perhaps your Dragon King prefers roses to wolves. She sipped her wine, watching him over the rim. Or perhaps he's waiting to see which party offers the best. So far he's been a political mind. Robb snorted. Oh please, my sister is a far better option, both as a person and as a political chip than Marjorie Tyrell. She laughed. Well, the Tyrell girl is pretty too, and she knows when to make her move. I've seen it. Plus, she comes with 100,000 swords and a grandmother who reminds people of Tywin Lannister. Talisa set her cup down with a sharp click. But I do respect my sister-in-law and would be in pain to see her hurt. So if you ask me how to make her win over the Tyrell girl, I say send your mother to Viserys to talk about the marriage. If anyone can, mother would sooner strangle Viserys than let him near Sansa again. Come on, they just need to have a conversation, she said. I'm sure her opinion about Viserys is much better now after she saw him kill Joffrey with his own hands, respecting your people's tradition. Whatever your mother is, she's a noble lady who knows when to respect people. Still, I don't think he'd be convinced, dear wife, he sighed. The wine turned sour on his tongue. He set it aside, staring at the artistic drawing across the chamber, a battle scene from the Dance of Dragons, threads fraying where the fire had licked the edges. She replied with a plain smile. She'd already said her bit. Outside, Viserys' dragon roared loudly and shook the night, closer than before. Robb moved to the window in time to see golden wings blot out the stars, circling toward the dragon pit. When he turned back, Talisa was already climbing into bed, dark hair fanned across the pillows like spilled ink. She smiled at him from there. Whatever choice you make it fast, she gestured at him with a finger, and he felt drawn toward it. When his head rested on her arms, she kissed his head. When I passed by earlier, I heard that Olenna Tyrell's ship would dock within the next few days. Despite being an outsider from Essos, even I know it'd be too late then. Olenna Tyrell's presence alone would change the game. While the entire realm worried about when she'd arrive, Olenna was in her ship, humming and enjoying some snacks. The river lapped lazily against the hull as she popped a candied plum into her mouth. Her chambers aboard the Thorn's Delight smelled of rosewater and parchment, the air swirling with the kind of silence only a woman who'd outlived 3 husbands could appreciate. Through the latticed window, she felt like she could watch King's Landing loom in the distance, even though it was half a day's ride on horseback after getting down this ship. She should be there by the next evening. How pitiful, she mused, brushing sugar from her skirts. I spent decades fighting against the Lannister, only to miss the moment the Lion Cub King's head rolls. The Raven's account of Joffrey's execution still lay open on her desk, its ink smudged from her grip. Mace had repeated the details twice in his letter. How the boy king had pissed himself, how Viserys swung the sword one-handed like he was chopping firewood. A shame she hadn't been there to whisper a final quip in the little monster's ear. At this age, she was used to missing out on seeing world-changing events with her own 2 eyes. Few were lucky to witness such things. Knock knock. Gentle knocks rattled the cabin door, pulling her out of her thoughts. Is it the lemon cakes? Come in, she called without looking up. The Arbor Gold had left her tongue craving something tart. And for the love of the seven, tell the captain to stop tacking. This wobbling's fit to turn my stomach. The hinges creaked. There was no clink of porcelain and no simpering apology. Olenna turned just as the door clicked shut. A hooded figure stood between her and the exit, hands gloved, face shadowed. Her pulse quickened, a novelty at her age. How droll, she drawled, rising slowly. Her joints protested, but she'd be damned if she'd cower. Did Tywin Lannister send you? Tell him if he wanted a reunion, he could've, MMPH. The man had moved like a blur, and his hand clamped over her mouth, leather and iron pressing her lips shut. The other arm snaked around her torso, lifting her clear off the floor. She kicked, her slipper flying off to smack a Myrish face. It shattered. Shish, his voice rumbled behind her ear. It was young, male, faintly amused. She almost recognized it. What the hell? No way, is that, at this age, she couldn't struggle more than that. So she bit down hard. The glove tasted of lye and something metallic. Her captor didn't flinch. The hood fell back. Viserys Targaryen smiled at her reflection in the window, all sharp angles and colder eyes than the polite boy who'd visited Highgarden. His eyes seemed to announce that whatever cooperation and cowardice he'd shown during their first meeting, it was all an act. All to get her working with him. His free hand raised a dagger, its hilt carved with Lannister lions. Clever, she thought, even as her heart stuttered. Frame the corpse for Tywin's brood. Leave the reach scrambling. Sorry, Granny. The blade hovered at her ribs. You're too dangerous to be kept alive. She met his gaze in the glass, chin high. Let him see her laugh lines, her unblinking stare. Let him remember this. The steel slid between her bones like a hot knife through butter. Darkness came swift. The last thing she tasted was candied plum. Rot in hell. His voice grew distant. Chapter 78. The Vipers. Decision. Olenna Tyrell hadn't done anything wrong against me yet. Not directly. But that was the problem with clever old women who thought their tongues sharper than Valyrian steel. She'd sneered at me in Highgarden, hadn't she? Dismissed me as some upjumped exile until she saw my fancy pet. I had let her live then because I needed the Reach's armies, their grain, their gold. Because Marjorie's simpering act had been useful. But now the realm knew dragons didn't kneel to rose gardens. On top of that, I was more than just my dragon. She had no use, and by tomorrow, the news of her death will announce the weakness of House Tyrell. Status, I said, my wings flapping against the wind as I waited for the shimmering box. Page 1/3 Viserys Targaryen the Dragon King 22 years old level 4754 STR 57 END 54 DEX 58 INT 55 LUC 150 Auth page 1/3 page 2/3 class. The Dragon King skills. Dragon Management System S. House of Dragons S. Fire Resistance E. Dragon Wings F. Spearmanship A. Swordsmanship C. Dragondick D. Page 2/3 The growth made me smile. It had barely been a year since I came to this world, and I'd already grown so much. I'd already taken back the throne. I gained a bunch of levels during the massacre of Blackwater Bay. It was the greatest jump so far. Almost 15 levels. My spearmanship also ranked up to A after killing Stannis Baratheon. I still had people to take care of, though. Tywin Lannister was alive, and so was Tyrion and that eunuch bastard. Most importantly, my sister. Well, more importantly, the White Walkers north of the Wall. But I had time to prepare for them. Waving the status page away, I focused on my surroundings to land safely. I landed silently on the balcony, wings dissolving into my back like smoke. Just then, another system notification flashed. Skill Dragon Wings F has risen to Dragon Wings E. What a timing. I felt like I was growing stronger every second, making me smile. Still, I'd still die against an army, so I couldn't relax just yet. A few more years. The moon hung low over King's Landing, casting long shadows across the chamber of the king. 3 figures turned as I stepped inside, Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene. I frowned, but their postures relaxed when they recognized me. Oh my, Nymeria purred, leaning against the bedpost. Her fingers toyed with the laces of her leather jerkin. We've been waiting. Thought you'd be off tupping the Tyrell girl or your little spy mistress, but you're back early. I shrugged off my cloak, tossing it over a chair. And yet here you are. What's this about? Tyene stepped forward first, hips swaying like a Dornish viper coiling to strike. Dorne hasn't sent troops, she said, voice sweet as poisoned honey. Her hand slid up my chest, nails scraping lightly through the fabric. We're concerned. Worried you'll decide we'll betray you too like our stupid uncle did. So we thought we should talk. Obara snorted, crossing her arms. Yep, I say we gut the current Martells ourselves and be done with. Nymeria cut her off with a glare. What she means, she said, stepping closer, is we'd like to prove our use. Her breath warmed my neck as her lips brushed my ear. In whatever way pleases our king. Her hand tucked my shirt, undoing the buttons. I laughed as my shirt fell, but caught her wrist before she could undo my belt. Seduction, really, you three, Tyene pouted, in her false innocence. You don't find us tempting. I find you desperate right now, I said. I won't think you'll betray me. We've spent so much time together, right? It'd be stupid to betray me now, knowing my strength and all. Obara's hand twitched toward her spear propped against the wall. Exactly. Well, you're right, we're desperate. We're desperate to feel safe. So just, you are. I stepped back, eyeing them. Nymeria's cheeks flushed, whether from anger or shame, I couldn't tell. But fine, let's say I'm convinced. What then? You'll warm my bed, and I'll forget your useless prince can't tell his ass from a spearpoint. Dorne will pay its price for betrayal, this won't change anything. Tyene's smile didn't reach her eyes. She turned abruptly, striding to the side table where a carafe of wine sat. Let's start with a drink, you sound too angry, she said, pouring deep red liquid into 2 goblets. 2. Trust. She tilted her head back, throat working seductively as she drained her cup. A trickle of wine escaped the corner of her lips, trailing down her neck. Holding my gaze, she offered the other goblet. Your turn. My fingers twitched as Tyene offered the goblet, her pulse fluttering like a trapped bird beneath that delicate throat. The wine's scent hit me gently, bitter almonds beneath the cloying sweetness. Normal people would never be able to detect it. I did. Idiots. I moved faster than any of them could blink. Tyene's eyes bulged as I grabbed her throat and slammed her against the stone wall, her feet dangling a hand's breadth above the floor. The goblet shattered, staining the rug blood red. You think I don't know widow's blood when I smell it? I hissed. I'm stupefied as to why you're taking such risks when you've seen I hadn't hung you for your nation's crime. Release her. Obara lunged first, grabbing a spear from the display and arcing toward my ribs with a hunter's precision. Nymeria followed, hidden dagger drawn low for a gutting strike. I kicked Obara's spear sideways into Nymeria's path, metal screeching as the blade deflected off the shaft. My heel caught Obara square in the sternum, sending the fool crashing into the bed frame. A twist of my hip and Nymeria ate a boot to the diaphragm, crumpling against the hearth with a gasp. Tyene's choked laughter bubbled wetly. Crimson trailed from her nostrils, her lips blooming purple. As such, vigor. I knew this plan was stupid. Obara crawled toward her spear. Nymeria clutched her ribs, wheezing. Obara, stop. Nymeria's voice cracked, and she turned toward me. Please, let her go. The pendant, around her neck. Tyene's fingers clawed at my wrist, her legs kicking weakly as blood started trickling down her nose and ears. I tightened my grip, watching her face darken. And why shouldn't I let her choke? Obara spat blood. She didn't want this. We convinced her. We thought we were betraying Dorne by going against Doran's decision to cut ties with you. But Tyene didn't want this, so please let her go. Kill us instead. Nymeria crawled forward, tears cutting through the soot on her cheeks. This was just a bad decision. We're sorry, we're at fault. Please, I tilted my head. Begging doesn't suit vipers. Fuck, stop this. Sisters, begging is pathetic, Tyene rasped, her eyes rolling back. If we've committed a crime, we should be punished for it. I dropped her. She hit the floor gasping, fingers scrambling for the silver pendant shaped like a coiled serpent that had separated from her. I crushed her hand under my boot. Arianne Martell, of all people, I said, plucking the pendant free, sent a rather illuminating raven. Your dear Uncle Doran's been cozying up to some Lysini brat claiming to be Rhaegar's son. Do you even know what's going on there? Stupid bitches. A baron doesn't support Doran in this, but at the same time, he won't betray his brother by sending me a letter. But somehow, Doran's daughter got so addicted to my cock that she betrayed him by letting me know. I want to kill you both. But, well, since Arianne said a baron doesn't support it, I'll let you off this one. I hope you realize you're a baron's daughters, and not Doran's. So don't act up. I will lock you up though. Then I pressed the pendant into Tyenne's slack mouth, forcing her to swallow the antidote capsule hidden inside. How did you guys decide poisoning me was smarter than begging for forgiveness? Tyene convulsed, vomit splattering the tiles as the antidote took hold. Obara bared bloodied teeth. You should have told us about this, then. Nah, it was interesting to see who you'd choose in such a situation, I said with a sigh. I'd been wondering about what to do with them, waiting it out, but they ended up making a bad choice. I clapped twice. Guards flooded the room. Take them to the black cells. Let them ponder familial loyalty in the dark. As they dragged the sisters out, Tyene croaked, I'm sorry, I laughed. Regrets for men who can't fly. I'll pay you a visit later. The guards dragged them away, and I approached the door to stare at them. Speaking of guards, I'd need my own king's guards. It was such a pain to choose, though. Do I hold a tourney or what? Then I paused, staring at someone interesting who was standing outside, seemingly having come here out of coincidence right when I was sending girls to the dungeon. Catelyn Stark stood frozen on the threshold, her gaze darting from the girls being dragged away and then my bare chest. A muscle twitched in her jaw. Enjoying the view, Lady Stark. I grabbed a discarded tunic, not bothering to put it on. She stiffened, raising her head. I require an audience. Do you? I stepped closer, watching her eyes refuse to drop below my collarbone. Usually, people make reservations for a king's audience. But sure thing, since you're the one asking for it. By all means. I swept an arm toward the ravaged chamber. Come in, let's discuss family. Chapter 79. A wolf's deal with a dragon. The candlelight cast shadows across Catelyn's face as she stood there, like a statue in stark gray. Her eyes flickered to the shattered vase near the hearth, the sand snake's parting gift, before snapping back to me. I stretched my legs wider, feeling the chair creak. Your Grace, she spoke up a moment later, and her voice was colder than a winter stream. I appreciate the audience at this late hour. I swirled the wine in my cup, watching the droplets cling to the rim. It's all right, I don't need much sleep, the dragon blood is strong in me. But I don't think you came here to admire my decor. I gestured to the overturned table and the splintered leg of a chair. Let's get to the point, Lady Stark. Her jaw tightened at my blunt tone. This is about my daughter, and you. I recall how close you two were. I barked a laugh. Sansa, the name dripped mock sweetness. Interesting, why are you bringing her up? We shared a few rides and a few whispers. But nothing else. Just so you know, her maideness is intact. Wouldn't want to give you another reason to hate me since you already hate me so much. Catelyn shook her head. You have the wrong idea of me then, Your Grace. That was before the war. Ah, right, the war. I leaned forward, the chair groaning. The war where I roasted your enemies, took your city, saved your sons, and returned to claim the throne your precious Ned died groveling for. Fair point, I now understand why you've come to my chambers. I took a slow sip, letting the silence thicken. A deep scowl darkened her face. She hated how I was rubbing it on her. Be clear with me, Lady Stark, just what do you want now that you've realized how great a man I am? I smirked. She didn't flinch. Good, but her pulse jumped in her throat. The Tyrells will become the second Lannisters. A wise king would see that. Marjorie will have her claws in you if she hasn't already. I grinned, all teeth. Claws? That rose has some fresh thorns, not claws. And thorns? I snapped my fingers over the candle. A spark leapt from it, dancing briefly before it snuffed out. Burn. Roses, more so. Catelyn sighed, not at the parlor trick, at the implication. You're not taking my words seriously. Olenna Tyrell lands within days, she pressed. She'll have you wedded to that girl before the next moonrise. You think she'll let you rule? You'll sit on the throne, true, but like how Tywin managed the realm during Robert's time, she'd do the same during yours. I arched my brow. Wouldn't that be a shame? You can stop it. Do I want to? I shrugged. It sounds fun to have someone else run my nation while I enjoy kingly activities. What's the issue? I watched the way her fingers curled into a fist. The need in her eyes. The tension in her shoulders. I saw it all, and I reveled in it. This same woman was looking at me with hate, for my father had killed her fiancé back in the day, Ned Stark's older brother. The wine burned pleasantly as I swirled it, watching the Stark woman's reflection warp in the golden goblet. Her posture screamed of Tully arrogance mixed with Stark pride. Her spine was straight as a spear, chin lifted just enough to avoid looking down her nose. Amusing, given she stood in my chambers, surrounded by the wreckage of my earlier entertainment. The nobles of this world seldom realized how easily they could be killed, otherwise they'd have been less full of themselves. I didn't take you for that kind of king, she said. The type who lets others rule. Guess I was wrong. The way her lips curled up just slightly was annoying as she questioned my kingsmanship. She did look incredible at that moment though, attractive. Image here, for the first time, I took a proper look at Catelyn Stark. Who would believe she was a widow and mother of 4? Her auburn hair was loosely braided over one shoulder, with stray strands framing her face and softening her sharp gaze. She stood with quiet strength, wearing a rich, dark gown with gold embroidery and a deep neckline that revealed her cleavage beneath the intricate patterns. A pendant, dark and sharp as her stare, hung at her throat against pale skin. Her hands were clasped firm over one another, and her expression was a blend of resolve and something else, lit by the warm glow of the fire behind her. I recall in the books, many characters were younger than their show counterparts. This woman must be a result of that. You must think I'm an idiot, Lady Stark, I said very slowly, letting the words drip like honey. Her eyes narrowed, a flicker of irritation betraying her composure. I think you're a king who understands the game. I still do. I laughed loud enough that it made her flinch. I like to think I do. I set the goblet down with deliberate slowness, and a clink echoed in the ruined room. But the last time I offered you kindness, you spat on my family name. Called me Mad King's brat in that sweet motherly tone of yours. If not for Rob's wise decision, we'd have been enemies. I apologize for that, she said. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, watching her throat tremble. Whatever the case, now you're standing in my chamber, reeking of desperation, speaking of marriage. Tell me, I dropped my voice to a whisper, what benefits do I get from marrying Sansa Stark? Her hands flexed at her sides, pale fingers digging into gray wool. For a heartbeat, I thought she might bolt. Then her lips parted, the words forced out like a prisoner's confession. A union, a bond between our houses, our independent nations, that secures the North's future and cements your rule. A bond. I drummed my fingers against the armrest. Is that what you call it? Not bartering your daughter like a broodmare at the Winterfell market. Her cheeks flushed, but her voice remained steady. Do not insult my motherhood like that, Your Grace. My daughter wants you, and that is the reason I am here. If she didn't, I'd have myself hanged before I sell her for political reasons. You did that for your son, so why not your daughter? You may mock my words, but you know what I say is true. She closed her eyes and sighed, realizing I was just trying to irritate her. The North at your side is better than the Reach at your back. Plus, as I said, we're an independent nation while the Reach is a region under you. Marrying the princess of House Stark is the wiser choice. I rose abruptly, boots crunching over shards of the shattered vase. Catelyn didn't retreat, though her pulse fluttered visibly at her throat. You're missing the part where I gave the North its independence. It means I am not interested in that frozen place, I said, circling her like a wolf sizing up wounded prey. You're free. You rule yourselves. And winter is coming, and your crops will freeze. You're benefiting a lot more from having your daughter be my queen. After all, then I'll be obliged to look after the North. The same isn't true for the Reach. Rather, the amount of crops the Reach has grown can feed me for decades to come. You tell me, which choice is better? But, no buts. Answer me clearly, what need have I for your daughter, Lady Stark? A pretty little thing, sure, but roses have thorns and wolves. I paused, close enough to smell the lavender soap clinging to her skin, have teeth. That is needless trouble for me. She turned sharply, meeting my gaze. Because we both know the game isn't over yet. Tywin Lannister still draws breath. Olenna will try to control you. And you need allies who are loyal, not sycophants waiting to carve your throne into souvenirs. Northmen are loyal, I hummed, tilting my head. Moonlight caught the sweat beating at her temple. I'll admit that, but loyalty is such a fragile thing. I reached out, brushing a strand of auburn hair from her shoulder. It was too intimate of a gesture, done too casually. She stiffened but held her ground. I don't need loyalty when I have a dragon. Try again. What would the North give me, besides a blushing bride who jumps at her own shadow? The wine's bitter aftertaste clung to my tongue as I smiled at her. Catelyn didn't retreat, but her nostrils flared, like a wolf scenting fire. Regardless, I see your point for Olenna, I said when she stayed silent for too long. She's a dangerous old woman. However, suppose if I'm to consider your proposal, I said, tilting my head as if pondering my words. I should test it first. Her spine stiffened. What? Her eyes glowed in danger. If you think I, Catelyn Stark, will let my daughter another step. Close enough to count the silver threads in her gown. Close enough to see the vein throbbing at her temple as she paused. Listen, a marriage is built on compatibility, I said slowly. Wouldn't you agree? Her hand twitched toward the absent dagger at her hip. Your Grace, I'm not heartless enough to ask for a maiden like Sansa for testing purposes. That's beneath me. So, one night with you, Lady Stark. I leaned in, my breath stirring the loose strands of her auburn hair. Her scent, frost and iron, no trace of fear, made my grin widen. That's all. To ensure Stark women don't shatter beneath Targaryen men. Her slap came swift, but I caught her wrist midair, fingers digging into bone. Careful. That's an execution-worthy crime. You're disgusting. The choice is yours, Lady Stark. I shrugged, backing off and staring into her eyes, really curious if she'd give in to the bait or not. Chapter 80. For the North, Catelyn Stark's body was full of restraint as she held back from trying to slap him. But her eyes, those tully blue eyes, blazed with a fury that not even winter could quench. You insult me, she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. I laughed, stepping back from her. Do I offer the same pragmatism you tried to sell? I swept a hand toward the bed, its sheets still tangled from the Sand Girl's earlier theatrics. You'd sell Sansa's future for a crown but clutch your pearls at this. How very honorable. You truly are a disgrace, Viserys. She dared call me by my name, her voice cutting through the room like a blade. Your father might have been mad, but you're something worse. To make such a proposition to a woman whose husband's grave is barely cold. To mock my loss, my duty, and even suggest such filth. It's pure vile. I chuckled, feeling the sound echo off the stone walls. Vile. You come to me while speaking of the realm's politics, alliances, and marriage, yet balk when the game turns to flesh. You're not as naive as you pretend, Lady Stark. The North is cold, so you must know how warmth is shared. She just stared at me, unblinking. One thing was for sure, Catelyn Stark was a strong woman. I loved her type. I stepped closer, not to intimidate but to watch the way her resolve strained against her propriety. On the same note, if I do marry Sansa, wouldn't that make you my dear mother by law? Imagine the family dinners. Her expression twisted in disgust. And would you boast of bedding the mother along with the daughter? Is that how low Targaryens have fallen? Oh, you wound me, I mocked, pressing a hand over my heart. A Targaryen bedding his own kin. Has that ever happened before? Her knuckles turned white, nails biting into her palms. It was different then. Your people were different then. You are nothing like your ancestors. Not Aegon, not even Rhaegar, that rapist. You're just a creature playing at being king, hiding behind a dragon's shadow. If you really think my dragon is the only strength I have, you underestimate me. I collapsed into my chair, sloshing wine carelessly over the rim. But yes, I've had enough of this bickering. If you're so against it, so against giving Sansa the crown even though it'll just cost you a night, then run back to Robb. Tell him the dragon doesn't bargain with wolves who bare their teeth then beg for scraps. She stood rigid, fists trembling, her pride warring with desperation. I let the silence stretch, savoring it. Then she turned, sharp, final, toward the door. Predictable. I sighed. Lunging forward, I yanked her arm hard enough to bruise. She stumbled, a gasp tearing from her throat as I crushed my mouth to hers. No tenderness, but rather attempting a conquest. She groaned, and her nails scraped my neck, drawing blood, but I didn't budge. I shoved her onto the bed, her braid unraveling across the rumpled sheets. Pride, I spat, leaning back and wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Blood smeared the linen. You reek of it, Lady Stark. So desperate that you hesitate, and yet your pride leads you away. I had to take the initiative in the end. So drop the act, mother-in-law, and we can get this over with. She didn't try to back away. Didn't speak, just glared, chest heaving, lips swollen. That meant she'd accepted defeat. The candle guttered, casting jagged shadows across her face, a statue of ice and fury, as I smirked down at her. I had no real reason behind doing this, other than just wanting to see the naughty Catelyn beg under me. Catelyn's breath hitched as the Targaryen bastard loomed over her, his silver hair catching the moonlight like a blade's edge. A monster, she thought, even as her stupid traitorous eyes traced the lean muscle of his torso, ridges of hardened flesh and the coiled strength of a man who'd carved his way to power. I can't believe I'm having to do this. His smirk deepened, as though he could hear every venomous word rattling in her skull. I like that look, Lady Stark. His thumb brushed the hollow of her throat, calloused but gentle. All that righteous fury, and yet here you are. She jerked her face away, staring at the cracked plaster of the ceiling. For Sansa, for Winterfell, for the North. The mantra felt brittle, crumbling beneath the heat of his palms sliding down to cup her breast through the wool of her dress. His fingers squeezed, not gently. Still firm for a woman your age, he mused, voice low and mocking. Tell me, did Ned Stark appreciate these? Or was he too busy praying to his trees to notice? Her knee jerked upward on instinct, but he caught it with a laugh, pinning her legs apart with his own. Bastard, she spat. Oh, no, I'm the only trueborn dragon in this realm, darling. His free hand tugged at her laces, the fabric parting with a whisper. Cold air pricked her skin as he bared her to the waist. But you already knew that. She refused to shiver, refused to show him a reaction. Years of motherhood, of loss, of scraping dignity from the frozen earth, none of it armored her against the crude hunger in his gaze. His palm skated up her ribs, thumb circling a nipple until it stiffened beneath his touch. A traitorous spark of heat coiled low in her belly. Her emotions aside, her body was clearly reacting to those skillful hands of his. Gods, this was unfair. How could he have draconic powers, a real dragon as his pet, look like a demigod on flesh, and be good on the bed? How was she supposed to win against someone like this? Stop dragging Ned into your filth, yet, she wasn't going to lose. So she snarled, back arching as his mouth replaced his fingers, teeth grazing the tender peak. He pulled back, lips glistening. Why, he's dead anyway. His hand slid beneath her skirts, rough fingers finding the slit in her small clothes. I think he'll be rather happy to see you happy even after his death, given how honorable he was. Your mouth spouts shit. Tell me, Lady Stark, did good, dull Ned Stark fuck you senseless, or did he just plant his heirs and roll? Her palm cracked against his cheek. The sound echoed like a whip. For a heartbeat, she saw true fury in his eyes, like purple flames that promised violence. It scared her. Her heart trembled in fear. Then he laughed, slow and dark, catching her wrist and forcing it down against the mattress. There she is, the wolf beneath the wool. Don't judge me for it, but I like women with strong personalities. I'm talking like a third-rate villain. His fingers dipped lower, parting folds still slick with unwanted arousal. She bit her tongue until copper flooded her mouth, and yet. A choked gasp escaped as he stroked a cruel, knowing circle. Stupid body. She hated that her body wasn't listening to her. No, it didn't make sense how she could feel pleasure from someone she hated so much. Not so icy after all, cat. His breath scorched her ear. Shall I tell Sansa how her mother dripped for the Mad King's son? How your cunt begged? Enough. The word tore from her raw. Do not call me by my name, and just do what you came for and be done with it. You twisted. He withdrew his hand abruptly, lifting fingers glistening in the candlelight. I don't think you understand. A king does not fuck like a starved peasant. Did your husband never do foreplay? He stood, stripping his trousers with deliberate slowness. You're lucky if Fru. Because I take my time. Her throat went dry. Body-wise, her Ned had been broad where Viserys was lean, thick with the muscle of a warrior who'd earned his strength in battle rather than slaughter. Both men displayed strength, but their manhood was vastly different. Viserys' manhood was a weapon, a pale, rigid length that made her pulse thunder in panic. It was almost as thick as it was tall. Not that her husband had been small. In fact, he had a size to be proud of even among strong Northmen. But this was on another level. A dragon dick. Foolish, she cursed herself, even as heat cooled anew. Childbirth had stolen some of her body's ease, but not its memory. Forgive me if I'm having too much fun with my crude words, but, he laughed, you're staring like your lord husband never filled you like you deserve, cat. My lord husband, she hissed, was twice the man you'll ever. He was on her in a heartbeat, knees caging her hips, the swollen head of his cock pressing against her entrance. The threat of invasion burned hotter than shame. Careful, cat. He brushed a strand of hair from her face, almost tender. Lie to the realm, lie to your gods, but don't lie to yourself. Ned Stark could not defeat a dying king on his own. But I did, twice, on the same day. She met his gaze then, blue fire clashing with violet. Does he think bragging makes him appear strong? She made sure he saw her haterade, that he realized how pathetic she thought he was. His smirk returned, edged with something dangerously close to respect. Good, and I can't lie, aside from my taunting words, I really like you. So hold on to that glare. It'll make the next part sweeter. Why's he acting like he's so sweet all of a sudden? Her head throbbed in anger. Then he leaned in, lips grazing hers. At the same time, his hips moved to insert that majestic sword into her womanhood. The intrusion came slowly, agonizingly so. Caitlin bit her inner cheek until iron flooded her tongue, nails carving half-moons into her palms. Not so different from my wedding night, she thought wildly. Ned had been gentle, careful. Such a size made her feel like she was a girl losing her virginity. Viserys paused, cockhead seated fully inside her. You feel tight as a maid, he murmured, thumb brushing the scar across her abdomen. Can't believe just a year of missing sex did this. Or is it 2 years? Since you were separated from Ned a while before his death. Mbahng. Her retort died in a shattered gasp as he slammed home. Flames, not the clean burn of violation, but liquid gold spilling through her veins. Her spine arched off the bed, a high trembling moan escaping before she could cage it. Viserys laughed, the vibration traveling through where their bodies joined. Look at you, he said, withdrawing almost fully before thrusting again. Each movement struck her cervix, a brutal piston between agony and something darker. North's frosty lady melting around a Targaryen cock. Ah, father would have loved to watch this sight. I suddenly feel like a proud son. Tears blurred her vision. She refused to name them. I hate. Why? The words shattered as he angled his hips, grinding against her sensitive spot that turned pain to lightning. Her thighs shook, betrayal written in the slickness soaking his thrusts. Liar. He punctuated the word with a slap to her thigh, pale flesh blooming red. She moaned in pain. Your cunt weeps prettier lies than your tongue. Maybe you just have a whore's cunt. She wanted to deny it. She wanted to yell at his face and spit, but she could only cum like a bitch in heat as her legs trembled for him. For his big, burly cock. Tens of minutes of getting fucked, he went for a change and flipped her onto hands and knees. She didn't fight, couldn't. Hong. Somehow, the new position buried him deeper, making her body even crazier. Each snap of his hips slapped flesh against flesh hurt enough that someone passing by might mistake it for thunderclap. She choked on a sob, forehead pressed to sweat-damp sheets. Please. Saint, please what, Lady Stark? A hand fisted in her hair, yanking her head back. The angle shifted and bliss and torment exploded in her body. Beg properly. This was crazy. Could mere sex really feel like this? Her Ned had never been rough with her. He was always gentle, and she loved doing it with him because it made her feel safe and desired. But this was pure lust, and it made her see the world in a different light. Her mind seemed to melt from pleasure. Her body answered before her pride. Slower. Gods, slower, I see can't. He clicked his tongue, free hand ignoring her trembling body to pinch a nipple. But you can. I guess my dirty tongue is to blame for it, but you do remember the reason behind our intimacy, right? A particularly vicious thrust accompanied his words. Sansa's prospects depend on how well you take your king, did you forget? We're trying to test our compatibility. But if you tell me to slow down, that means you're not worthy for this dragon's dick. How can a person be so full of himself? How long was she fucked like that, with him behind her, holding her hair, and slamming into her nonstop? She'd long lost track of time. The mirror came next. He raised her into the air with his strong, muscular arms, and carried her in front of the mirror. Her reflection horrified her, her flushed cheeks, breast swaying with each brutal thrust, mouth slack around silent pleas. Viserys chuckled against her ear, fingers digging into her hips. See, even your face that's usually full of honor enjoys this. When her legs gave out, he followed her down to the cold stone floor. The final thrusts came jagged and sharp, her third climax tearing through her like wildfire. She watched in the mirror as her face went slack, a broken animal sound escaping her throat. Before this day, Caitlin didn't know she could make such an obscene sound. Viserys withdrew with a wet pop, casually wrapping a towel around his waist. Well, that was adequate. But now I need a shower. You clean up too and return. I really want to continue further, but it'd be troublesome if people hear us together. The word stung worse than the ache between her thighs. Caitlin lay shaking, cheek pressed to stone as footsteps retreated. Wait. She hated the rasp in her voice. Sansa, Yule. He paused at the door, silhouette haloed in torchlight. Oh, I'll fuck your daughter, Lady Stark. A smile sharp as Valyrian steel. You've already made your point with this demonstration. Wait for my decision tomorrow. I think you'll like it. No promises, though. The slam of the door echoed like a funeral bell, returning some clarity to her. Alone, Catelyn curled around the hollow in her belly. She suddenly missed the sensation of fullness she felt earlier. Realizing that, made her face pale. The scent of sex and shame clung to her skin. For the North, she told the ghost of Ned's smile. Always for the North. Somewhere deep beneath the lies, her body trembled for more. Chapter 81. The Game of Queens. The bathhouse steam clung to my skin like a second cloak, water rippling around my chest as I leaned back against the heated marble. A warm bath to start the morning after last night's incidents was just what I needed. Cersei's hands trembled beneath the surface, while her golden hair plastered to flushed cheeks as she worked between my thighs. Her warm mouth was just a plus to my pleasure. Only a king could enjoy this, and I was relishing it. I watched the way her throat bobbed with each forced movement, the chain around her neck glinting in the firelight. Careful of your teeth, I said, flicking water at her face. She flinched, the hate in her eyes smothered beneath layers of practiced submission. Not that it hurts, but it's annoying you're trying to make it less pleasurable. I apologize. Her lips were tight, but she obeyed with a nod. The hot spring's currents lapped at my shoulders as I closed my eyes, boots slapped against wet stone. I didn't bother opening my eyes. Hopefully not another servant with scented oils, I muttered under my breath, honestly finding this bothersome. As a modern man who knew the peace of solidarity, this was getting out of hand. Why, your grace, The guard's voice cracked when he reached nearby, and my eyes opened. This one seemed important. Cersei froze, her breath hitching against my thigh. I opened my eyes to see a green boy in Tyrell's red standing, pausing mid-sentence and gaping at the sight of the former queen on her knees. I flicked a hand. Water splashed the boy's boots. Eyes up here. What is it? He jerked his gaze to the ceiling, face burning. Apologies, your grace. But this is important. Lady Olenna Tyrell has been assassinated, and the killer left a dagger with Lannister lion marking its hilt. They're saying Lord Tywin. I stood, water sluicing off my body. Cersei scrambled back, chain clanking, her wet shift clinging to every curve. The guard's eyes darted toward her once again before snapping back at me. And is that news truly big enough for you to come running unannounced? Be sure to resign by sunset, I said, stepping out of the pool. This is kindness. I thank you. The boy stammered and then fled. Gods, who was hiring these soldiers? I have to put better people in charge. In the meantime, Cersei stared at the rippling water, fingers digging into her thighs. Father, he wouldn't. Not now. Not when. What are you on about, slave? Your father's as subtle as a Dothraki wedding. I snatched a robe from the rack, silk sticking to damp skin. Stop muttering like a madwoman and return to your chambers. She didn't move. Her head slowly rose up to meet my eyes. The way you're so unsurprised, you know this reeks of. The chain yanked tight in my fist, choking her gasp. What it reeks of, I said, leaning close enough to taste her fear, is your family's stupidity. And only that. Don't play smart, that is not your role. Run along, you toothless lioness, for I've got a realm to console. I released her, watching her hold back a glare as she looked down at the floor. I moved toward the exit as the door slammed behind me. Evening light sliced through the high windows of the throne room, catching motes of ash still lingering from Olenna's pyre. It wasn't a proper pyre. Her body wasn't burnt, since House Tyrell buried the bodies of their dead members, but Kinvara had to do a show even without the body. The Red Priestess was still out there, praying, guiding the soul of the dead. The Iron Throne loomed like a beast of jagged steel and forgotten wars as I settled into its cruel embrace. The Tyrell delegation stood clustered below, Mace's bulbous frame draped in mourning green, Loras rigid as a statue carved from grief. Reachlords fanned out behind them in a sea of golden roses, while the Northerners lurked at the edges like wolves eyeing a wounded stag. I let the silence stretch, sharpening the weight of every gaze. House Tyrell has lost more than an elder today, I began, fingers tapping a slow rhythm against the throne's obsidian blades. You've lost its sharpest thorn. A woman who could wither an empire with a quip and raise a kingdom with a sigh. My court feels poorer for her absence. Mace sniffled, a handkerchief dabbing at dry eyes. Your words honor her, your grace. Mother always said you had a dragon's fire but a gardener's eye for growth. His voice broke on the last word, and I could sense true pain there. Being a trash, greedy noble didn't mean he wasn't sad at his mother's passing. A hush settled over the throne room as he tried to compose himself. The flicker of torches caught the damp trails on his cheeks. A few of the Reach Lords lowered their heads, sympathy on their faces. I watched him calmly, fingers drumming the arm of the Iron Throne. Lady Olenna had a tongue sharper than Valyrian steel, I said, voice quieter than before. She never failed to speak her mind, even if it sliced through armor. The realm will miss that honesty, even if we have no shortage of cunning tongues. Mace swallowed thickly. She was the backbone of House Tyrell. The reason we soared so high. His shoulders shook once, and he closed his eyes like he was trying to keep himself together. I can't believe she's gone. Somewhere off to the side, a woman in green-laced mourning clothes let out a choked sob, muffled by her sleeve. Only a second later did I realize it was Marguerite. She was a mess, and it wasn't an act. The sadness in the room swallowed everyone, making the air feel thin. I tapped the seat's twisted steel again, letting the man gather himself. Grief weighs heavy, I know. She was a formidable force. The Lannisters pay for this. I would have flown to Castle Rock right now and burned it to the ground if I wasn't unsure about Tywin Lannister's location. With a shaky breath, Mace drew himself up and glanced at the silent crowd of Reachmen behind him. A few gave him tight nods. But we carry on, he mumbled, wringing the handkerchief in his hands. For her sake, for House Tyrell's sake, Laura stepped forward, the candlelight catching the tear tracks he hadn't bothered to hide. Grandmother believed in your vision. Wanted Marjorie to, he faltered, jaw clenching. To see the Reach flourish under just rule, I finished for him, leaning forward. And it will. Lady Olenna's legacy isn't her wise schemes, it's the strength she planted in your house. Her roots run too deep for one assassin's blade to poison. Mace crumpled the handkerchief in his fist. We are grateful, your grace. Truly. But without her guidance, he shook his head, jowls quivering. Who will tend to Marjorie's future now? My sweet girl, she's adrift. The Northerners exchanged glances. A few Reachlords coughed into their sleeves. There was the greedy man again, somehow bringing politics even while crying about his dead mother. I schooled my face into something resembling sympathy. Lady Marjorie is a rose with her own thorns. She needs no tending, only room to bloom. Mace seized the opening like a starving hound. Yet even roses need strong walls to shelter them from storms. He dabbed his cheeks again, theatrical. Mother's last wish, she wanted to hold Marjorie's children. Her great-grandbabes. A wet chuckle. Silly, sentimental thing. The throne room held its breath as people exchanged glances, curious what answer I'd give. Not so, silly, I said, voice softening. Olenna and I already spoke of such things. Promise is something a king must live by. Mace's head jerked up, hope blazing through the facade of grief. Your grace. I rose, steel scraping stone as I descended the throne steps. For everyone here who's not aware, I've promised Lady Olenna that I'd wed Marjorie and give her children. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Loras' eyes darted to his father. Mace clasped his hands to his chest. I didn't mean to burden you with that topic, your grace, not today of all days, a king's word isn't a burden. I halted before him, close enough to smell the rosewater clinging to his doublet. It's a vow. The Tyrell lord's smile split his face, tremulous and triumphant. Behind him, Reachlords bowed like wheat in a gale while Northerners muttered into their beards. My eyes locked onto Catelyn Stark, her tully blue glare sharp enough to pierce castle walls. She stood rigid beside Robb, her knuckles white around the fabric of her mourning gown. She must be furious right now, seeing me talk about marriage with Marjorie when I promised her that I'd take Sansa instead. It was fun to see her fume, but I had to speak. The court's murmurs died under my gaze. However, I said, letting the word hang like a headsman's axe, there's some complicacy. I flicked a finger. Lord Stark, and Lady Catelyn. Please join us. Robb moved first, his boots echoing like war drums. Catelyn followed, spine straight as Valyrian steel. The crowd parted, Reach roses and Northern wolves eyeing each other like rival packs. I didn't call for Sansa and Marjorie, they remained among their people, looking at their parents with their expressions full of confusion. Mace Tyrell's jowls quivered as they halted beside him. Your Grace, what is, apologies first, I cut in, raising a hand. The lie came smooth as silk. Being a man is a complicated thing. You can love someone, my gaze drifted to Sansa, and her cheeks went crimson at the words, while having promises to fulfill. Lady Marjorie is a fine woman, but I also enjoy Sansa Stark's company greatly. The hall erupted. 2 women, mad as his father, Aegon's precedent, some muttered, and while I could have them executed right then, I ignored them. They'd muttered low enough that I'd not have heard it if not for my heightened senses. I watched Marjorie's smile freeze, her fingers tightening around her brother Garland's arm. Sansa pressed a hand to her mouth, eyes wide as a startled doe. I waited, savoring the chaos, until the noise crested. My ancestor Aegon had 2 wives. He conquered the 7 kingdoms. I did the same. He did so with multiple dragons, and I did it with a single one. Why shouldn't I have multiple wives? Who, if not me? It's not as if that is not a common thing for kings. Heck, even you lords do it all the time. Just this once, I'll pretend I didn't hear your whispers. The crowd swallowed while Mace lurched forward, spittle flying. Even so, you promised my mother. The throne room chilled. I let the silence stretch, watching his courage shrivel. And I'm keeping my promise. I never promised that Marjorie will be my only wife, I said softly. Do keep in mind, this is an offer, Lord Tyrell. You're free to refuse if you find this rightfully outrageous. As is House Stark. A gamble, but I knew their greed. If those words had been spoken to a pair of girls from the 21st century, they'd have slapped me and stormed off in anger. But between 2 great noble houses, should one family withdraw, the other would claim victory. And if both refused, I, the king, could simply seek a bride from another noble line. Such a prestigious and beneficial union would never be refused over anger. Thus, silence reigned. I observed, patient, until eventually Robb exhaled in resignation. His jaw was clenched. I understand your feelings toward my sister, and I appreciate that you like her. I truly do. But if you can't give up another for her, I don't think my sister would ever. I'm fine with it. Sansa's voice rang clear, trembling but defiant. All heads swiveled. She stood taller, cheeks aflame. I accept. I held back a massive grin from splitting my face. Yes, of course. I'd planted that seed in her a long time ago using Yara Greyjoy, just to prepare for this time. Of course she would accept. Don't get me wrong, Sansa was a lovely girl, I liked her, but politically, she was a pawn who I manipulated to play exactly this role. Marjorie's mask slipped, a flash of venom shooting toward Sansa. For a moment, I thought she might jump at the Stark girl. But then she laughed, light and false, as she looked at me. As do I, but a kingdom can't have 2 queens. I'm just curious about this, who rules beside you? Clever Rose. I grinned. A fair question. Once again, this is very complicated. The first wife should rightfully be the queen, but since I'm marrying you both, that puts me in an odd place. So I'd thought it over and decided to settle it with a test. 1 year from our wedding day, I'll announce the queen. Whichever of you proves most competent over the year will wear the crown. Mace spluttered. Competent? Your Grace, do you intend to put my Marjorie? He started, but wisely his son Loras pinched his arm to stop him. A year, Marjorie said, stepping toward us. Her smile could have cut glass. I'd hate to win by legacy alone. Sansa lifted her chin, also stepping closer. Agreed. Robb looked confused, Catelyn looked angry, and the Northerners growled approval. The Reachlords muttered into their sleeves. I spread my hands. The weddings will be in a fortnight, after Lady Olenna's pyre has cooled. Mace opened his mouth. To protest or preen, I didn't care. I waved my hand, dissolved the court into hissed debates, alliances shifting like sand. I leaned back, planning a true conquest where the realm would truly be on my palm, as I felt the Iron Throne's blades poking into my flesh. This was a great start. Chapter 82, Blood of the Dragon. Through the flap of her tent, Daenerys watched her dragons soar across the evening sky of Yunkai. Drogon and Rhaegal's wings cast long shadows over the camp, their cries echoing across the barren landscape outside the city's gates. 8,000 Unsullied stood in perfect formation beyond, their spears glinting in the dying light, yet her thoughts drifted far from this situation, across the narrow sea. Tell me again, she said, turning from the sight to face Esser Barristan and Esser Jorah. Wine sloshed in her cup as she gripped it tighter. About my brother. Esser Barristan shifted uncomfortably. The reports are consistent, Your Grace. Viserys Targaryen sits the Iron Throne. He arrived with a golden dragon during the Battle of Blackwater Bay, turning the tide against Stannis Baratheon's forces. A golden dragon. The words felt bitter on her tongue. While I struggled in the Red Waste, while I lost my husband and child, he somehow hatched the egg he stole. There's more, Khaleesi, Jorah said quietly. He's taken 2 brides, Marjorie Tyrell and Sansa Stark. The marriage will be held in a few days. However, there's one surprising thing. He didn't announce any queen. He said he'll choose one amid the 2 based on their competency, a year from now on. The Reach and the North support his claim. Daenerys drained her cup, her eyes blazing with emotion. And what of my claim? What of the throne that I promised my dead son? Your brother has changed, Barristan offered carefully. The reports speak of a man unlike the one who sold you to the Dothraki. I'm unsure how, but he's not the same coward you remember. Otherwise, it'd have been impossible to convince not only the Reach but the North too, about giving up their princesses for a marriage like this. He executes justice personally, and protects the small folk. He sold me. The words burst from her like dragonfire. He cared nothing for justice then. Nothing for protecting anyone but himself. He even threatened to kill my baby so that he could flee to safety. He didn't, in the end, Barristan Selmy said. From a young age, I noticed that Viserys was a coward unlike his older brother. But the stories I've been hearing are singing about a stronger man. Perhaps sending him letters will be wise, Your Grace. Don't force her to do anything, Esser, Jorah said from his side, making the man frown. Dany ignored their banter, looking away. Her hands shook as she poured more wine. I thought I was the last dragon. I don't burn from flames, but he did. I thought that my children were the only dragons in the world and that I'd reach greatness through them. But now, you still have a choice, Khaleesi, Jorah said. You have 2 dragons of your own. An army of Unsullied. He only has 1. You could sail for Westeros, and what? Fight my brother, who has the support of the realm. Start another dance of dragons. She laughed bitterly. As much as I want to see him dead, I know that's just a dream with our little army. For now, we can focus on what's before us. She set down her cup and straightened. Tell me of Yunkai. How have the wise masters responded to our presence? The 2 exchanged glances, and she realized they were surprised to see her maintain composure. However, what they didn't see was how troubling it was for her to push thoughts of Viserys aside. Regardless, she focused on her surroundings. Yunkai. Astaper still haunted her dreams. The crack of her whip, the screech of her dragons, and the way the good masters had writhed as dragon flames consumed them. She'd freed the Unsullied that day, watching 8,000 spears rise in salute when she gave them their choice. Their commander, Grey Worm, had proven himself worthy of the trust she placed in him. The yellow walls of Yunkai waited for her now, ancient and imposing. Unlike Astaper's red brick, these walls seemed to absorb the evening light, making the city appear as if it were carved from pure gold. The wise masters had refused her terms, the liberation of their slaves, just as she'd expected them to. Now, she was curious what they were up to. Esser Barristan cleared his throat. They've hired sellswords, Your Grace. 10,000 strong. The Golden Company, Jorah finished. Led by Harry Strickland, and they're usually active in the 9 free cities. The wise masters must have paid a fortune to bring them here. They have war elephants and a reputation for never breaking a contract. Daenerys raised an eyebrow. The most expensive sellsword company in the world. The wise masters must be desperate. That they certainly must be, after hearing what your brother's dragon did in the Blackwater, Barristan cautioned. Interestingly, the Golden Company was founded by Aegar Rivers, a Targaryen bastard. They've spent generations trying to seat a Blackfyre on the Iron Throne. Although by now, all Blackfyre were dead, it'd have been commendable if they stayed in the free cities, but they had to come and work for the Slavers. A disgrace to my blood, bastard or otherwise. Daenerys stood, walking to the tent's entrance again. Her dragons wheeled overhead, their shadows merging with the approaching dusk. It's odd, though, how fitting that they've forgotten their roots while fighting for the throne for hundreds of years, while my brother has never forgotten his and regained the throne in so little time. One thing she'd give to Viserys, he was like a cockroach, doing anything necessary to survive. And when the time was right, he took what was his. She just wondered what part she had to play here. Only recently did she start dreaming about the Iron Throne, but had they all been nothing but a child's fantasy? She watched the sun sink behind Yunkai's ancient walls, her heart heavy with questions she couldn't answer. Was this her destiny, to free slaves while her brother ruled the 7 kingdoms? Send word to their commander, she said finally. I would meet with this Harry Strickland before we begin. Daenerys sat under the silk canopy of her open tent, watching her 2 dragons tear into roasted sheep. They were still chained, but Drogon and Rhaegal ripped at the meat with a fierce sort of elegance, afternoon sunlight glinting off their scales. Pride always filled her chest when she saw them, even if worry gnawed at her thoughts. Ser Barristan and Ser Jorah stood at her side, their hands close to their sword hilts. In front of them sat a table piled with fruits, meats, and sweet treats, ready for their guests. "How long must we wait, Ser?" she asked, and footsteps answered her before they could. When the leaders of the Golden Company arrived, Daenerys studied them closely. Harry Strickland led the group, a round-faced man with a friendly look that didn't quite match his reputation. Behind him walked two odd figures whose names she wasn't aware of. An older, clean-shaven man with blue-dyed hair that didn't fully hide the red underneath, and a younger man with the same artificial coloring. "Welcome," Daenerys said, standing up to greet them. "I'm glad you sirs accepted my invitation." "The honor's ours," Strickland answered with an easy smile, bowing a little. Not many get summoned by the Mother of Dragons. She was surprised at how polite he was, especially since he was hired to kill her. They took their seats across from her, while the older blue-haired man's gaze lingered on her dragons in a way that made her curious. His younger companion tried to hide it better, but she caught the same interest. "Please, have something to eat," she offered, gesturing at the food in front of them. "We have a lot to discuss." Servants started pouring wine, and Drogon screeched so loudly that Strickland flinched. The older blue-haired man, though, only smiled. "They're magnificent," he said, his voice carrying an accent Daenerys couldn't pin down. Like he was faking it. "I never thought I'd see real dragons." "They're still growing," Daenerys responded. She raised her hand, and Drogon instantly paid attention. "Drogon, Dracarys." The black dragon's flames roared out, charring a hanging haunch of meat in seconds. Her guests murmured in appreciation at the display. "Now, let's get to business," she went on. "The wise masters pay you well, no doubt. But I can offer more than gold. I'm giving you the chance to join something bigger, freeing Slavers Bay under the Mother of Dragons' command." The three of them exchanged glances, and rather than answering, they started eating. It made Dany frown, and she exchanged glances with her advisors. Ser Barristan stepped forward, his gaze locked on the older blue-haired man. "Excuse me, Ser, but have we crossed paths before? You look familiar." The man's smile stayed easy. "Perhaps we have," he replied, sipping his wine. Daenerys leaned in. "You still haven't answered me. What's your decision?" All three exchanged looks again as if they were talking silently among themselves. Then, out of nowhere, the younger blue-haired man gave a soft laugh. "What's so funny?" Daenerys asked, taking a closer look at him now. His violet eyes, how hadn't she noticed them right away, met hers warmly. "I think we can negotiate a lot more than this. Slaver City, Aunt." The word felt strange on her lips. He stood up, lifting a hand. Ser Barristan moved in to protect her, but it wasn't needed. Instead of a weapon, the man just took off his blue wig, revealing his real hair. The silver-white hair of a Targaryen. "Forgive me, I can't keep the act going too long. It hurts to do it in front of family." He bowed, his expression genuine. "I'm Aegon Targaryen, Rhaegar's son, your nephew. The Golden Company only took this job so I could meet you, the future Queen of Westeros. I know this is all confusing, but I have proof." Daenerys felt like the ground vanished under her feet. The dragons, the tent, and even her loyal knights seemed to fade away as she stared at this man who shouldn't exist. Another dragon, another claim to the throne. Another piece of her broken family standing right there with her silver hair and her own violet eyes. It felt like a heavy weight pressed on her chest, leaving her speechless as the reality of his words washed over her like waves crashing on the shore. Aegon Targaryen had come to her with an alliance proposal, promising her the throne if she stood beside him against her imbecile of a brother. Chapter 83. A Dragon's Wedding. Morning light spilled into my chambers, drenching the stone walls in gold. Beyond the balcony, King's Landing was already stirring with life. Bells chimed across distant sept towers, mingling with the low hum of thousands of voices. An early breeze carried hints of roasted chestnuts and hot pies, and somewhere far below, a street minstrel's lute plucked out a cheerful tune for passing small folk. I stood on the balcony without a shirt, staring down at King's Landing buzzing below like some kicked anthill. Black and red Targaryen banners snapped in the wind beside the golden rose of House Tyrell and the grey direwolf of House Stark. I couldn't help but smile. From begging in Pentos to this, arranging a double wedding that would tie two great houses straight to my throne. It felt good. My memories as Viserys were very vivid now, so this victory felt much sweeter. Down in the courtyard, workers rushed to hang fresh Targaryen banners over old Lannister ones, their red and gold clashing in vibrant layers. Guards in gleaming black armor paced every walkway. Even the pigeons seemed bolder, fluttering along the skies in search of stray crumbs from the wedding preparations. A breeze brought the smell of fresh bread and excitement. Crowds lined the streets, their voices rising like waves against the Red Keep's walls. They'd never seen anything like it, probably not since Aegon the Conqueror. Your Grace. Kinvera's voice pulled me from my thoughts. She had swept inside my bedroom wearing an ornate red and gold robe, her ruby necklace pulsing with that inner glow. I trust you slept well. You'll need all your strength for today's festivities, after all. Speaking of which, everything is ready for the ceremony. Strength enough to carry 2 brides, you mean? I asked with a smile, moving away from watching the city. I wonder if even dragons have stamina for such an arrangement. It has been a while since I comforted you, so memories are hazy on that subject. If the ceremony didn't demand both of our presence, I might volunteer to test your spiritual fortitude. I walked toward her and pulled her by the waist. Her soft waist pushed into my grip through the fabric of her clothes. Don't tempt me, priestess. I might just delay the marriage for a few hours just to take you to your heaven. She giggled, but her eyes never left mine. I'm afraid that would be unwise, Your Grace. The people say you're insulting the faith by letting me officiate, me, a red priestess. It would be outrageous to delay it on top of that. Her voice was warm and sultry as if she wanted me to delay it. The faith bowed to Aegon the Conqueror, I said, releasing her and grabbing a black silk shirt from my bed. They must do the same for me. Like you have. If they don't, I might change my mind about letting the 7 coexist with your faith of red. I'll eliminate them all, and just keep you, who knows? I would not. That'd be unwise. Kinvera was too smart of a woman to allow her full religious control of this continent. I enjoyed her company, but I realized her threat all the same. Who knows, indeed, regardless, some devout lords aren't comfortable, she said, following my movements. Lord Tarly's especially grumbly. I laughed. They'll deal. They'll remember real power once Viserys flying overhead. The door opened, and Rose stepped in like a shadow. Your Grace, she said with a small bow, her eyes sharp. The nobles are talking. They think 2 wives and a red priestess are too much all at once. Could stir trouble after today. I took a look at her, ogling her beautiful figure, while wondering about her words. Today, sure, increase the guards. Can't take any risk. As for whatever comes after the marriage, it doesn't worry me, I said, as she moved closer to button my doublet. Gold dragons stitched along the front glinted in the morning sun. Once they're my wives, any protest is treason, plain and simple. I could already imagine it, Marjorie and Sansa trying to outfox each other for the queen's crown. I was curious how Sansa would deal with that snake, Marjorie. She wasn't as jaded as she would have been if I had let all her torture unfold as canon. Let them. That'd keep them busy with each other instead of questioning me. By the way, about Lord Baelish, Rose started, fidgeting with my collar. He saw the poison coming and fled the city. Pity, I said. I had expected to eliminate him quietly since I didn't have any more use for him, but he was a smart bastard. I think I know where he'll be. Don't worry, I'll pay him a visit later on. I see, Rose said, raising her head back to look into my eyes. Her eyes held odd emotions that even I failed to understand. A hopeless romantic who'd thought a sweet, lovely marriage was possible between her and me, only for her to prepare my dress for my marriage with 2 noble ladies. I wonder how she felt. Your carriage is ready, Your Grace, Kinvera said, staring down the window, and then moving toward the door to hold it open. Good, I said and pulled Rose closer to kiss her on the forehead. She blinked, her cheeks going red, as a smile bloomed on her face. She cleared her throat, trying to hide it, but I shook my head. Don't be like that, I told her. I'll see you later. She stared at me, and let her smile return as she nodded. I headed through the corridors, guards snapping to attention. In the courtyard, my personal carriage stood waiting, black with gold trim, pulled by 4 white horses. Meanwhile, my brides must be traveling separately. The roar of the crowd got louder once I settled inside. Through the window, I saw small folk pressed against the guards, all craning to catch sight of their king. My carriage rolled past rows of cheering townsfolk and vendors hawking ribbons dyed red for Targaryen luck. Some children ran alongside, laughing until the guards shooed them off. Every face I saw, be it an old cloth merchant or a young baker's apprentice, was lit with curiosity and maybe a glimmer of hope that this day would be etched into the city's history. The wheel had turned, and I traveled toward the start line to stabilize this realm for the millennia to come. Carriage wheels clattered over the cobblestones as we neared the dragon pit. The special marriage ceremony won't be held in the sept, but rather in the courtyard of Viserys' new home, that ancient building had housed dragons for centuries and then stood empty, until my arrival. It was the place where Targaryen dragons rested. As I'd promised Viserys, I'd let her fly free after taking the realm, and I lived by it. She flew the skies whenever she wanted, and rested in the pit when she was tired or hungry. Through the window, I spotted Viserys' golden shape sprawled atop the dome, scales gleaming in the sun. Banners snapped in the wind. Targaryen's three-headed dragon, Tyrell's golden rose, and Stark's grey direwolf. I liked how they looked together, three big houses joined under my rule. The rest of the High Lords must be shaking in their boots. Marjorie's carriage arrived first, a fancy green and gold showpiece. She stepped out looking like a spring blossom, her gown probably worth more than feeding half the city for a month. So beautiful, look at her dress, the Reach's finest. The crowd's chatter carried to my ears. Marjorie glided to her place, every move timed to grab attention. She was good at this. One of the Tyrell cousins hugged her arm and said, "You outshine even the sun, cousin." Marjorie let out a soft laugh. "Let's hope our Dragon King notices too. Now careful, I'd prefer only he wrinkles my dress." Sansa's simpler carriage followed. She wore grey with touches of black and red, smart, showing Stark loyalty and a nod to Targaryen. She was quieter but still impressive. A prime northern beauty, ice and fire mixed. The Wolf Princess. I watched them from inside my carriage as I pulled up last. The moment I stepped out, the noise died instantly. Everyone turned to me, lords and peasants alike. That was power, no question, and it felt good to command it with my mere presence. Both brides waited at the stairs. Marjorie was all poise, Sansa calmer but not any less proud. Two totally different women, each lovely in her own way. The coming year would be entertaining as they vied for the queen's crown. Sansa curtsied first. "Your Grace," she said softly. "I hope the ceremony pleases you. I want to make you proud today." "Formal talk from my little wolf," I teased, noticing her blush at the possessive nickname. "I thought you'd come to visit me before the fortnight, turns out you didn't." I was shy. "I apologize," she said, lowering her face. Marjorie's curtsy was perfectly measured. "Your Grace," she said, voice bright as summer. "What a grand day for a dragon to spread its wings. Though I wonder if even your stunning Viserys can outshine all this." I snorted. "Watch that flattery, my rose. Dragons aren't big on sweet words, she might come to eat you." She flashed a daring smile. "I'm sure she won't dare as long as I please you," she said lightly, making a nearby septa gasp. Robb Stark stood with his northern men, a small smile on his face. Lord Umber and Lord Karstark at his sides looked happy as well. They weren't thrilled when they accepted this marriage deal, but since this was a special day, nobody looked stiff. "Your Grace," boomed Mace Tyrell, waddling over with forced cheer, still in mourning but trying to be festive. "What a blessed day, so wonderful, you look great." He stopped as Kinvara stepped up to the altar, draped in scarlet robes. She carried the symbol of R'hllor instead of a seven-pointed star, and the crowd rippled with whispers. "A foreign priestess officiating, what about the old gods or the seven? This is so strange." The rumors were true. I could taste their tension, and I quite liked it. I took position, ready for a ceremony that would chain these two women to me and tie their houses to my rule. A few minutes later, a brazier's flames danced in front of me, sending flickering light across the crowd. Kinvara stood behind it, arms lifted, her voice ringing clear. "Lord of Light, watch us. Three flames become one, as the dragon's blood binds these souls." The fire leapt higher with each phrase. Overhead, Viserys soared, blotting out the sun for a moment as she roared, a perfect dramatic cue. I felt Marjorie and Sansa tense on either side. Marjorie looked thrilled by the spectacle, Sansa more rigid but set on getting through it with her head high. That contrast amused me. I didn't focus on them for long. I observed their houses, instead. Let them see, Northerners, Reachmen, and everyone else, how a Targaryen rules under God's command, claiming two brides as he pleases. This wasn't just a wedding. It was a statement of who truly held the realm's reins, for such a thing hadn't happened in a long, long time. "Your Grace," Kinvara said, drawing me back. Before R'hllor's sacred flame, do you pledge to take these 2 women under your dragon's blood? I do, I said, letting my voice roll over the gathering. By fire and blood, I claim them both beneath Targaryen rule. She turned to Margaery. Do you, Margaery of House Tyrell, bind yourself to this union, to the flames of Viserys Targaryen, 3rd of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm? Margaery's smile shone like a summer day. I do, by R'hllor's light. May the rose and dragon bloom together, forever. Then she looked at Sansa. Do you, Sansa of House Stark, bind yourself to this union, to the flames of Viserys Targaryen, 3rd of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm? Sansa's answer was softer. I do, under the eyes of gods old and new, and R'hllor's fire. May we be together, forever. Wonderful, Kinvara smiled, and the crowd cheered like a wave of tsunami, that proceeded with me giving each of them a ring, black diamonds and tiny rubies set in the Targaryen sigil. As I slid them onto their fingers, I caught Margaery's sidelong glance at Sansa, assessing her competition, while Sansa stared at the ring in a mix of awe and worry. We followed with the cloaking next. Margaery's green silk draping over Sansa's shoulders, and stark grey settling over Margaery's. I stood in black Targaryen garb, uniting 3 houses in one scene. I pray this union brings peace. We don't have to be enemies. Sansa said softly, her voice low enough that only I and Margaery heard it. Margaery revealed a polite but firm smile. Peace, yes, though I hope you're prepared for the year ahead, Lady Stark. Competition can be so invigorating. Now, Kinvara said, clapping her hands, show your bravery to R'hllor's flame. Margaery held out her hand above the brazier first, biting back a flinch. Sansa hesitated but then thrust her hand out, earning soft approval from the northern crowd. I placed my hand, and at this distance, I barely felt anything. My fire resistance skill helped. By R'hllor's power, Kinvara announced, I declare you wed in the eyes of the Lord of Light and the entire realm. Reactions crashed like a storm, cheers, hesitant applause, a handful of stony faces. Robb Stark clapped with a small smile, while his wife clapped louder. His mother was glaring at me, though. Up above, Viserion dived lower, her scales flashing in the sun as she blew a burst of flame that lit the dais in fiery orange. Heat slammed over us. I felt the bride's hands tighten on my arms. The dragon approves, I told them, getting some good-natured laughter from the crowd. I looked back and forth between Margaery, who looked as if she'd won, and Sansa, who seemed relieved it was finished. Then I remembered Aegon, who had 2 wives and united 7 kingdoms. I intended to achieve more than just that. Starting with my sister. It had been a long year. Chapter 84, an extra special night, the wedding feast. Had gone on forever. Faces I barely knew congratulated me, musicians swapped between northern ballads and reach tunes, and enough food was laid out to feed half of King's Landing. I'd forced myself through all of it, the toasts, the silly dances, the drunken jokes from lords about the bedding ceremony I'd forbidden. Finally, I could slip away to my chambers with my new wives. I pushed open the heavy oak door of my royal bedchamber. Soft light from dozens of oil lamps warmed the place, dancing across polished furniture and glinting off little golden dragon fixtures. The thick velvet curtains were pulled against the night, creating a cozy little world away from everything else. My eyes didn't rest on the decorations for long, for there were more beautiful things in the room than that. My 2 wives, one sat on the bed and the other won the table, set up like opposing chess pieces. Margaery stood up the moment I entered. She was wearing a green silk gown that hugged her curves and was decorated with golden roses that caught the lamplight. Her chestnut hair fell in fancy curls, and her smile was alluring. She looked every inch the queen she aimed to be. Sansa, on the other side, also stood from her position in the bed. She was wearing a more subdued blue-gray dress with small red stitching, just enough Stark and Targaryen to be noticeable. Her auburn hair was styled in a simpler northern way, though she looked no less lovely. Her posture was stiff, her smile quieter but earnest. Their eyes locked in a brief exchange of defiance. Then, they slowly turned to me with courteous smiles. Your Grace, they said almost together, then shot each other a tiny glare at the coincidence. I chuckled, closing the door behind me. My ladies, hopefully, I didn't make you wait too long. Did you enjoy the day? Of course. The ceremony was beautiful, Sansa offered, fiddling with her gown sleeve. Though I I've never seen a wedding done with fire before. The Lord of Light brings passion more than your cold northern gods, Marjorie said. Right, Your Grace. All gods do their part, I said lightly, stepping toward the center of the room. But I'll admit, R'hllor's fire does liven things up. The world ought to change, so we have to accept the changing religions as well. Only a dynasty that can adapt to change can survive. Wise words. Some say a dragon is a symbol of change, too. Since one has appeared after so long, we should prepare. Speaking of dragons, I thought half the small folk would panic when Viserion flew in, Marjorie went on with a soft laugh. Poor Loras nearly pulled his sword. It's difficult to get used to such a presence. The Northerners kept calmer, Sansa countered, some pride slipping into her voice. We're used to harsher things. I smiled at how clearly they were competing. Still, both your houses stood strong. A good start to our alliance. My gaze drifted to the table between them. 2 different drinks were set out, waiting. Before anyone spoke, both stepped forward. I've brought the finest arbor gold, Your Grace, Marjorie said fast, picking up a fancy crystal goblet filled with pale golden wine. A whiff of summer fruits and flowers reached my nose. It's been kept in my family's cellar since before Robert's rebellion. And I have northern mead, Sansa said, offering a carved wooden cup etched with wolf designs. Sweetened with wildflower honey and spiced with cinnamon from our glass gardens. My father always said it warms you better than any southern wine. In unison, they both said, try mine first, Your Grace. They quickly looked at each other, then forced polite smiles back at me. I laughed, truly amused by their eagerness. 2 fresh drinks from my new brides. Both look appealing. I glanced back and forth, enjoying the tension. But which to drink first? Tough call. Marjorie's smile stayed polite but went a bit tight around the edges. The arbor gold will cleanse your palate. It's perfect for a start. But the mead's heartier, Sansa jumped in. Best to begin with something substantial. I slipped a gold dragon coin from my pocket, letting it catch the lamplight. A fair king leaves it to fate, yes. Heads for Marjorie's wine, tails for Sansa's mead. They both hushed, watching me flip the coin high. I caught it with a flourish, then smacked it on the back of my hand. Heads, I declared, showing the dragon sigil. Marjorie's face lit up, a genuine little triumph in her eyes as she handed me the goblet. Sansa's lips pressed together briefly before she managed a composed nod and set down her wooden cup softly. I sipped the arbor gold slow, savoring its layers. I decided to describe the taste once I was done, given how intensely Marg was staring. Delicate but not weak, hints of summer peaches and honey. The reach, in liquid form. Marjorie glowed at the praise. I picked it myself from our best barrels. My grandmother always said a good wine reveals the character of its land. Your grandmother was a wise woman, indeed. I put the goblet down and picked up Sansa's cup. Now the North's gift. The mead was strong and warming, surprisingly complex. Bold and straightforward, with a hidden depth, I said. Like the North itself. Great for a cold night. Sansa's eyes brightened, though she stayed controlled. Thank you, Your Grace. It's made from the same recipe my family's used for generations. Both have their charms, I said. Wine for big celebrations, mead for long winter evenings. Lucky me, having wives who bring 2 distinct flavors to my table. Marjorie flicked a small barb. Our dear Sansa's taste runs a bit rustic, wouldn't you say, Your Grace? It has a certain charm in its simplicity. The ceremony was quite rustic as well, Sansa replied, voice holding a bit of newfound grit. All that excessive chanting from Reach Lords. In the North, we like a quieter dignity over flashy shows. I lifted a brow, impressed. She fired back. Sansa added, I'd rather be rustic than overly sweet, Lady Marjorie. Too much sugar can turn your stomach, after all. Marjorie's eyes hardened briefly. It's a good thing the king enjoys variety. Perhaps he'll find cold northern nights as pleasant as warm southern days. I watched this exchange with amusement. Exactly what I wanted. 2 determined women trying to beat each other. Their focus wouldn't stray far from outdoing one another, leaving me to do as I pleased. This would allow me far more control over them and the realm itself, rather than if I'd married only one. Ladies, I cut in, stepping between them. My tone dropped a few degrees. Although I liked it, I had to make something clear. I welcome your rivalry. In fact, I encourage it. The competition for the crown will keep you on your toes. I took another sip from each cup, then set them down carefully. But listen, if either of you truly harms the other, I'll punish both. In case of one's death, However, the other goes to the grave alongside her. I am not jesting. I won't let my wives turn the realm into a battleground of petty feuds. Silence dropped like a stone, the weight of my warning plain. The two girls had stiffened, especially Marjorie. The realm needs stability, I continued, not more wars fought with poisons or daggers in the dark. You can compete for my favor all you want, but don't forget you both belong to me now. Sansa lowered her gaze first. I understand, Your Grace. As do I, Marjorie said, though a calculating glint still shone in her eyes. I picked up Marjorie's goblet again, swirling the wine. The tension was thick in the air, and it was pleasantly enjoyable. Two clever, beautiful women, each eager to outshine the other, with me holding all the cards. Good, I said, lifting the goblet in a little toast. Let's enjoy tonight, then. It's not every day a dragon marries two brides. Ellipsis. As we continued chatting about different topics, nightfall settled in, shifting the energy in my chambers. However, it was the same outside. I could hear footsteps and gossip outside the door, so the steamy part of the night would have to wait a bit longer until the guests left the corridors. Lamps and braziers threw dancing shadows across the walls, lighting up old Targaryen artworks, dragons soaring, ancient conquests, and the glory of my ancestors long before me. It reminded me of a rich history that I'd never seen. I was in bed now, sitting between the two ladies and chatting. Moonlight mixed with the city lights of King's Landing came from the window, illuminating the room further. Now and then, Sansa's fingers traced shapes on my thighs, like she was gathering her thoughts, or her nerve, for the night to come. In the meantime, Marjorie's hand openly caressed my chest. The silk of Marjorie's gown made soft whispers with each move. She couldn't stop glancing at Sansa's way, calculating her every breath. For the last few minutes, I was the one doing most of the talking. The silence between the girls felt so tight it could snap any second. A moment, I said as I rose and walked over to the table. I picked up a bowl of blood oranges and slowly chose one, letting the sharp scent fill the room as I peeled it. I pretended not to notice their unspoken standoff, but I took in every bit of tension. Finally, Marjorie spoke, unable to resist another jab. The night's deepening. Soon, the sweet times will begin. I wonder, Lady Stark, she said, her tone sweet on the surface but laced with venom, if you even know how to keep a king warm in bed. The north can be so chilly. I held back a laugh behind a piece of orange, watching Sansa's shoulders go stiff. She turned from watching my back to staring at Marjorie, her face calm despite the blush creeping up her neck. We northerners have our own ways, Sansa answered, her voice steadier than I'd expected. I'm sure His Grace will enjoy a little variety more than the same old thing. Oh, she's getting bolder. The little wolf was showing some bite. Marjorie's smile tightened a fraction, but she recovered quick. How quaint. Though we in the Reach treat pleasure like a fine art, studied as carefully as a maester studies his books. And yet all that studying didn't keep your first husband interested, Sansa retorted, then her cheeks flushed, like she wished she could take it back. Marjorie's eyes flashed. Careful, dove. Some birds keep singing right up until someone wrings their neck. I dropped the orange peel into a silver dish, and both went silent, turning to me. I stared at them, crossing my arms and letting them feel the weight of my presence. I thought I made my words clear, Lady Marjorie. You can bicker all you like, I said in a soft but edged voice. I'm even entertained by your rivalry. But don't cross the lines. Threats fall under that line, as well. They watched me, catching the threat loud and clear. Marjorie's face had gone pale, and she was about to apologize, but I spoke over her. We need stability, I went on. I don't know how seriously you're taking this, but I'm seeing hundreds of years ahead. If you're considering benefits for your current family who'd be dead in a few decades, let me warn you to be careful. Sansa was the first to dip her gaze. Understood, Your Grace. I apologize, Marjorie said, quick to lower her head. A knock on the door broke the tension. One of the Kingsguard spoke through the heavy wood. Your Grace, the corridors are cleared. All the wedding guests have turned in or left. Excellent, I replied. No disturbances, till morning. No matter what. Yes, Your Grace. Footsteps faded away, leaving the three of us in silence. I walked to the door and slid the iron bolt across. The deep sound of it locking shut seemed to seal us off from the outside world. Turning back, I saw Marjorie standing tall, confidence returning to her posture, while Sansa stared at us with a flush in her cheeks. I looked at them both, a slow grin spreading across my face. So, I said, stepping closer, Shall we find out whose drink I really prefer? Both of them paused as I smirked, letting my gaze rake over them both. I leaned back against the carved bedpost. Strip. Marjorie's fingers went to her laces without hesitation, that rich girl grin sharpening as emerald silk pooled at her feet. Sansa fumbled with her northern clasps, cheeks burning crimson as her dress slid down generous hips. I drank in the contrast. It was a sight to behold, worthy of a king. Marjorie's compact curves, all honeyed skin and rose-tipped breasts bigger than my palms, versus Sansa's long-limbed fullness, her body soft and pale as winter moonlight with nipples like dusky pink berries. Her breasts were much larger, too. I wasn't the only one who noticed Sansa's fullness. Marg's brows twitched upward when Sansa's shift fully fell, surprise flickering before she masked it with a purr. Well then, she cleared her throat and drawled, trailing a finger down her own stomach, I hope you won't toss a coin this time. Who would you like first, your grace? I locked gazes with her, and then reached out and hooked Sansa's wrist, yanking her onto the mattress. She yelped, collapsing against me with a breathy laugh that grew into a moan when I gripped her chin. The night should start with virgin blood first, I murmured, thumb brushing her lower lip. Don't worry, little wolf, I'll make it sweet. Sansa's beautiful tully blue eyes trembled. Her pulse rabbited beneath my palm as I claimed her mouth, all trembling innocence and hesitant licks. Marjorie huffed at the loss but settled cross-legged beside us, eyes gleaming like a cat watching sparrows. Slow as a summer storm, I peeled Sansa's small clothes away, mapping every flinch and gasp. She arched when I thumbed her nipples, sharp little noises escaping as I swirled my tongue around each peak. Gee gods, she let out a whimper, thighs clamping around my wrist when I trailed kisses down her quivering stomach. She tasted better than the drink she brought me. Which ones? I chuckled against her inner thigh, biting just hard enough to make her jolt. You've abandoned your previous ones already. Her protest dissolved into a keening wail as I finally tasted her, fingers stretching her open while Marjorie leaned closer, biting her own lip. I'm so jealous right now, your grace. The fruit of patience is sweet, I told her while my focus remained totally on Sansa. Her hands scrabbled at the sheets, back bowing off the bed as my mouth slipped between her thighs. Minutes passed as my lips trailed kisses, and my tongue worked her toward the edge only to pull back, 3 times, until tears streaked her temples. The room was growing heavier. Please, she sobbed, hips bucking. Stop with your tongue, your grace tilde I'm wet enough, I can feel that, I said, withdrawing my face and wiping my lips with a smile. I heard her heart thump loudly as she enjoyed the view. I loomed over her, shedding my doublet with deliberate slowness. Her eyes widened at the muscles that rippled with the smallest movements. Look into my eyes, Sansa, I ordered, while my hips positioned between hers. It won't hurt. She listened, nodding slowly. Then, I thrust in with a single, slow stroke. Her cry filled the room, and virgin blood dirtied the sheets. You have claimed a virgin. Skill. Dragondick, is responding strongly. She screamed, nails scoring my shoulders as her blood slicked my thighs. Marjorie's breath hitched. Whether from arousal or envy, I couldn't tell. Move with me, I said, catching Sansa's hips as she whimpered. The pain will go away, trust me. I promised her while focusing on my skill. I started to move. Slow at first, then deeper, harder, until her cries turned guttural. Sansa Stark's beautiful, curvy body wet with sweat. Her beautiful body trembled for me as she took my length to the base. She was a tall girl, so she didn't disappoint me. Oh, fuck, Viserys. I love this, she let out a harrowing gasp, eyes rolled back to the ceiling, as I hit her depths. Sansa couldn't hold on for long. Thanks to my skill, her pain had long turned into pleasure, so her climax ripped through her like wildfire. Her back arched and mouth gasped silent pleas to gods long forgotten. With a grunt, I pulled out at the very last second with a tight pop, smearing my seed across her swollen lips and lovely tummy. I didn't want to create any air just yet. I breathed heavy for a moment, staring down at the panting Sansa. You did well for your first time, I said, leaning down to kiss her. Sansa accepted me like a hungry beast, lips slamming into one another, her teeth drawing blood. I laughed at her roughness. All right, now clean this, I ordered as I brought my drenched, still hard cock near her mouth. As your equal, Lady Marjorie deserves a clean cock too. I understand. Trembling, Sansa Stark obeyed, tongue darting shyly until I fisted her hair and made her take me deep. Her eyes teared, but she held in, as I poured some remaining drops inside her mouth. When I pulled out of her mouth, smirking at her well-used face, Marjorie was on me before I could blink. She nipped at my jaw as she ground against my thigh. My turn, love. You won't keep me waiting, will you? She breathed, all heat and honeyed venom. No, let's get to it. I flipped her onto her stomach, ignoring her yelp as I slammed into her from behind. Marjorie came for me immediately, moaning like a whore rather than a queen. I loved that sound. The bedchamber echoed with Marjorie's theatrical moans and Sansa's drowsy whimpers until dawn streaked the sky. By morning, both of my wives lay tangled in sweat-damp silks, Sansa's tear-streaked face pressed to my chest, Marjorie's small satisfied smirk pressed to my shoulder. Neither were queen, but both were mine. Admittedly, I loved this night more than the others. Chapter 85. To protect the realm, morning light filtered through the curtains, painting golden streaks across our tangled limbs. I'd been awake for some time, savoring the weight of two gorgeous women pressed against me. It truly was a sight that I could never have enjoyed back on Earth. Sansa's auburn hair spilled across my chest, Marjorie's arm draped possessively over my stomach. Both had their own charms, and I savored it all with my arms around their bodies. Marjorie stirred first, those doe eyes fluttering open with practiced precision. It was as if she'd learned how to wake up gracefully. She stretched like a cat, her breasts pressing against my side. Good morning, dearest husband. Morning, I said. Our movements disturbed Sansa, who slowly blinked awake. She let out a small gasp before remembering where she was. The blush that crept up her neck was delightful. Sleep well, little wolf? I asked, stroking her cheek. Yes, she mumbled, pulling the sheet higher despite the intimacies we'd shared hours before. Marjorie chuckled. How can you still be shy, Lady Stark? After all that howling last night? I didn't howl, Sansa protested, though her lips curled upward. I remember you doing all the howling, despite being a pristine flower in public. How scandalous. How is it scandalous to become a direwolf in heat for my husband? Marjorie teased, reaching across me to tap Sansa's nose. You should be learning from me. Not that your performance was any less fun. I suppose you northerners are always passionate about your first hunt. Rather than shrinking away, Sansa surprised me by arching an eyebrow. At least mine was genuine. Your performance sounded practiced, like you'd memorized when to moan. I laughed, feeling Marjorie grumble beside me. You think I have to fake it when my king's cock is that huge? You stupid. Marjorie began before dissolving into giggles herself. Never mind. Perhaps I should give you lessons. A queen needs refinement. We're not queens yet, Sansa reminded her, trailing fingers along my collarbone. Though I think I impressed our king well enough. Confident now, are we? Marjorie purred, pressing a kiss to my jaw. I think we need another competition. I caught both their hands as they slid beneath the sheets. Later, my eager wives. The realm won't rule itself, and I've dragons to feed. Marjorie pouted. Surely Viserion can wait. Dragons wait for no man, I said, sitting up despite their protests. Not even kings. I want you to know that while I have control over her in person, she might rampage and destroy things in my absence. We can't risk that. Sansa leaned back against the pillows, her hair a fiery halo as sunlight reflected off it. Will you come back soon? Missing me already? She's just worried I'll win your favor while you're gone, Marjorie said, stretching languidly. You're talking like you're going with him, Sansa replied with newfound boldness. If you are, I am too. Perhaps another time, dear wives. You'll get much time to play with Viserion, I said, and for a minute more, I watched these powerful women from ancient houses, now giggling like tavern maids in my bed. It was a pleasant morning indeed, but beyond these walls, the game continued. Fagin breathed, and Daenerys gathered strength across the sea. The realm needed a firm hand. The realm faced real dangers. Ones that wouldn't wait while I played the happy husband. The White Walkers loomed beyond the wall. I knew the danger of that from the TV show, an army of the dead that would sweep south and destroy everything in its path. But this world was different now. With me on the throne instead of Joffrey, perhaps that future could be avoided entirely. I had to prepare for that. I needed to send people north, strengthen the Night's Watch, perhaps even commission new weapons made of dragonglass from Dragonstone Island. Castle Black needed men, not criminals but trained soldiers who understood the gravity of their mission. Then there was Dorne. The Sand Snake's betrayal still stung, but it pointed to something more concerning. Prince Doran was playing his own game. How involved was he with that fake Aegon bastard? Where did my Dany fall into all this? They'd definitely try to use her. Tywin Lannister remained a problem as well. He'd retreated somewhere after Joffrey's execution, nursing his wounds in his pride. Perhaps in Castle Rock, or perhaps somewhere else entirely. I didn't know, so I couldn't just fly over there. The old lion wouldn't stay quiet for long. He'd be plotting, gathering forces, waiting for the right moment to strike back at me for killing his grandson. I'd need to deal with him soon. Despite all this, the most pressing concern was the echo from across the narrow sea, my sister Daenerys. Your Grace, Pycelle began as he sat at the small council table, his voice wavering, we've received troubling reports from across the narrow sea. I leaned back in my seat. Go on. The small council chamber in the Tower of the Hand felt cavernous with so many seats empty. Mace Tyrell occupied the Master of Coin's chair, looking as puffed up as ever in rich green velvet. Rose sat where Varys once had, dressed more modestly than in her brothel days but still with a hint of her former profession in the cut of her gown. Grand Maester Pycelle trembled in his seat, chains rattling with each movement. The Hand's chair remained conspicuously vacant. I hadn't decided who to trust with that position yet. Your sister, Daenerys Targaryen, has conquered Yunkai. Her forces now march on Meereen. Pycelle's eyes darted nervously. She commands an army of unsullied and, forgive me, Your Grace, 2 dragons. Mace Tyrell shifted uncomfortably. 2 dragons, gods be good. The little girl I'd once sold to Khal Drogo had hatched 2 dragons and was conquering cities in Essos. Just like in canon, but things were worse here than canon. I remembered how we'd left things, with me holding a sword to her belly, threatening her unborn child as I stole one of her dragon eggs. She wouldn't have forgotten. Would she sail to Westeros seeking vengeance? Would she fall for Varys' trap? That spider should be traveling to her by now, along with Tyrion Lannister. Or would she be wise and just remain in Meereen and rule that place? Either way, I couldn't ignore her growing power. The mother of dragons, they call her, Rose added. My little birds say she's freed slaves by the thousands. They worship her like a goddess. Pycelle cleared his throat. If I may, Your Grace, there is some confusion about your relationship with your sister. The Citadel has inquiries about. My sister and I parted on poor terms. I cut him off. I lied to some people before, but we're not on good terms. She wants to kill me for the things I did. Be sure everyone knows about this so that they don't blindly trust her. She likely believes I'm still the frightened fool who sold her to the Dothraki. She doesn't know who I've become. Will she sail for Westeros, Your Grace? Mace asked, wiping sweat from his brow. She might. I'm unsure. But to be fair, I tapped my fingers against the table, considering. I don't have to remain unsure. I could fly to Meereen on Viserion and confront Daenerys directly. Why waste time when I had the means to cross the narrow sea in days rather than weeks? Although there was the risk of Viserion fighting against 2 dragons, I was confident she'd live at least even if she couldn't win against both. I could see her dragons with my own eyes, gauge her strength, and perhaps even forge an alliance. No matter what, she was my sister. Our past, when we grew up together, memories were vivid. That was why I didn't kill her back then, but there were matters demanding my attention here first. Before I make any decisions about my sister, there are pressing matters to address, I said. Many matters. Regarding the wall in the north, among other stuff. I'll talk to Robb about this. We also need to select new Kingsguard and appoint a Lord Commander. The White Cloaks were Lannister men, we need knights loyal to the dragon now. We've also got to make sure the City Watch is in good hands. Summon the current commander of the City Watch, Rose, fit that into my schedule. Rose nodded. Understood. I also have names to suggest regarding the Kingsguard, Your Grace. Good. I also need to summon Yara Greyjoy to discuss the Iron Fleet. Send her a letter. I turned toward Mace Tyrell, who was still sweating despite the cool morning air. On another more important topic, Lord Mace, about the Iron Banks loan. The meeting unfolded. The table overflowed with urgent matters. The White Walkers, Daenerys' rise in Essos, the turmoil in Dorne, and the ever-watchful Tywin. Amidst these political intricacies stood 2 brides, each vying for the crown. A new game was about to commence, one that would test every vow, every alliance, and the very blood in my veins. I'd make my moves carefully, for the next step could tip the scales of the entire realm. It was harder to hold the throne than claim it. I had no intention of losing the throne I'd paid so dearly to claim. Chapter 86. So many kingly duties. The following events proved relentlessly busy. I began by sending Mace Tyrell to Braavos with a small delegation to renegotiate terms with the Iron Bank. The Crown's debt had ballooned under Robert Baratheon's reign, and the Lannisters had only made it worse with their war expenses. The Iron Bank was notorious for collecting its dues. They'd fund your enemies if you failed to pay. This was the thing with politics. Raw strength couldn't always win over things. I mean, I could definitely go there and burn down the entirety of Braavos, but then there was the chance I'd get assassinated by 100 faceless men. Even Viserion was in danger. I'd say the faceless men were one of the most dangerous powers that could go against me, on par with the immortal empire of Yi. So, Mace would go to the Iron Bank and ask for more time. By then, I'd beat down the Lannisters, take their wealth, and repay the debt using Lannister money. Cersei would play a fine role, then. One of the reasons I kept her alive. I chose Mace for this task partly because the Tyrells had deep pockets, and his presence would signal to the bankers that the throne now had wealthy allies. But more importantly, it kept him away from court while I solidified my reign. While Mace wasn't anywhere near his mother, he was still an annoying person. He was meek, but he was strong-headed. He awkwardly kept asking for stuff until the end. With that done, I focused on other important tasks. Later, I met with Bronn, the current commander of the City Watch. The former sellsword had survived the Battle of Blackwater, and I chose not to kill him like the other soldiers. He still carried himself with that dangerous swagger, though he'd dressed up a bit for the occasion. His black armor gleamed, and he'd even bothered to trim his beard. I'd half expected to replace him immediately. He was not loyal to Tyrion, but they were still friends, after all. But our meeting changed my mind. He loved money, and as long as he received money and luxury, he'd remain loyal. Men like these were more trustworthy than those who pretended to be noble. Unlike the nobles who spoke in flowery riddles, Bronn was refreshingly direct about the state of the city. The City Watch was undermanned and corrupt, but he had plans to fix both issues if given the resources. "Your Grace, half these gold cloaks can't tell their ass from their elbow," he'd told me bluntly. "But give me a month and your gold, and I'll have them shaped up or shipped out." I liked that he didn't hide behind false promises. He knew exactly what I needed, a city that ran smoothly and stayed loyal. After surviving as a sellsword for so long, Bronn understood that loyalty was bought, not given freely. He also knew to respect me, even though he was a sellsword, and that he'd initially met me as a fellow sellsword. But he knew when to adapt. Perfect for managing a city filled with spies and cutthroats. The rest of the week blurred together. I met with Robb and told him to send a letter to Jon Snow in the Night Watch asking about what was going on there. I told him about strengthening defenses along the wall, but he didn't see any reason to. So I decided to only continue on that topic when Jon would send back a reply. I'd break down the news to Robb about the White Walkers. Otherwise, it'd be suspicious why I knew all this, and also, my words wouldn't be that trustworthy. That meeting followed with me wondering about Dragonglass from Dragonstone. I was unsure if I should start their shipment already, but I decided against it. I should pay Dragonstone a visit after returning from Meereen. I spent the next few days reviewing candidates for the Kingsguard. I found a few good ones to fill the slots, but none for the Lord Commander role. It annoyed me that living legend Sir Barristan Selmy had gone to my sister. Now, where do I find a proper Lord Commander? Having no answers, I moved to the last important task. I made sure to prepare rooms for Yara Greyjoy's upcoming visit, ensuring they were befitting of an ally, but not too lavish. The Ironborn preferred practicality over luxury. Although I decided to halt that meeting in the end, till I'd returned to King's Landing. I'd delayed enough time. All these kingly duties took a lot of work. A few weeks after my marriage, it was a late afternoon. I was pacing the corridors of the Red Keep with Rose walking beside me, her voice low as she delivered reports from her growing network of informants. "The Lannister forces have retreated to Castle Rock, Your Grace. Lord Tywin hasn't been seen in weeks. They're using the excuse that he's ill. But I think he's just hiding." She paused, checking a small parchment. "And Littlefinger has been spotted in the Vale. He's apparently courting Lisa Arryn quite aggressively. They're fucking. Send a letter to Lisa. Tell her Littlefinger is a criminal who fled from his role as the Master of Coin and that she's obliged to return him to the crown. She won't listen, and that'll give me an excuse to fly to her castle," I said, making her nod. I barely listened to the rest of her report as we passed through a corridor lined with tall windows. Sunlight streamed in, catching the dust motes that danced in the air. I stopped abruptly, drawn to the view below. King's Landing lay before me, transformed from the city I had approached months ago. Targaryen banners now decorated every prominent building. Workers rushed about, repairing the damage from the battle. Near the harbor, ships were unloading supplies, grain from the Reach and timber from the north. This place is changing, I murmured, more to myself than to Rose. She stepped beside me, following my gaze across the city. For the better, I'd say. The small folk aren't starving anymore. Even the smell has improved. Though I doubt the city will ever smell like a garden. The smell, I chuckled. A true miracle, that one. I need that smell completely replaced with flowers and perfumes soon. Even if you doubt it'll smell like a garden, we need to make that happen. Really, Your Grace? Yes, sweetheart. I looked at her. The once whore girl was an elegant lady now, wearing a noble gown. I pulled her closer, and she gave in, without resisting. I have grand plans for this realm. I'm glad, she said, smiling warmly. She didn't try to act too professional with me anymore. I liked that development. I'll make your plans come to fruition. I know you will. I dream of a city with better living conditions than this, Rose. I'll make sure that the commoners live like kings in the future, although by then I'll live like God. That includes you, I said. You'll be my brush used to paint this city anew. My existence will be fulfilled by that, Rose replied, her voice full of love. Honestly, it doesn't have to go that far. The people don't want to live like kings. They just need to feel safe. And fed. You're already succeeding in those regards thanks to the Tyrells. Really? That's good, I said, a little curious. Do you think they're happy? Marjorie goes out to meet the commoners and hangs out with them, and she says they're happy. She's making them accept a Targaryen on the throne again. I think the commoners like her more than Sansa. At this rate, I might, too. Poor Sansa has yet to figure out how to play this game. Why don't you show her the way? You have known her for a long time. She was telling me how you treated her as your younger sister for a long time. Rose considered this, tilting her head. That I did, but I'm unsure if she'll be fine with me trying to help her. She might think I'm trying to manipulate her. It's all right. Well, if you say so. You're right that the commoners like the Tyrell girl more. They accept whoever feeds them and doesn't beat them. So I'll help Sansa, I guess, to help balance things, she said. Expect a different Sansa by the time you return. She was still in my arms, and I gently pushed her against the wall. I leaned forward, capturing her lips, and she gave in, moaning for me. Rose really knew how to make a man's body hotter with minimal effort. As her hands roamed my body, feeling my muscles, I wanted to fuck her senseless right here. But there's something else. She hesitated once I pulled back from the kiss. The people whisper about you. The Dragon King who appeared from nowhere with golden wings and breathed life back into the city. Children play games pretending to be dragons now. It'd be too much to give Marjorie credit for that, though. It's all you. You saved them from Stannis' assault, after all. That pleased me more than I expected. That was the plan, to make them feel grateful. I'm glad it's working. That's why I killed so many soldiers during the riot when people were throwing stones at Joffrey, while saving civilians. Myths and stories can be powerful tools. More powerful than armies sometimes, she agreed as she leaned forward and kissed my nape. Though speaking of armies, the Dornish, a guard rushed toward us, his armor clanking as he skidded to a stop and bowed deeply. I didn't separate from Rose, hand inside her gown, feeling her chest. The guard was an older man, so he knew to keep his head low as he reported. Your Grace, Brienne of Tarth has reached King's Landing. She brings news. Rose, head snapped toward him. Brienne, the Lady Knight from the Stormlands. Your Grace, I heard that she was tasked with bringing Jaime Lannister to King's Landing a couple of months ago, by Lady Catelyn. She finally returned. Since they were taking a detour, traveling half the continent on foot, it took months. Yes, Your Grace, the guard shifted uncomfortably. Brienne of Tarth, the warrior woman who had once sworn herself to Renly Baratheon, then to Catelyn Stark. In the story I knew, echoed by this reality, she'd been tasked with returning Jaime Lannister to King's Landing in exchange for the Stark girls. But that was a different timeline, a different story. Sansa was already here, married to me. And Arya, well, she was still missing. Had Brienne succeeded this time in her task or failed like canon? Did she bring someone with her? I asked, unable to keep the edge from my voice. A prisoner, perhaps. No, Your Grace. Lannister spies found us when we were very close to King's Landing. The massive woman kept her head down, one knee pressed to the stone floor before my iron throne. I tried my best to fight them, but Jaime Lannister's restraints broke during the struggle, and he received a sword from an ally. I couldn't beat the greatest swordsman in the Seven Kingdoms, even with his months of imprisonment. She apologized for her incompetence. I leaned forward slightly, the uncomfortable edges of the throne moving away from my back. The throne room was relatively empty today. The cavernous space, with its towering columns and high vaulted ceiling, felt almost hollow. Morning light streamed through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the stone floor. Targaryen banners hung from the walls, a sea of black and red that had replaced the Baratheon gold. Only a handful of courtiers lingered at the edges of the room, along with a few guards. I noticed Robb Stark standing to one side, his face grim as he watched the proceedings. Lady Catelyn stood beside him, her eyes fixed on Brienne with a worried expression. Naturally, she was worried about the fate of the knight who'd been escorting Jaime Lannister to King's Landing, which was at the hands of Lannisters during the oath. If I ordered execution now, Catelyn could only blame herself and nobody else. However, I didn't bring up any of that. She'd only done as she was forced to oath, so it wasn't her fault. I understand he defeated you. So why did he let you return alive? I asked, studying Brienne's face carefully. She was not a woman made for deception, her eyes were too honest, her face too open. I don't know, Your Grace. Her voice held genuine confusion. Okay, there are two things that could have happened here. First, that she was lying and had actually let Jaime escape because she'd fallen in love with him during their journey. Like the original, or that she knew the oath meant she had to safely send Jaime to his family, and not King's Landing, so she let him go without a fight. Or perhaps the second option was true, the situation was indeed as she'd said, and Jaime had let her live because he had fallen for her. Either way, Jaime Lannister was gone. The greatest swordsman of this generation was back to Tywin, and this time, he kept both hands. That wasn't good. I glanced toward Catelyn Stark. Her lips were pressed into a tight line. This woman had released Jaime Lannister against her son's wishes, gambling everything on retrieving her daughters. Now one daughter was my wife, and the other still missing, while the Kingslayer ran free. I wonder how she felt. That dumb bitch. I understand, I replied finally, turning back to Brienne. Whatever the case, it means Lannister men are still lurking in or around King's Landing. I turned to Rose, who stood to the side of the throne in her formal attire. What do you have to say about this, Rose? Rose, deep blue dress rustled against the stone floor as she lowered her head. My deepest apologies, Your Grace. My network should have detected their movements. I'll increase searches immediately and tighten security around the city gates. Her face showed genuine concern. She knew that failing to catch the Lannister spies could reflect poorly on her new position. See that you do. I kept my tone mild but firm. I expect a full report by tomorrow as I have to leave very soon. I turned my attention back to Brienne of Tarth. The woman was a strange sight in the Red Keep, taller than most men, broader than more, with straw-colored hair cut short around a face that was rather handsome than pretty. Her breasts are huge here, though, but there was something compelling about her presence. She wore battered armor that had seen better days, and a sword hung at her hip. Despite her failure, she traveled all this way to face potential punishment rather than flee. That spoke to her character, to her honor. Brienne of Tarth was an honorable knight. Welcome to King's Landing, Lady Brienne, I said finally. Such a strong, great warrior as you, it's a pity you were put against Jaime Lannister of all people. I'm grateful to the deity above that he let you return alive. I paused, considering the opportunity before me one more time. Brienne was indeed someone whose honor was unquestionable. In that case, it should be fine, right? I don't wish to waste your rest time further, but I have a proposition. I straightened on the throne, looking at her like how a king should. What do you think about the position of Lord Commander of the Kingsguard? Chapter 87. How do I meet the Mother of Dragons? What do you think about the position of Lord Commander of the Kingsguard? The throne room fell silent. You could have heard a drop of water hit the stone floor. Brienne's eyes were wide, her mouth opening slightly. It was easy to read the shock on her face. The woman lacked the guile most courtiers possessed. She looked like I'd just offered her the entire kingdom rather than a white cloak. Across the room, Catelyn Stark's composure shattered. The cool, collected northern lady visibly flinched, her head snapping toward me so fast I thought she might strain her neck. She gripped Robb's arm in what appeared to be a painful hold. Robb himself looked torn between respect and wariness. His brow furrowed as he studied me, likely wondering what game I was playing by offering such a prestigious position to someone who had just failed in their duty. Your Grace. Brienne finally found her voice. She squared her massive shoulders, lifting her chin. I am honored beyond words. But I cannot accept. Firstly, I am unworthy. Secondly, I swore an oath to Lady Catelyn. I serve her. Predictable. Honor was so goddamn inconvenient sometimes. Lady Brienne, I replied, leaning forward. You are not unworthy, unless you insult me by doubting my judgment of worthiness. And your devotion to your oaths is precisely why I offer this position. The Kingsguard needs someone who understands what duty truly means. As for you serving my mother-in-law, I turned my gaze deliberately toward Catelyn Stark, silently inviting her to speak up. Catelyn was a smart woman. She'd pounce on this opportunity if I hadn't judged her wrong. She hesitated for a moment but then strode forward, her steps echoing across the stone floor. Lady Brienne, Catelyn said clearly and firmly, I'm grateful to have your duty. Despite my unnatural requests, you have served me faithfully, and I am forever grateful. But I would release you from your oath to me if it means you'll become Lord Commander. Brienne blinked in surprise. My lady, my daughter Sansa will be queen, Catelyn continued, her eyes flickering briefly to mine. I would appreciate nothing more than knowing she has someone as loyal and honorable as you to protect her. You would still be keeping your oath to me by protecting my blood. Will you not accept? I watched this performance with interest. Catelyn was as clever as I'd given her credit for. She saw the opportunity. Having her own sworn sword as Lord Commander would give her daughter an added layer of protection. A loyal shield in a court of vipers. I didn't mind that. Brienne of Tarth was indeed a loyal knight. Well, not quite a knight yet, but she will be tomorrow when I grant her knighthood and officially announce her position. She was incredibly strong too, and I'd love someone like her as my sword. That is, if she accepts. Brienne looked between us, her conflict evident. Her hand gripped her sword hilt as if seeking reassurance from the familiar weight of steel. If that is what you wish, Lady Stark, she said finally. Then she turned to me, still on her knee as she lowered her head. Your Grace, since Lady Catelyn releases me from my oath, I would be honored to accept your offer. I'm incredibly grateful that you see my strength, despite my failure. So I will serve you, the crown, and Lady Sansa with my life. I smiled. Sansa was lacking against Marjorie recently, but with the support of the Lord Commander, her position will gain more favor. Excellent, I said, satisfaction warming my voice. Rise, Brienne of Tarth, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. Although the official announcement, along with your knighthood, is tomorrow, so it's wrong to call you that now. Freshen up, and rest well. She stood, remarkably straight-backed for someone who had endured so much travel. The woman was a true warrior. Catelyn's eyes met mine for a brief moment. In them, I saw a mixture of gratitude and caution. She knew this arrangement benefited us both. I'd gained a loyal, honorable commander. And she'd gained a protector for her daughter. The Game of Thrones was growing more interesting. On the other side of the world, a few days after Brienne's ascension in Westeros, Daenerys was in Meereen as she studied the diminutive man before her with guarded curiosity. Rise, she said, watching the dwarf and eunuch stand from their knees. Despite his travel-worn appearance and the dirt still clinging to his clothes, there was something undeniably formidable about Tyrion Lannister. How could such a short man bear such a presence? His mismatched eyes held a keen intelligence that seemed to assess everything in the tent, from the fake dragon skulls mounted on stands to the unsullied guards flanking the entrance. She'd have loved to show off her real dragons, but Rhaegal wasn't here with her, and Drogon was nowhere to be found. Outside of that, everything had been moving smoothly. The conquest of Meereen had brought her this pavilion, along with the entire city. After freeing Yunkai, somehow she'd already conquered Meereen before she knew it thanks to the help of the Golden Company. With 18,000 men at her command, it wasn't a surprise. Her current abode, a titanic stone pyramid, once belonged to a great master. It had been repurposed for the Mother of Dragons now. Maps of Slaver's Bay lay scattered across the table between them, weighed down by small figurines representing her growing forces. So, she adjusted her position in the high-backed chair, the wood smooth beneath her fingers. The Imp of Castley Rock seeks an audience with the Dragon Queen. Why are you silent? Her voice remained level, betraying nothing of her thoughts. You've traveled far, Lord Tyrion. And you, Lord Varys. Speak up. Indeed, Your Grace, Tyrion replied with a slight bow. Though I assure you, the journey was not entirely by choice. I'm just unsure how to bring this up. Neither am I a lord, your grace, Varys commented, his hands resting in his sleeves. Behind her, Ser Jorah shifted his weight, his armor creaking softly. She could sense his disapproval without looking. Ser Barristan remained stoic on her other side, his aged hand resting casually on his sword hilt. Neither of them liked the two guests. And yet here you stand, Daenerys continued, in the tent of the daughter of the king you helped overthrow. Sister of the king who made you flee. To her left, Lord Varys cleared his throat. If I may, your grace. Lord Tyrion's role in Robert's rebellion was non-existent. He was but a child when your father fell. As for your brother Viserys, none of us saw it coming. How he'd gained such powers and everything around him. Daenerys turned her gaze to the bald man. His perfumed scent slowly flew through the Myronese heat, somehow remaining fresh despite their journey. What do they call you again, Lord Varys? She asked, the spider, the master of whisperers who served the usurper. How did you not see my brother coming? She leaned forward slightly. All this is too suspicious. So tell me why I shouldn't have you both executed where you stand. Because I despise my father and sister as much as you do, Tyrion answered before Varys could speak. And because I know things about Westeros your current advisors cannot tell you. Ser Barristan stepped forward, chuckling at that. Forgive me for interrupting, your grace, but I've lived this dwarf's 3 lifetimes. I fail to see what he can tell you that I can't. The Lannisters cannot be trusted. They orchestrated the deaths of your family members. Yet here you stand in my service, Ser Barristan, she replied without looking away from Tyrion. After years of serving the usurper. The old knight accepted the rebuke with quiet dignity. I have sworn my sword to you, Khaleesi, Ser Jorah interjected. These men are dangerous, particularly this, spymaster. Varys just smiled in response. Daenerys raised her hand for silence. I want to hear what Lord Tyrion proposes. Tyrion glanced at Varys before addressing her directly. Your grace, the 7 kingdoms are in chaos. Your brother sits on the Iron Throne, but his position is precarious. The Lannisters have retreated to Castle Rock, and many houses remain uncommitted. He paused. I offer you knowledge, strategy, and a perspective from the very heart of Westerosi politics. And in return, Daenerys asked, one eyebrow arched. A position as your advisor, he replied. And wine, preferably not the Myronese swill they serve in the city. And, there's someone I wish to save back in the Red Keep. Despite herself, Daenerys felt the corner of her mouth twitch. She composed her features quickly. You have a peculiar manner for someone begging a favor. I'm not begging, Tyrion said. I'm offering a fair exchange. My mind for your protection. While Ser Barristan is right about his experience, he's a knight first and foremost. He also wasn't allowed in the small council for the last 20 or so years. Without meaning offense, he doesn't know how the realm operates nowadays. I do, for I've served as the hand of the king for the last year or so. Daenerys' gaze shifted to Varys. And you, what do you offer besides honeyed words and betrayal? Information, your grace, Varys replied, his hands folded within his sleeves. My little birds sing in every corner of the world. I know your brother's weaknesses, his allies, and his plans. After all, it was me who sent young Griff to you. That made Dany's eyes tremble. It was him. How? That boy hadn't told her anything about this. However, he couldn't be lying here, it could be confirmed any time, so it'd be stupid to risk such a lie. That aside, do you know how big Broth Viserys attained his dragon egg? She asked sharply. It bothered her for a moment that she'd called him by his familial title out of habit, though. That imbecile was no brother of hers. Varys shook his head. I'm aware he stole an egg from you, but I don't know how he awakened it. Perhaps it awakened on its own when your two did. It could be the case since the 3 eggs had been together for centuries. He named his dragon Viserion, that I know of. Which is quite narcissistic, but it suits him I suppose. It does. And yes, he did steal one of my eggs, Daenerys said coldly, remembering the night Viserys had held a sword to her belly, threatening her unborn child as he fled with the golden egg. The memory still burned. Before they hatched, Ser Jorah stepped forward. Khaleesi, I counsel caution. I feel like we're talking about important things with them before judging what to do with their heads. These men arrived too conveniently after your recent victories. Ser Barristan nodded in agreement. The Lannister may have value, your grace, but I would advise against giving him too much information too quickly. Daenerys drummed her fingers against the armrest, considering. She didn't find her current advisors, words that worrying. If they posed any danger, she could just kill them. It mattered more that they had important news. Drogon and Rhaegal had grown tremendously, apparently Viserys' golden dragon was bigger. She didn't know since the reports couldn't specify how big this golden dragon was. However, Varys probably knew since he was the master spy of Westeros. She had to know if her brother's single dragon would be dangerous for her babies. The thought of facing her brother and his dragon sent a mixture of rage and determination through her veins. A dance of dragons. She had been unwilling to think of it before, but she'd recreate it if necessary. If it meant she'd get to kill that imbecile. I've made my decision, sirs, she decided, turning to Tyrion. Lord Tyrion, I will allow you to advise me, but on a trial basis. Prove your worth, and you may earn a permanent position. She fixed him with a steely gaze. Betray me, and your death will make your father's infamous cruelties seem merciful by comparison. Relief washed over Tyrion's face. A fair arrangement, your grace. I look forward to demonstrating my considerable talents. And what of me, your grace? Varys inquired softly. Daenerys regarded him coolly. You may remain as well, though under guard. If your claim about sending that boy to me is true, it means you've already done me a great benefit. Your little birds, as you call them, will now sing for me. Varys bowed deeply. They already do, your grace. Good, she said. She sighed, feeling a little complicated, although she felt victorious in growing her army. Before she could say anything else, a guard appeared at the tent entrance and bowed. Your grace, young Griff is here for your tea invitation. At this, Daenerys felt a genuine smile form. Let him in. As the guard departed, she caught Tyrion's puzzled expression. The Lannister clearly hadn't expected this development. Daenerys felt a surge of satisfaction. With Aegon by her side, her nephew, the true son of Rhaegar, she would have a stronger claim than Viserys could ever muster. Together, they would take back what was stolen from House Targaryen. Her brother might have one dragon, but she had two. One dragon rider couldn't win against two, could it? Plus, her nephew's loyalty in the growing army of Unsullied. Soon, she would show Viserys what it truly meant to wake the dragon. That smirk on her face lasted until a loud, unfamiliar roar screeched through the sky. A draconic roar spread through the city as the night sky brightened unnaturally. A few minutes earlier, the cool air whipped around me as Viserion descended toward Meereen's highest tower. The night sky enveloped us, stars scattered across the canvas like dragon's eggs on black sand. Below, torches dotted the foreign city, hundreds of tiny flames that would soon be overwhelmed by a much greater fire. I tightened my grip on Viserion's scales, my thighs pressed against her massive neck as she slowed our descent with steady wing beats. The city sprawled beneath us like a poorly constructed anthill, begging to be kicked over. Somewhere in that maze of sandstone and narrow streets, my dear sister played at being a queen. Viserion landed with surprising grace for a creature her size, her claws gripping the ancient stone of the deserted tower. I dismounted carefully, my boots finding purchase on the weathered surface. The desert breeze carried strange spices and the distant smell of the sea, so different from King's Landing's stench. Perfect landing, girl, I murmured, patting her golden scales. They gleamed like molten gold even in the dim moonlight. My beautiful beast had grown tremendously since our first meeting, her wingspan now casting shadows across half the tower. This place, she said slowly. I smell family. I didn't smell the same, so Dany's dragons were probably not here. The smell was from when they were. They couldn't be too far away, though. Good, I said, if you pick a fight, make sure to win. Although don't kill any of them, alright. They're your siblings. She turned her massive head toward me, those intelligent eyes watching me expectantly. I ran my hand along her jaw, feeling the heat radiating from within. Siblings, shouldn't be killed? She asked, tilting her head. Since she was asking questions like that, I hoped she'd abide by my words. Yes, otherwise, you'll be all alone in this world. I mean, you have me, you have my blood in your body, but I'm your father, they're your brothers. Or sisters. I don't know how dragons work, I said. Anyways, family is important. Blood is important. Don't waste it by killing them. And, worst case scenario, don't die if it's them about to kill you. Call for me, and I'll come to you. She scoffed. I don't need your help, weak human. I chuckled. Fly high, girl. Circle the city, I instructed softly. Make them see you clearly, but don't attack anyone unless provoked. I want their fear, not their deaths, at least not yet. Grura, Viserion growled softly, the sound vibrating through my chest like distant thunder. She understood more than most humans would suspect. With a powerful beat of her wings that nearly knocked me off my feet, she launched herself upward, spiraling into the night sky. The sight was magnificent. Her golden scales caught the moonlight and reflected it back tenfold, casting an eerie glow upon the city. The display had its intended effect almost immediately. Startled cries erupted from the streets below, followed by shouts of alarm. I smiled, watching her climb higher until she was circling just below the clouds, perfectly visible to every terrified soul in Meereen. This should shake my sister's precious confidence, I thought, leaning against a crumbling Merlin to enjoy the spectacle. An unknown dragon appearing in her supposedly secure city. She'll know how easy it is for me to come here, kill her, and flee. I'd heard rumors about the oh-so-glorious mother of dragons, how she'd freed slaves and built an army from nothing. Touching, really. She was playing ruler in the dirt while I sat on the Iron Throne in Westeros, but I was no fool. Dany had 2 dragons, and though my Viserion was formidable, numbers mattered. I needed to understand her position before making any grand gestures. The commotion below grew louder. Guards shouted orders to stay safe and keep the people safe. Civilians fled from the streets, taking shelter in their homes. Viserion's silhouette against the moon was having precisely the effect I'd hoped for. They can't even tell this isn't one of their queen's beasts, I mused, allowing myself a chuckle. That's the thing about dragons, one looks much like another to the untrained eye. Just a monster from the sky. I'm sure my sister can tell, though. Time to move. I pulled the hood of my black cloak over my head, tucking away the black wig I was wearing. The tower's ancient stairwell awaited, a tight spiral of worn steps leading down into the heart of the city. Overhead, Viserion let out a roar that shook the very foundations of the buildings around me. She used that skill that made her body go all bright. As the night sky turned like midday sun, the sound sent a fresh wave of panic through the crowd. I smiled, enjoying my dragon's performance as I blended into the crowd. Now, how do I meet the Mother of Dragons? Chapter 88. Meereen's Truth. Daenerys rushed to the high windows of the Great Pyramid, her heart pounding against her ribs. The deafening roar that had shaken the very stones beneath her feet was followed by an unnatural brightness that transformed night into day. "Oh, gods above," she whispered, gripping the windowsill as her eyes scanned the sky. The brightness made it difficult to discern details at first. A massive winged shape cut through the clouds, its body radiating golden light that outshone the moon and stars. For a fleeting moment, hope surged through her veins. Perhaps Drogon had returned after his weeks-long absence, or Rhaegal had somehow broken free of his chains. And whatever this display of light was, it was a new magic of theirs. But something felt wrong. The silhouette moved differently. The wingspan appeared greater, the body more streamlined. Behind her, she heard Esser Barristan Selmy curse and draw his sword. The soft scrape of steel against leather was barely audible over the commotion rising from the streets below. Esser Jorah moved closer to her side, his hand instinctively reaching for his own weapon. To her surprise, it was Tyrion Lannister who spoke up, his voice cutting through the tension. She'd expected fear from the dwarf. Seeing a dragon for the first time, many grown men had fallen to their knees weeping at the sight of her children. But there was no fear in his voice, only recognition that made her blood run cold. "That's Viserion, your brother's dragon. What's it doing in Meereen?" Daenerys felt the tiny hairs on her arms and neck rise. Her head snapped back toward the creature, studying it with new understanding. Now that she knew it wasn't one of her babies, she could see it clearly despite the weird brightness, the differences in shape and movement. This beast appeared more refined and terrifying. Its muscles were better defined beneath those gleaming scales, and its movements spoke of greater precision and purpose. "How is that possible?" she breathed, more to herself than anyone else. "How could it be so perfect?" The words stuck in her throat. She'd raised her dragons from birth, nursed them on roasted meat, and watched them grow from the size of cats to fearsome predators. But this creature, this Viserion, who her brother had arrogantly named after himself, moved with a deadly grace that made her own children seem almost clumsy by comparison. She squinted against the unnatural brightness, searching for a rider. The dragon's back appeared empty, but at this distance, in this light, she couldn't be certain. "I don't see him," she said, her voice hardening. "I don't see my brother." "Perhaps he isn't riding," Varys suggested, his soft voice carrying across the chamber. "Or perhaps he's somewhere else in the city." It could be either case. The thought sent a chill through her. If Viserys was in Meereen, walking her streets while his dragon created a distraction. Your Grace, Ser Jorah interrupted her thoughts, we should move you to a more secure location. If your brother has come for you, I am not hiding, she cut him off, lifting her chin. I am the blood of the dragon. I do not cower from my own kin. Plus, what's more secure than this stone pyramid? If he can cut through 8,000 unsullied, then there's nothing else we can do to stop him. Ser Jorah and Ser Barristan exchanged a look inside. She was right. Aunt, I am here, a voice called from behind as fast footsteps entered. Daenerys turned to find young Griff, no, Aegon, her nephew, standing at the entrance to the chamber. He was breathing a bit faster, clearly startled by the noise too, so he'd run over. He didn't wear his disguise of blue hair anymore, and rather had his silver gold hair in proud display as it caught the unnatural light flooding through the windows, making him appear almost ethereal. His Valyrian features, so like her own, were tight with concern as his eyes moved from her face to the scene beyond the windows. Was that Drogon? No. Come see this, she commanded, gesturing him forward. He crossed the chamber quickly and stood beside her at the window. She watched his eyes widen, his pupils contracting against the golden light as he took in the beast circling above their city. Where's Rhaegal? She asked urgently. If this huge beast attacks Meereen, we need Rhaegal to fight it off. Aegon's jaw tightened. Rhaegal is still chained in the basement. I just returned from feeding him, actually. He shook his head, cursing under his breath. And I don't think he can beat this creature, Aunt. Look at the size difference. The admission hung heavy in the air. Daenerys felt a flicker of anger at the suggestion that one of her children might be outmatched, but she'd seen Viserion with her own eyes. The golden dragon moved with a predator's lethal confidence. They weren't that different in height, but Viserion was wider, thanks to her muscle. She was a rippling sea of muscles that Rhaegal couldn't compare to. Perhaps Drogon, we can't be sure, she replied, unwilling to concede defeat before battle was even joined. Plus, if Rhaegal is injured, I think Drogon will come flying from wherever he is. She placed a hand on his arm, meeting his violet eyes with her own. So just be ready, in case this beast attacks. You need to ride Rhaegal. Aegon's expression shifted, an odd emotion crossing over before he quickly hid it with determination. Yes, he nodded firmly. Outside, Viserion roared again, the sound reverberating through the pyramid's ancient stones. Daenerys turned back to the window, watching golden light reflect off the city's sandstone buildings before it began to calm down. Whatever game her brother was playing, she would not be unprepared. What I needed first of all was to understand the situation in Meereen. I was here to meet my sister, but I wanted to understand what was going on before that. I also had to decide how to approach this, whether to sneak into her room or make an arrogant official entrance. The latter would be more suitable for relations between the King of Westeros and the Queen of Meereen, but it wasn't what I needed. I wanted to gauge her reaction upon seeing me, not give her time to prepare and put on a political facade. Surprise often revealed more than cautious conversation. So, to gather information, I blended into the crowd easily enough. The common folks of Meereen were a diverse lot, traders from across Essos, former slaves with tattooed faces, and sellswords looking for work. My black cloak and hood weren't remarkable in this sea of varied garb. Plus, since my silver hair wasn't visible, it was safe. For the next few hours, I wandered the city, listening more than speaking. Meereen's layout revealed itself to me in fragments. There was a lot to take. The vast pyramid where the Mother of Dragons held court, the fighting pits she'd supposedly closed, and the temples converted to barracks for her unsullied. What struck me most was how divided the city remained. In the taverns near the harbor, freed slaves praised their Mizza with near religious fervor. Their eyes lit up when they spoke of the chains she'd broken, the masters she'd crucified. It was the look of people who'd found salvation after a lifetime of torment. She came with fire and blood, one man told another as I sat nearby, sipping sour wine. His voice held the reverence of a true believer. The masters never thought we'd see freedom. Now look at us, citizens, not property. Ah, my life feels complete. But in the wealthier districts, where merchants and former slave owners huddled in depleted luxury, the sentiment shifted dramatically. It was harder to catch their words, but not impossible. There, Daenerys was, the foreign whore, the mad dragon spawn, a destroyer of tradition and commerce. Trade has collapsed, I heard a silk merchant complain bitterly. Without slaves, who makes the goods? Who loads the ships? This is frustrating. She'll burn this city to the ground with her good intentions. He has firm logic. This city's been the center of slavery for centuries, so it's unable to work like the other cities so fast. It'll take time, and that's if Dany survives the dozen assassination attempts. Just like the original timeline, it was exactly as I'd expected. Daenerys had conquered but not truly ruled. She'd broken chains but built nothing sustainable in their place. Classic Targaryen fire. All destruction, little creation. I liked that she still had the family blood. I mentally noted which neighborhoods housed former masters still clinging to power. If I needed allies against my sister, the seeds of discontent were already well planted. I hoped not, though. By mid-afternoon of the next day, I'd learned that my sister had a growing problem with masked assassins calling themselves the Sons of the Harpy. They were already moving. They struck from shadows, killing unsullied and freed slaves alike. The whispers suggested these attacks were funded by wealthy families from Yunkai and Astapor, cities she'd liberated before moving on. 11 unsullied dead last week alone, I overheard as I lingered near a baker's stall. Found them with their throats cut, those golden masks left nearby as a message. This was useful. My sister's hold on Meereen was more tenuous than her followers suggested. She was struggling to control even one city, yet dreamed of conquering 7 kingdoms. The irony almost made me laugh. At the same time, it made me worried for her life. I'd prevented many deaths thanks to the decisions I'd taken. This world was already far different than the original. That also meant, since I'd prevented so many deaths, that'd influence the deaths of many others too. That could include my sister. The last true Targaryen blood other than me. I didn't want that. I checked the sky occasionally throughout my explorations. Viserion had left the skies of Meereen, likely roaming the lands nearby. I didn't mind. The impact was made last night. Every person in this city now knew a golden dragon had appeared, and many would be asking why the mother of dragons couldn't control it. My beautiful beast had grown remarkably since I first hatched her. Her golden scales now gleamed with power, and her wingspan caused shadows that could engulf entire buildings. She was far superior to my sister's foolish lizards. She was intelligent. As night descended once again, I found myself in a dingy inn near the fighting pits. The place stank of sweat and cheap liquor, but it was filled with mercenaries and soldiers. It was the perfect place to gather more intelligence. I ordered ale, the liquid more piss than drink, and took a seat in the corner where shadows provided cover. Meereen trash. I need some Myrish good, I guess. The barkeep, a weary man with deep lines etched into his face, slid the tankard across the wooden counter with practiced ease. My ears perked up when 2 men in gleaming armor walked in, their boots heavy against the worn floorboards. I paused for a brief moment. They were the most important bits in this situation. The golden skull clasps on their cloaks clearly marked them as Golden Company men. That particular sellsword group. The room quieted momentarily before conversation resumed at a lower volume. 2 of your finest ales, the taller one called out, and whatever passes for food in this shithole. They laughed among themselves, taking the best seats near the hearth without asking if they were occupied. The smaller man, with a scar running down his right cheek, kicked his feet onto the table and leaned back in his chair. The innkeeper hurried over with their drinks and 2 bowls of what looked like fish stew. He hovered anxiously, wringing his hands. That'll be 3 copper stars, if it please you. Both men stared at him for a moment before erupting in laughter. You've got balls, old man, the scarred one said, slapping the table. Don't you know us? We're the Golden Company, the people who freed this city. You got no shame asking money from us. The innkeeper's face paled. And I'm thankful for your duty to the city, but, please, sirs, I have a family too. The taller soldier stood, his hand moving to his sword hilt. Did we ask about your fucking family? The Queen's allies drink free. That's the new rule. With a casual motion, he knocked the cups and bowls to the floor, where they shattered. The innkeeper jumped back, eyes downcast, mumbling apologies. By then, my blood was boiling. I'd seen this kind of arrogance before, men who thought strength gave them the right to take without giving. It was the same mentality that had built the slaving cities my sister claimed to oppose. However, it wasn't the arrogance that made my blood boil. I wasn't that hypocritical yet. It was the confirmation. So the news about the Golden Company accompanying my sister was true. That could only mean one thing. Varys, that snake, played his cards right and sent Fagin to Dany. It irritated me seeing outsiders, fucking Blackfires, try to meddle in my family business. Those Blackfire bastards had no right to the Targaryen name, no right to my throne, and certainly no right to manipulate my sister. A few minutes later, I drained my ale, set the cup down, and walked to the counter. The innkeeper flinched as I approached, likely expecting more abuse. I placed a gold dragon on the counter. Keep the change. Ah, thank you. I walked out, following the two Golden Company bastards who'd just left. Their laughter echoed down the street, unaware of the death trailing silently in their wake. The golden skull clasp would soon match its owner's fate. Chapter 89, Rats in the Alley. I trailed the two Golden Company men through Marine's winding streets, keeping to the shadows. The drunken fools wove an unsteady path, their golden skull clasps catching the moonlight as they stumbled away from the main thoroughfare. I stayed 20 paces behind, silent as the grave that awaited them. They turned down a narrow alley between two sandstone buildings, their voices echoing off the close walls as they joked about some slave girl they'd both had. Perfect. The alley opened into a small courtyard, a dead end with high walls on three sides and only one exit. The taller one paused to piss against a wall while his companion slumped against the opposite side, belching loudly. I stepped out from the shadows, my footsteps deliberately heavy against the packed earth. Evening, gentlemen of the Golden Company. They spun around, hands fumbling for their swords. Too slow, far too slow. Who the fuck are you? The taller one demanded, squinting through the darkness. I didn't waste breath on introductions, nor did I bother to draw my sword or spear to use my skills. My fist connected with the scarred one's face before he could fully draw his blade. The impact sent a satisfying shock up my arm as his nose shattered beneath my knuckles. I felt bone give way to cartilage, blood spraying in a hot arc across my hand. He dropped like a stone, sword clattering uselessly beside him. The taller one managed to draw his weapon, slashing wildly in my direction. Fucking die. I sidestepped the clumsy swing and drove my fist into his breastplate. The metal crumpled inward with a sickening crunch, and his eyes widened in shock as he staggered backward, golden armor buckled as if struck by a warhammer. What the hell? He gasped, clutching his chest. These men had killed for gold across 2 continents, yet against me, they weren't warriors, they were prey. I was far beyond human limits for 2 men to pose any threat. Anyone who wanted to kill me would have to bring an army. However, it seemed I hadn't calculated my strength properly. He wasn't subdued yet as he tried to attack again. I caught his next swing easily, twisting his wrist until the bones snapped. He howled, dropping to his knees. His companion tried crawling away, blood pouring from his ruined face. I planted my boot on his back, forcing him flat against the dirt. Going somewhere? I asked, grinding my heel between his shoulder blades. Please, he gurgled through blood and broken teeth. We have gold. I increased the pressure until something cracked beneath my foot. I'm not interested in your coin. Grabbing the taller one by his throat, I slammed him against the stone wall hard enough to crack the sandstone. I held him there, feet dangling above the ground, while he clawed weakly at my arm. Let's talk about your employers, I said conversationally, tightening my grip just enough to let him know death was a breath away. Tell me about Daenerys Targaryen. How loyal are you to her? We serve the queen with all we have, he choked out. The mother of dragons. I clicked my tongue in disapproval. First lie. I drove my fist into his stomach, feeling his armor fold beneath the impact. Try again. His companion moaned from the ground. We're loyal. We've fought for her since Yunkai. I released the taller one, letting him crumple to the ground, then pulled a small dagger from my belt. Crouching beside the scarred man, I drove the blade through his palm, pinning his hand to the packed earth. His scream echoed off the walls before I clamped my hand over his mouth. Since you're so loyal to the Targaryen name, then let's ask something else, I said, voice dangerously soft. How many Blackfires are in your ranks? Their faces went slack with shock. I don't know how many. I twisted the dagger, eliciting another muffled scream. Wrong answer. Since you know what a Balkfire is, you know how many there are. Blackfires. The bastard branch of House Targaryen that only lived for their desire to claim the Iron Throne for themselves. It began with Demon Blackfire, a king's acknowledged bastard gifted the ancestral sword, Blackfire, which he took as his sigil. He launched rebellions that nearly toppled the realm. Each time they lost, they fled across the narrow sea, some hid in Dorne, others in Essos, nursing their grudge against as true Targaryens. Over the generations, they married into wealthy families of Essos, merchants, and local nobles, and their name kept breeding children who quietly carried the Blackfire blood. They reappear across history whenever they sense weakness in the crown, throwing a rebellion to claim the throne. The Golden Company was made by the Blackfire, and they'd always fought for the Blackfire during the rebellion. Until the very last, 20 years ago, when their defeat was said to have extinguished the Blackfire line for good. "Don't make me repeat myself, bastards," I said, glaring into their eyes. The taller one, still gasping for breath, spoke up. "A few, just a few. About a dozen." I raised an eyebrow. "That many? All Blackfires were exterminated during the last rebellion. Even if young Griff was born out of pure luck, how could there be more?" The man on the ground spat blood. "Female line," he gasped. "The women, they escaped, had sons." And, the line continued. Of course, it was so simple that I should have seen it immediately. The female Blackfires had survived, giving birth to sons who carried the bloodline, if not the name. They were clever rats, hiding in the darkness all these years and waiting for the perfect opportunity. "When is your precious queen planning to attack Westeros?" I demanded. They exchanged glances. "We don't know," the taller one finally admitted. "The commanders haven't told us anything." I studied his face carefully. He wasn't lying, or if he was, he believed his own deception. These were just foot soldiers, not privy to the grand plans. To wrap things up, I asked them about the Pyramid Guard's patrol routine. I could just fly to the highest floor, but it was better to know which window to look out for. They answered obediently, as much as they knew. "Well, gentlemen," I said, rising to my feet. "You've been most informative. You'll let us go?" The scarred one asked, hope flickering across his battered face. I smiled. "Not quite." What followed wasn't clean or quick. I wanted whoever found these bodies to understand exactly what happened to those who stood against the true Dragon King. I wanted every Golden Company soldier in Marine to see and remember. When I finished, I wiped blood from my hands onto their cloaks. I arranged their golden skull clasps carefully on what remained of their chests, a message for those who would follow. A familiar blue window appeared before me as I straightened. "You've killed a human, Golden Company mercenary. You've received experience points. You've killed a human, Golden Company mercenary. You've received experience points. You've leveled up. You've reached level 49. I smiled and swiped through to check my status. It had been a while since I'd last done so, but there wasn't much of a change. Page 1/3 Viserys Targaryen the Dragon King 23 years old level 4956 STR 59 END 56 DEX 61 INT 57 LUC 170 Auth. A few weeks ago, it was level 47. I wasn't growing as fast anymore through these small killings. I wanted another war. Regardless, my progress pleased me. Soon enough, I'd reach level 50 and unlock whatever new abilities awaited. I was becoming stronger by the day, and my auth stats made me nearly impossible to resist. That was why these bastards started talking so easily. I looked down at the broken bodies one last time. These men were just the beginning. If my sister had truly allied with false dragons, Blackfires masquerading as Targaryens, I would need to move quickly. And I'd need to teach her a lesson, too, for being a stupid bitch. Chapter 90, Two Heads of a Dragon. Daenerys sat stiffly on the ornate Milanese couch, the carved wooden armrests cool beneath her palms. The meeting chamber felt smaller than usual with so many people filling it. Ser Barristan stood vigilantly by the door, Ser Jorah paced near the window, while Tyrion Lannister and Aegon sat across from her, the former still looking shell-shocked. "So you're telling me," Tyrion said, breaking a tense silence as he stared at Aegon, "that you're Rhaegar's son? The same infant whose head was supposedly smashed against a wall by the mountain. Damn, I wonder what Prince Oberyn thinks of all this." "I was smuggled out," Aegon replied, his silver gold hair catching the afternoon light streaming through the high windows. "A substitute was placed in my cradle. As for Uncle Oberyn, he's been doubtful in his letters. Although Uncle Doran trusts me." Tyrion's mismatched eyes narrowed. "How convenient. How are we?" Daenerys raised a hand. "Lord Tyrion, we've established my nephew's identity. There will be time for more questions later." She turned to Aegon. "You had something urgent to report, dear nephew." Aegon straightened, his face sobering. "Yes, Aunt. 2 of our men were found dead this morning in the Eastern District. Sons of the Harpy again." Daenerys felt her jaw tighten. The masked attackers had grown bolder in recent weeks, striking closer to her stronghold. How many does that make this month alone? It wasn't them this time, I think, Aegon said, shaking his head. They didn't leave their iconic masks behind. This time, it was someone else. It was extremely brutal, too. Daenerys leaned forward. What do you mean? Who else would dare attack Golden Company soldiers? That's what troubles me, Aegon replied. Someone who didn't want credit. Someone who wanted to send a different message. The men weren't just killed, Your Grace. I'd seen the bodies in person, and even I was surprised. It was as if I was seeing Robert Baratheon's battlefield. Their chest plates were caved in as if hit by a warhammer. Ser Barristan interjected, his weathered face grim. They were, I hesitate to use the word before a queen, but they were butchered. Whoever did this possessed extraordinary strength. Someone strong and skilled enough to kill 2 Golden Company members without anyone nearby noticing the commotion. Jorah stopped his pacing, exchanging a meaningful glance with Ser Barristan. Tyrion cleared his throat. If I may, the timing seems rather significant, doesn't it? A day after a golden dragon appears over Meereen, 2 soldiers end up dead. Perhaps this is the confirmation we need that the dragon didn't come alone. The room fell silent. Daenerys felt her heart beat faster as understanding dawned. You think my brother did this? She asked, the words tasting bitter on her tongue. He's a weakling, though. Even if he's got a dragon, how can he gain such strength? It would be consistent with what we know of him now, Jorah said carefully. The reports from Westeros suggest he possesses unusual abilities. Some saw him fly. No, those must be exaggerated. Still, he must have abilities that allowed him to crush Stannis' army and win the Iron Throne, Ser Barristan added. Your Grace, if Viserys Targaryen is in Meereen, we have no proof, Aegon cut in sharply. We can't move openly against him without evidence. He can fly, though, Tyrion said. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. When he was using the alias of Ghost of Rhaegar Targaryen, he carried Sansa Stark through the sky. Forgive me, Lord Tyrion, but I'm unsure those mismatched eyes of yours can be fully trusted, Daenerys said to her advisor. She knew it was rude, but saying it made her feel better. Safer. She didn't want to admit that her brother had gained magical abilities. Tyrion just shrugged. Dany ignored him and studied their faces, sensing an undercurrent she couldn't quite grasp. Each man seemed to be weighing his words with unusual care, their expressions guarded. Why are you all so cautious? She demanded. If my brother is here to harm us, we should prepare accordingly. Your brother isn't the same man you knew, Khaleesi, Jorah said softly. The reports describe something different. We can't be hasty. The king in Westeros defeated dozens of soldiers on his own while saving civilians, Tyrion added. Dragons aren't the only weapons in his arsenal. It's safe to move while assuming that. Daenerys felt a headache building behind her temples. The golden dragon, the murdered soldiers, her brother's possible presence, it was too much to process. I need a bath, she sighed, rising from her seat. Perhaps with a clear head, I can make sense of this. Let's end the meeting here today. As if summoned by her words, Missandei stepped forward from the shadows where she had been standing quietly throughout the meeting. I will prepare it at once, Khaleesi. I'll remain outside your chambers, Jorah offered, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt. Just as a precaution, Daenerys scoffed. There's no need. If my brother wanted to harm me, he would need to sneak past my 1,000 guards. If he manages to do that, he's skilled enough that you wouldn't matter. She softened her tone at the hurt that flashed across Jorah's face. Just watch the hallways if you're so worried. Increase the monitoring on the windows. As they filed out, Daenerys caught Aegon watching her with an inscrutable expression. There was something unsettling in his violet eyes, something that reminded her of the night the golden dragon had appeared. Was her nephew planning something? The bathwater had cooled by the time Daenerys finally emerged from her thoughts. Steam no longer rose from the marble tub, and her fingers had wrinkled like old parchment. She'd spent the better part of an hour submerged, trying to make sense of everything, the unnerving presence of a strange dragon over her city. The brutally murdered Golden Company men. Her brother, potentially lurking somewhere in Meereen. It all bothered her greatly. Her mind kept circling back to Viserys as she'd last seen him, his face twisted with rage as he held a sword to her belly, threatening her unborn child as he stole one of her dragon eggs. How had that frightened, desperate man transformed into the conqueror of Westeros? Then again, his behavior had changed in the middle of it just when Khal announced he'd give him a molten crown. What happened to him, really? She had no answers. Stepping from the tub, Daenerys dismissed the memory with a sigh. The water slid down her skin in rivulets as she reached for a cloth, then decided against it. The night air in Meereen was warm enough to dry naturally. She padded across the cool tile floor toward her bedchamber, naked and lost in thought. The quiet click of the door closing behind her barely registered, until a crisp crunch broke the silence. Daenerys froze, her eyes snapping up to find a figure sitting casually on her bed. Her forehead went cold, and amid the droplets of water on her body, she felt a sweat crawl down her skin. For a man with silver hair, wearing her brother's beautiful braid, was leaning back against her pillows, taking a bite from a red apple as if he belonged there. He turned toward her, and a familiar smile spread across his face, though it held an edge she didn't recognize. Where once she might have seen madness or desperation, now there was only cool confidence. Although that arrogance, she'd never mistake it, it was still there. "Oh ho," he said, his eyes traveling leisurely down her body, eyebrows rising at her curves. "My sister has grown much more beautiful in the time I haven't seen her. I guess pregnancy does make some women look better." Her lungs seized. "Gwa," she began, but before she could finish the cry, Viserys moved with impossible speed. He was across the room in a heartbeat, pressing the half-eaten apple against her lips, effectively gagging her. His other hand gripped her shoulder, not painfully but with unmistakable strength. "Calm down a little," he said, smiling down at her. "I am only here to meet my dear sister, not to obliterate her little army. Don't make any mistakes. Do you understand, my little dragon?" Dany bit through the apple hard, her teeth sinking into his finger through it. In response, he just laughed as moonlight bathed the room in beauty. Support the Arthur original book, link is in THR description.